Good morning and welcome to today's session. My name is Rachel Ndungu from Biashara Africa. and we will be starting in a minute. Glad to have you here with us. All right, ready to start today's sessions. Yesterday we had a great day, very interactive day, and we had a couple of experts talking to us on how to adopt social media platforms and online selling for businesses. So we discussed a couple of topics. I'm just going to highlight. The recordings are available using the same link we had shared. We'll also share it on the chat, and you can rewatch the recording. So we had an opportunity to talk about opportunities for small businesses in the digital era. That was our first discussion, and we found that if your business is not online, then you probably don't exist. So, and then that was followed by a discussion around how to sell on Google using the Google Business Profile. A very interactive discussion around that, and that went very well. That was followed by discussions around how to sell on WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram. Another very engaging conversation, very practical and quite loaded. You must have watched that one. And then we brought after lunch we had a lunch break. We'll also have a lunch break today. We had a conversation on TikTok, and engaging one. We had some of us who were already on TikTok and selling. Others haven't joined. Others who are downloading the application during the session and signing up. So that was another very interesting one. We also had a couple of learnings, reviews, and similar to the other platforms like Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. We had a couple of reviews of some of our profiles, and that was very, very helpful to a number of us. And then we ended yesterday talking about how to sell on Twitter and why small businesses must be on Twitter. And that discussion was very convincing that we must all be on Twitter. That's where real discussions happen. Yeah, so that's how we closed yesterday's session. Very engaging one. If you'd like to follow through or to rewatch, use the same link. We'll also be sharing it on the chat. Now, today is our last day of the 2 days digital bootcamp for the e-commerce for small businesses program 2023. E-commerce for small business program, we run it once a year. And we ran it towards the end of the year in the month of November, just before we start our celebrations for Shop at Small Business initiative that happens in the month of December. So the month of December, we refer it as the Shop at Small Business month, when we celebrate small businesses and encourage buyers and sellers to support a small business within their local area by shopping from them. So once we close this, then we will jump into the celebration to celebrate you as a small business owner and to encourage buyers to shop from you. So you need to be prepared for the month of December. Now, today will be very, very exciting. And you have been asking for most of these topics, actually. And we will start the discussion on the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AfCFTA. And I don't know whether we will start by, practicing how to pronounce the abbreviations, AfCFTA, but that doesn't matter. This is basically trade within the African region. So we want to see how small businesses can capitalize on that. What are the opportunities? Where do you even start as a small business? As you grow, we want to see you starting to export your products and services across Africa and globally. So that will be a very good discussion, and it will be our first discussion today. After that, we'll talk about how to sell on LinkedIn. You asked this last year. Most of you want to learn how then do we sell on LinkedIn. That will be a brilliant conversation. because even as small businesses, we must be known by the professionals on LinkedIn. And then we'll have the third session on how to sell on website, online shops, and marketplaces. We have partnered with Lipa Later to support you sell your products on their marketplace, and they will be facilitating that session. And once we have started selling online, then how do we label and package our products? And that will be our next conversation, and that will be very, very important because our online customers want to see products that are well labeled. They also want to see presentable packaging. So a good conversation around that. And then how then do we receive payments? So we'll have Equity Bank talk to us about the payment methods or options we can use when we interact with customers online. Important, because we're in business, we have to receive payments. And then we'll talk about then how do you deliver your products to your customers? So product delivery and fulfillment. How does that work when you're engaging customers online? You need to be prepared for that. And then we'll end the session talking about sustainable e-commerce and green digital. Don't worry too much because we've been talking about climate change, climate action. Is a very important and crucial conversation, even for us as small businesses. So we included this conversation because we want you to learn then how do you make that selling online, and that's what we call e-commerce or digital trade. How do we make that sustainable? What's important? How do we even lower our cost? By just being environmentally and socially conscious. So that will be our last conversation, and it will be facilitated by a representative from GIZ. So a very good and very packed day. During the day, just similar to yesterday, we'll have some of our small business leaders sharing more about their businesses. So will be quite exciting. Yesterday, we had a couple of them who are sharing about their businesses, insights as well. To ourselves as entrepreneurs, we'll continue having a few of them join us today as we move on. So a very engaging conversation. Feel free to introduce yourself on the chat. Tell us, introduce yourself, your business, your county as well on the chat. We'll be happy to read your comments. If you have a question or comment during the conversation, these conversations will be very interactive. Please share it on the chat and we'll be able to read on our end. All right, so we get started now. It's time to invite our first facilitator for the day to talk about AfCFTA. I don't know whether we'll first need to practice that, but I will leave it to her. Her name is Catherine Dungu. We happen to share her names. You know what a blessing is that. And Catherine Dungu is an entrepreneur in her own right. She's a business growth consultant from Elim Consult. Very experienced in trade matters. She has attended a number of AfCFTA events as well within the continent, also events, global trade events, and very resourceful in this subject. So, Catherine, welcome to today's session. I hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yes, indeed, it is good to have a namesake on the on the platform. And yes, my name is Catherine, and as Rachel said, I am an entrepreneur, both in service and also in product. And I'm very, very excited to talk about Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And if you can practice it with me in this morning. At least it's bright from where I come from. I don't know whether it's bright in the area that you are in. But it would be interesting to see whether we'll be able to pronounce, or whether I will be able to pronounce AfCFTA. But where you hear me say free, because that is the key word for me, meaning that there's free trade area in Africa, I think that is what we are going to discuss today. And as business owners, is to see what opportunities that we have. So today we are going to have a discussion on AfCFTA, or Africa Free Continental Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We are going to look at how it began, what it's about, and what it's about is putting yourself to see you as a business person, you perhaps as an investor. What does that mean for you? You as an African, or you in outside Africa, what does this mean for you? Are there opportunities that you can draw from the Africa free trade area? And also for us Africans, those who are in Africa, what are the benefits? You as a business person and you as a consumer, are there things that you feel that you benefit from it? Are there products that you've been craving for, but they're very difficult to get to your doorstep? Or there's a market that you're trying to get to and it has been very, very difficult. And at the end, how we as Africans can prosper. And why is that important? One, I think it's because we've had a history where we have been looked at as poor. The pictures we see of foreign aid, we see of diseases. But you know, in the place that you are in as an African, that you'd rather hear a different narrative. And that is the clarion call that AU has that says, this is the Africa that we want, where we can exude our creativity, where we can use our very artistic backgrounds in our culture and expose it and show it. We have products. We are said to be a very rich continent, both in persons and in resources. Are there ways that we can take advantage of this, if I may use that word, to grow ourselves? And I think as we are going through this journey of uh, um, continental Africa Continental Trade Area, then we will see what measures have been taken to make it easier for us. And I think the analogy that I can use for this is, imagine a road, a very muddy road, and you want to access it. We've heard a lot about this in Kenya, where you find that a lot of farmers are not able to push their products to the towns because the roads are muddy. But then the infrastructure gets built. You find that the road now is upgraded to perhaps a seasonal road, it's Putmaram, and therefore the accessibility of the farmer taking their products to the towns is easier. The friction between them, the friction between the infrastructure, the cost comes down because the infrastructure is being smoothened. Now imagine if you have a super highway from your farm to the market. And this is what I would like us to think of as AfCFTA, as where it's an infrastructure that is making that muddy road a superhighway by leaps or by bounds or by layers or removing layers or smoothing ways in which we are able to transact, either in importing from our fellow sisters and brothers from other countries, or we exporting to other countries, where the friction or where we are building a superhighway so that it enables us, who are perhaps like farmers who need to access a market, and the market is able to access it and makes it much easier. So who is Africa? Well, it is 5 countries, and we know how the geographical or the boundaries were put. You can see it's actually a mosaic of countries. And this mosaic, we have seen that are blocks. Africans have come together and put them in certain blocks where you can see the north, east, and south. But the African Union is saying that let's make these borders porous, move porous. Let's make a superhighway so that when you're interacting with people from the east to the west, it is much easier. And they're doing this through an economic way, because there are many factions of AU that they're working on, but they're looking at this economic area where they can grow this continent in terms of easing trades between all the blocks that you can see here to make it one African Union. So when I saw this slide, I was quite happy to see that this mosaic is actually becoming a bit smaller. It's less fragmented and it's looking more whole. And Africa Continental Free Trade is helping us get there. So I thought I would share a bit about how it came about. We started off with OAU. For those who are old, it started in 1963, and it evolved to 2002, where it was changed to AU. And these were reasons because the mandate that OAU had were a bit different, and we had evolved in the years that had gone forward. And they opted to, I think, mirror AU and see how they can build a block of countries to unify it, to see whether they can unify the countries in Africa so that we can benefit as a continent. And therefore, African Union was formed. And when they formed it, they created an Agenda 2063. And you remember before we said to create the Africa that we want. And that birthed as one of the activities that they were doing is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So let's look a bit into Africa. Let's see what Africa is about. And we'll look at two parameters, in fact, three, and see where we as investors, as SMEs, can benefit from. And we're looking at the biggest economies. And you can see how they have progressed or they have changed from 1990 to 2020. And I'd like you to look at the figures that are there. And these are figures in billion of US dollars. From Nigeria to Ghana. And maybe this will wake up our minds to think that truly, even as we're thinking about exports, intra-Africa export might be quite attractive for us who are in this country to think more of going through these borders from one country, from Ghana to Nigeria, to Morocco, to Algeria, and see what markets that are there that we are able to work on and to grow ourselves and also grow those markets. In terms of GDP, this could also be very exciting for you to find out that there are countries that their GDPs are pretty high. And that may also speak to you and let you know about the disposable incomes. These are markets that you may want to find out a little bit more. What is it that they like? Do I have a product that I have that may want me to go into these countries and see whether we can work or trade or do businesses or offer services in this country? However, we find that there are all those resources that we have found there, there are those opportunities that are there, but there are challenges that stop us from accessing those markets. And this is what we are calling as untapped intra-Africa export potential. And on my left, you can see the commodities that have a demand in this market, but yet we can see in the yellow, there's friction. The road is still muddy, and this road needs to be smoothened. It needs to become a highway. It needs to be tarmacked so that it is easier for us to do trade with these countries, or even to export, or for them to receive imports in this country. And therefore, it is important for us to look at Africa as a gold mine for those who are in business and those who are thinking, or those who have not thought about going into Africa as a market. And I'm glad to hear that even as we are having this conversation, that we have gone through digital marketing, we have talked about the different platforms that we can take advantage of. And guess what? Africa is online, and therefore you can start looking for your customers, or you can start focusing on specific markets that you may want to get into, just doing it digitally. But on this forum, we will see when you get to that point where you need to purchase, what are the requirements that we have? And AfCFTA will tell us what it's all about and how it can facilitate our trading within Africa. So it's to mention a few facts about it, that Africa Continental Free Trade is the world's largest trade area. And I think that's quite commendable for us, where we're able to come back together and see that this is the biggest. And if it is the biggest, what does that mean for you? What does that mean for you as an SME? What does that mean for you for a corporate? What does that mean for you as an investor? And the purpose of having this is to enable the free flow of goods and services across the continent. And this is where we are saying we are trying to make the borders porous. So where there were tariffs or non-tariffs that were hindering or maybe impediments or challenges that were there, we are saying that AfCFTA is trying to ease it and make it much easier for trade to flow from country to country. Now, a little bit of statistics about Africa. We are 1.3 billion as a population, 1.3 billion. And combined GDP, I had mentioned a few countries, we are at 3.4. Now, even if you were to get 0.000001 of it, that would still be big business. And I think this is one block or one continent that we need to take advantage of. And if you haven't gotten any expos or you haven't gotten any places that you've been able to plug in, like Biashara Africa, I would urge you, and at the end of the slides, we're going to look at places where you can get this information, where you can get access to these markets, where you can even go for trade fairs, and you're able to get first-hand experience in these markets. So by 2035, there will be 13 million Africans who have a potential of being lifted out of poverty just by transacting, just by making these borders for us, just by collapsing some of these tariffs that are there that prevent us from interacting with other countries. And as I mentioned this, we know that even as we look at the Agenda 2063, there is the hope where we may have one passport, we may have one airlines, where we don't have these logistical issues that we've been having currently of moving from one African country to another. And in it will boost 450 billion USD just by working through and working together with AfCFTA. So that's a bit about it. Other quick facts: it became operational in 2018, and then we went digital, and it became operational in 2021. So it is still fairly young, but a lot of work has gone behind the scenes to get it up to this level. And we can see that all African members have joined. The 55, only one country that has not joined in up to this point. We have talked about it being being the largest free trade area. But a very interesting statistics that we have there is that less than 17% of the total trade volume in Africa is intra-regional trade. Now, I think it would be good to spin it and look at the opportunity that we have. The opportunity would be the reverse. And that tells us that there's a lot that we can do as SMEs in terms of getting into the other markets. And when you compare us with Europe, Europe trades with itself at a level of 68%. Asia is 59%. And Africa, we are at 17%. If we were to grade, I think it would be a fail. But again, what I said, where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity to start thinking about what we need to do as business owners to get to the next market or the next frontier. So increased interregional trade, indeed, it will benefit African economies. Just you from Kenya selling your coconut oil to Ghana and then buying perhaps cocoa butter from Ghana, maybe something we have not done. Maybe we've had to look for proxies in between or middlemen. But if they're able to do that transaction, it will then lift globally. If all of us did that in our own ways, even in our small ways, then we'd be able to lift our economy and our continent. So other facts that you may have read there, did you know? We have mentioned some of them. 54 countries, parties that have ratified. I think the numbers are growing. And even as we're discussing this, it's very dynamic. When you think you have all the information, there is a news announcement that something new has happened. What we were discussing in 2021 and what we're discussing in 2023 is completely different. So I'd also urge you to keep looking and researching and finding out how you can create your niche in the ever-changing world. And as things are progressing, make sure that you're riding the wave of change. So what are the main objects of the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. One, like we said before, is One Africa, create a single market, and that is one soko in Swahili, or one marketplace where everything is streamlined for goods, for those who have goods, and for those who also have services. And services may be ease of persons moving from one place, issues of visa, issues of work permits, just making it easy for even us as perhaps consultants or employees being able to get equal job opportunities or job opportunities in different areas of this continent without having too many restrictions that may have been in the past. So as you have seen, business, that is very important for us because for us to churn this economy, to reach that place that we want to be as a prosperous Africa, all of us need to have an input in it. So the agreements that have been created are the ones that we've mentioned is straight in the Africa Free Trade Agreement is looking or has created a legal framework covering the critical areas, those that will help us facilitate running businesses. And that is trade in goods, as we mentioned, in services, investments, if you're an investor, and also protecting your property and also checking into competition policies. So that if you have a product and you get into a new market, maybe the locals of that market may decide that since you're not a native of this country, they may steal your intellectual property or register. Now, if that is streamlined, then it will make it very easy, or it may build your confidence doing that. Whatever innovation that I may have in this country, if I take it to a fellow country, then those rights are also protected by the Africa Pre-Continental Trade Area, in terms of you knowing that you want to go to another country because you feel that your risks of losing your business have been mitigated by perhaps the rules of the other country. Now we're still on it. How is it going to contribute to the Africa economy? Remember, they are going to lay the infrastructure, and that will enable us as business people to grow our trade. If they're able to remove the barriers, if they're able to make it more free than it's been before, then it's going to be attractive for us. And therefore, they are seeing that there is a potential that you who is not considering doing intra-Africa trade, you may want to pick it up. And therefore, the numbers that are going to go, the percentage is going to go up. If, say, 5 of us are thinking about it today and deliberately going to it, something you have not considered, it definitely is going to boost the intra-Africa trade. And I know perhaps many of you, if you can share in the chat, whether you have products that you feel that have a potential to grow in this market, then let us know on the chat. And two, please, let's share on the chat if you have experiences with the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Forgive me if I keep blabbing with this. In fact, I think I'll write it down, AfCFTA. If you had experiences, if you've gone for a trade fair, I know there was one that was done recently in Cairo. If you attended the fair, give us your experiences on the chat and let us know how it was for you and how you think. If there are things you think that were quite a challenge and you feel that could have done better. So it's hoping to expand. These are just statistics that I'm sharing with you, but I'm hoping these statistics, the numbers are ringing to you and you're looking at it and saying, yes, there is a potential for us. Just looking at those numbers. If perhaps you have a 2-year goal, or maybe your strategic plan is to expand your markets, have you then considered AfCFTA? Or probably you have thought of other markets in terms of moving from maybe metropolitan, maybe from the next door, as we had our discussion earlier, and then you want to move it perhaps to other counties, and then maybe from other counties, if you're in East Africa, maybe to the East African bloc, and maybe after the East African bloc, you may want to try other parts of Africa. Maybe this could be your immediate goals. Maybe these are your long-term goals or your medium-term goals. But what you're saying, that is good to know that there are opportunities that are out there And the road is being smoothened out for you so that it makes it easier for you to do those trades. So, what are the benefits of AfCFTA? I know we have looked at all those statistics, but I'm going to highlight the ones that are in green. And since the screen is there, you can peruse and look at them. But I'll highlight the ones that are in green, which seem to speak to SMEs and seem to speak to business people. Because if you look at the first one, it says it will create a global market for a free trade of goods for SMEs. And when I'm thinking about this, when this is being said, I'm just imagining the immediate market that I have here. I'm in Nairobi. I'm imagining if there's a certain market that I need to go in this country. What are the impediments? What are the challenges that I face? Are there tariffs that I need to face? And the answer is no. So I'm thinking, are they then saying that it's going to be easy doing business in Nairobi? It will be the same as doing in Lusaka. It will be the same as doing in Algeria. It will be the same as doing it in Joburg. How does that look like? But in that, it makes me very excited knowing that I don't have to work with my physical reach, but I can also think wide. With the digital marketing and the digital education we have learned, then it is easy for me to start tapping in these markets in Africa just by using all the tools that we're learning from this workshop. For us to even think outside the borders, to think outside the box, to crash the boxes, to crash the borders, and start thinking about our sisters and brothers in other countries. The other one is talking about pricing. There are costs that have come. There could be infrastructure costs. And some of the costs we find that it's very difficult to work with African countries. Maybe it's the size of the economy or even the logistical challenges that we face in our continent vis-a-vis doing exports to other continents around us. You find that sometimes that the local systems of other countries are different from the ones we have, or even the level of sophistication is very different. But we're saying that AfCFTA will be able to help to negotiate better prices or better tariffs, such that once all those logistical issues or infrastructural issues are managed, then it brings down the costs of doing business. And therefore, the beneficiary of bringing down the cost is not only the SME, but even the consumers who may want to use the product more regularly because they can afford it. The other one that is there, the green one, the third green one is both businesses and governments will have ability to tap into various talents. It will allow us to think beyond doing what is necessary, and it will help us to think more creatively and innovatively because either we have the incentive of the market or the incentive of sales or incentive of the size of market share that you've been able to capture for yourself because you have seen the statistics that we have seen ahead that we are 1.3 billion people, and we have also seen that the market opportunity runs to about 1 trillion. And the last one is improved infrastructure and connectivity collaboration. Now, those are some of the challenges that we face, where you find that maybe in this country, the way we conduct our business is very different from the way maybe DRC conducts business. And we find that the infrastructure of moving goods may be a challenge. It may not be possible by road, but that would be the shortest route. But the road system or the rail system is either non-existent or there are too many barriers between you and the country that you may want to go. But for those that are well developed, you find that it is going to be easier to take it to other developed countries because in essence, their infrastructure is well developed. And you may find even things like connectivity. This could be telephony. We find that you're not able to work in the congruent with the other markets where there's no interconnectivity and it limits in terms of Wi-Fi, in terms of, like I said, telephony. And this, if it is improved, then the development of our economies will help us as business people, especially SMEs or MSMEs or women in youth. And I'm sure you're also cognizant that there's a lot of trade that goes on cross border. All of it may not be on top of the table, and it may be trade that is going on without us knowing. And therefore, income or taxes are lost because they are working under. And maybe it's not because they want to, it's because maybe the infrastructure is too expensive for them to conduct business. And therefore, it reduces on what I would call the black market or the informal, where we are saying if we're able to formalize, then we are able to record and get data to help us improve our infrastructure as growing. And I must say that women and MSMEs are very good exporters, intra-Africa exporters. For us in Nairobi, I'm assuming that this conversation is not only for Kenya, but you'll find that when you go to our downtown, there's a lot of intra-Africa trade that goes on. The buses that go to the East African countries are quite a number. And they're able to create their own systems that help them to do the exports of goods in terms of intra-Africa. But then we're saying, why not make it cheaper or easier for them to do this business? And yes, Africa Free Continental Trade has also looked into this. And if you are able to tap into this, then you will be able to realize the advantages of what is going on. Now, AfCFTA has operational instruments. It has quite a number that it has lined up, but there are some that are already ongoing, and we're going to see the ones later on. We are going to see whether Kenya is able to operate using the AfCFTA tariffs, and whether we are able to access these markets using the non-barriers, or whether we have signed up. We will see that later on as we understand what these operational instruments are. Now, there are quite a number, and the ones that I'm going to speak about is the AfCFTA e-tariff book. I'll just mention these are links. If you're able to go to AU website, all this info. It's a very comprehensive website where you're able to get all this information. And then there's the AfCFTA hub for the non-tariff barriers, where you're able to check are there any other regulations that you need to have for specific countries. For example, Kenya, if you're going to pack products, you cannot pack with one-use plastic. And that also goes for Rwanda. I had a very interesting experience before we had banned them and we had carried our things. And woe to us when we got to the border point, there was no way the officials at customs were going to allow us to have that. So there are things you need to do about particular countries. Even as you're going through the EFTA, e-tariff, you also need to look at the non-tariff so that you don't comply with the tariffs and then you realize that there are non-tariff barriers that are there that you may not be aware of. And they change from country to country. Recently, we went to Ethiopia. And for us who were there, we were getting bags, plastic bags. We were buying things and they were being packed in those plastic bags. And we were looking at each other and saying, this I cannot be caught with this in Nairobi. And therefore we would tell our sellers that we cannot accept these papers. Just unwrap them and we'll take them in the papers that we used to, the non-woven. So we need to be aware of this. And this normally affects food, consumables, but it would be good depending on the sector that you are in to check on the non-tariff barriers that are there. And the other one that I would like us to look at is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. I know the banks are going to be speaking, but what does this mean for you as a business person? I talked about Ghana and I talked about cocoa butter. You have gone through the e-tariffs and probably you're also selling coconut and sending it to Ghana. You have checked the e-tariff and you're ticking off, you're saying that is okay. You're also looking at the non-tariff barriers and you're saying that is okay. And then you get into the transaction. Ghana has their currency, Kenya has their currency. How do we settle this transaction? How do we exchange money? We went to Ethiopia, and I remember a friend of mine, my namesake Catherine, was looking at the bill. It was difficult to get dollars, and we were looking at the Kenya shillings. And after some time, we had gone for a trade fair just to test markets to see how the market is in Ethiopia. And after 1 minute, because of these bills that she was working with and she's not able to get dollars, she just said, you know what? I have my fellow exhibitors here. I think actually they are from Ghana. Okay, Ghana, you are my friends today. They are from Ghana. They had very nice fabric. I think the Kente fabric. She had very beautiful bags, kiondos, and both the two of them were interested in their products. So Catherine says, you know, this bill is not going to help the Ghanaian, neither is it going to help me, and I'm in Ethiopia. So she just said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to exchange my goods for their goods. We'll just look at the value that they're there. I'll give them my bags and I'm going to get their kentes for them. So we are not going to exchange any currency. But what we are seeing with the Pan-African payment system, that does not necessarily have to be the case. Once it comes into with full implementations and the banks are aligned and the central banks are aligned, there will be an easier way to transact in terms of exchanging currency. So we are going to go through the ones that I have shown there, and we'll start with the e-tariff. Now, the e-tariff book, I would recommend that you go to the website and download the e-tariff book. And depending on the sector that you are in, go through it. And what is it that you're likely to find? You're going to find the tariffs. Tariffs are the taxes that are going to be imposed on you, or waivers that you will find that you'll be required to pay if you're going to transact or you're going to work with another African country. There's also the HS, which is the harmonization code. And this, if you're familiar with exporting to the other continents, is the HS code, and the HS code is the harmonization code, where if you have a commodity, today let me just use coconut oil. Coconut oil, if you check, should have a HS code. And the HS code has a system that it is read. There are a series of numbers that are there. And that streamlines any product in the international market, and that one even for Africa. And what does this mean? We all speak different languages. In Kenya, coconut oil could be mnazi oil. It could be another name in another country. And if we call it coconut oil, they may not understand it is coconut oil. Maybe they speak Spanish. And you know, in Africa, we speak about 5 different languages. There's English, there's Swahili, there's Spanish, which is one country, there's Portuguese, there's French. So you can imagine if we name them by our local name or even our traditional name, then it will be very difficult for the next person to understand what product that you have. You may give it its label, you may call it whatever names in terms of labeling, which is under the non-tariff, but you realize that if it's going to pass through the tariffs, or if it's going to be taxed, or if it's going to be evaluated, or it's going to be taxed, or whether it's going to get a tax exemption, they need to know what it is. And what replaces the name is the code. So you might find it might have a code of 1008, and they are, if you follow the codes, there is a systematic way how the codes are and are stated in terms of, you find there's live animals, there's plants, there's textile, and textile can start from either cotton itself to a finished garment, and there are codes which harmonize how we are able to quantify what you're selling, and it also helps either the customs to put it in the right place, and also when you're invoicing or when you're shipping that product, it is easier for the two parties to be in agreement what this product is and what it is called in terms of a code. And that is what we call the commodity classification and the organization of tariffs. And like I mentioned, when you get into this book, you will see the tariffs. If you're importing the coconut butter or the cocoa butter, when you're importing it, this is the same guide that will let you know. Does it have AfCFTA? Is Ghana, have they ratified it? Are they are they on? Are they on the same level as Kenya? What taxes will you pay? And you can even compare with the other markets. Maybe they have their ECOWAS, and maybe I still have our East Africa community. I know they are converging to have one so that they are also able to get advantages, because if the cocoa butter from say Ghana is expensive, you may decide to get it from perhaps Singapore. But we're saying by just breaking this and making it easier, then you may want to support someone from Ghana than another country that is outside Africa. So that's what the e-tariff is. It's good to skim through and check where you lie and see whether whether you there are tariffs that you need to pay for the specific country or the block that you want to sell to, and what advantages lie for you in terms of importing or in terms of exporting. So the next one is AfCFTA Hub. I'm not sure you're able to see, I think it's a bit hazy, but you can get an AfCFTA number, and all you need to do is register. So you go to the AfCFTA Hub and register, and this helps you, it gives you an ID. And when you go to the website, it tells you that it opens doors, it's able to identify you, and it also helps you to conduct business. It becomes like a surety. You know, fraudsters like keeping it on the low, they like leaving gaps. And therefore, just de-risking yourself as a person who wants to engage on AfCFTA, they will give you a number, and that number will help you. It will help you run your business, and it becomes a basic common denominator trust, basic trust. I'd like you to Google and check how it is and how it works for you. But top of mind for me, it feels like a PIN number that helps you be known on this platform because you're working with fellow business people or you're investing in different countries. If you got somebody who has this number, then there's a certain level of trust, because they're saying that I have registered with AF, with Africa Free Continental Trade Area, and I'm willing to do business with you. So that is one, but you can check. You know, these things are very dynamic. You may find there are certain things that have been uploaded, but top of mind, this is a number that you get and helps you and facilitates your trust, or it helps the other person build trust in you in terms of conducting business. And I'm sure there are many other benefits that are on this, and it would be good to check on this site to see what other benefits you may get there, you as a person who wants to conduct a business. And the last one we're going to look at is what this Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, and I know I alluded to it, is one, it's enabling nations to pay with domestic currencies. And banks are getting together to do this. Central banks are getting together, African central banks are getting together, and they're working on the modalities of how business people are able to use currencies and do not get adversely affected by the forex exchanges that we have when we're doing imports and exports. And the objective is to make it more convenient and more cost effective. So when you're on this platform, you're able to pay with your local currency, and the person on the other side is able to receive it in their currency without having to use our regular measure, like I said, in Ethiopia. when we wanted to work on our currency, we would have to first peg our currencies on the US currency and then either convert it back to my currency or convert it back to the local currency. But the measure was the dollar. Now, are we able to do that without another currency involved? So up to there, I don't know whether there are any comments. Rachel, are you in the room? Are there any questions, any comments that we could look at?
I can see comments like we have a comment from Wekali Mwango saying, "Good morning, enjoying the enlightening conversation." Yeah. So quite a bit to learn. I'm sure we are busy, taking notes.
Yes. But if there's anybody who has had an African experience, I know there are some bodies that have been able to sponsor people to African countries, or you have been able to do business with other African countries. It could be within the East African bloc. And if there are, please share with us your experiences, how it's been for you. My experience with Rwanda was, and this was before AfCFTA. I remember they called it the Mujura. Hey, we had quite an incident with the customs. We had gone for a trade fair in Rwanda and we went by air. And the customs there really gave us a very difficult time. I think it took us like a whole day just to get our products out. And we were told once we have our products in, it was going to be very difficult to have our products out. It was going to take about 4 days for them to clear our products. And yet we were in a fair for about 4 days. So we had to get other means to get our product outside the country. And these are the things that we're saying, that the customs regime at that time was very difficult for us to do business with Rwanda, even considering, because for us, that experience was a bit difficult. I hear it is much different right now. Of course, trade fairs are very different from conducting business there. It's a long term, so you're able to put your things in place. For us, we had been told we had to get a PIN number to do any sales at the trade fair, and we just couldn't quite understand. We had to get a letter, but it was a project that was being worked on what are the challenges that exporters face, African SMEs face when they are going into other markets and trying to work with other markets. And I'm sure this is data that has been used by AfCFTA and have seen the roadblocks that are there between your local country and the other country that is conducting businesses. But if there are cases where people have been successful, I also know people who are conducting businesses. I have a friend who is in Rwanda and doing branded items in Rwanda. And she says it's a very good business for her. So I don't know whether there are any experiences that you may have. The chat is open. It would be nice to hear from you to see whether there are any experiences that you may be having. So that was one part of what.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Catherine, we
Yes.
have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sawa.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we will then go to the next. How does it affect Kenya? And this has Kenya implemented? And the answer is yes. And this is under KRA. So KRA, you are able to get this information. So I'd also ask you to go to the KRA portal. They're able to give you the rules of origin. They also have rules of origin places. You can see where you need to go. So as you can see, the border points have also been singled out as areas where you can also do the cross-border and where you can get your certificates, as we were talking before. So that is KRA. So requirements, one of the requirements you need is what we said before. And when you go to KRA, you'll be required to do a triplicate of that. And what are the benefits of SMEs? Well, I'll only highlight two: diversification of economies for you, market access, and enhanced competitiveness. These are things that you also need to look into. Logistical issues in the countries that you're going to. One country may be very different from another African country. And these are the things that you also need to get into. Tips on intra-Africa trade. One, invest in uh, um, internal infrastructure and comply with customs procedures, the ones that we talked about. And the other one, develop market strategies. They could be long term, they could be short term. And as you're going into those markets, also consider having partnerships with the local people in that country that you're getting into. Customize your products to meet the local demands. Find out what it is and also comply. There are non-tariff measures that you need to look into. Build the teams that you're working with, both local and those that you're hoping to partner with in those countries. And also look for cultural competencies. Be careful about the culture that is there. You're working with people. And also work on your supply chain optimization. The logistical issues could be very, very expensive. So also think about maybe forming plants in those countries if you're in manufacturing to bring down your costs. The other one is sustainability. This agenda is everywhere, but as a personal responsibility, align yourself with this and see how you can work with the local enterprises that you have or the local communities to make sure that you're keeping up with the social standards and the local environment. The others, these are, I'm not going to read all of them, but they are do's and don'ts. We have touched about them. But the one that I want to chat is that not everybody speaks English. I don't assume one size fits all. And do your market research well in advance before you invest too much in it. Now, these are sources of information that you can get. I know KEPSA has taken entrepreneurs to DRC. I know Chambers works with other chambers of commerces in Africa. Export Promotion Council have programs that run around countries. Biashara Africa is also a good place. We have this training and also CAM. I think recently they were in Ethiopia and they're also looking at policies that can support us. In terms of regional, these are partners that we may want to check into. Maybe they have programs, maybe they have insights that you may not have. Some are regional economic blocks that we are aware of. Some even have bodies like Comesa Business Council. Those are people who can give information. These are East African community. There's also international bodies. I know ITC has supported some business member organization and SMEs to travel into other African countries. And those are the ones that we had today. So if you do need, or if you are considering going to the African countries, these are the things, top line, that you may want to get into. But I would urge you, look at the last three areas. The slides perhaps will be availed to you, but also look at the AfCFTA website and get more informed, get detailed, because we are talking generally. You have the area that you're working with, maybe you're in service and there's specific things you need to look into, maybe you're in goods and there's specific things that you need to get into. Do a deep dive and see what you can do. And with that, over to you, Rachel, on AfCFTA.
Brilliant, brilliant, Catherine. Thank you so much. That was loaded. Huh? That was quite something. And definitely, by the time we are having this conversation next year, we will have gone to some of these countries. Some of us who are
Yes, and you don't have to wait until you have all the dots, all your ducks lined up.
so we get a product. Okay, brilliant. Now, thank you so much, Catherine. We we'll continue having these conversations on how our entrepreneurs can tap into AfCFTA. Yeah. It's quite a mouthful. Huh? So thank you so much for the great presentation. We'll definitely have more sessions in the coming year to ensure that our entrepreneurs benefit from from AfCFTA. Thank you for your
Yeah,
time, Catherine.
yeah. And what I want to say in closing, you don't have to have it all together. You can just take
All right, now for this session. The next session will be very exciting. You asked for it last year. And this year we had to just have it. And we have a presenter ready to take us through the session on selling on LinkedIn. She has all the information you need. We've been getting quite a bit of queries around how to sell on LinkedIn, and if even whether to have presence on LinkedIn as an individual, the business owner, or the business itself, or both. And with us today is Nelly Ndonye, very passionate about LinkedIn and the opportunities on LinkedIn. So if you have questions, please put them on the chat and she will be addressing that. She's the regional director at Turn Left Media, which is the organization that handles LinkedIn marketing solutions in Sub-Sahara Africa. They're the LinkedIn representatives for marketing solutions in Sub-Saharan Africa. So the best person to facilitate this session with us today. So thank you so much, Nelly, for joining us. I'll put on your presentation. I'll give you a minute to say hello as I do that. Karibu, Nelly.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Rachel, for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here. Yes, you're very correct. I'm very passionate about LinkedIn, and I would like everyone to understand it the way I do and to be able to unlock the benefit that's available on LinkedIn. We've got a lot of corporates who've slowly gotten onboarded and they've grown their investment on LinkedIn. And I do appreciate that it's a little bit different compared to the other social media platforms. So I'm happy to demystify it for everyone this morning. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nelly. I hand it over to you.
All right, perfect. Let me see if I can try and share my screen.
No, we've already shared your screen.
Okay, let me just, it's okay.
Nelly, yeah, we've shared your presentation, but if you'd like to share your screen, you can as well do that using the tab present at the bottom.
All right, no, it's all right. We can continue. Please slide to the next slide.
You're not able to move the slides? Just try to
I
move the
can.
slides.
Okay.
Okay, you may then project from your end.
All right, let me try that.
Yeah, just share from your end then. We see if that works best. So I'll be reading some comments from some of us. If you've not introduced yourself, feel free to introduce yourself on the chat. Tell us your name. Masi Gakuo, good morning. I'm delighted to be here. Is it possible to get the presentations after this? You will have the recording so you can watch this. We will not be sharing the presentations, but you will have this using the same link. After we close, you can rewatch the sessions. And thanks, Masi, for that.
All right, Rachel, I have the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Try it now to move whether it works.
It's moving. Can you view it on your
perfect.
end?
Yeah, I hand it over to you, Nelly.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you everyone for coming in this morning. So what I want to do is take you through first an introduction to LinkedIn and an understanding as to why LinkedIn is important and why you need to consider it. After that, we'll go to the different strategies that you can execute on LinkedIn. This is both looking at the organic, where you don't have to spend any money, and on the paid, where you actually have to spend money. If you do have any questions, please put them in the chat. I will definitely secure like a good 15, 20 minutes at the end so that I can respond to any of your questions. All right, thank you. So as Rachel has said, we're a LinkedIn partner for Sub-Saharan Africa. Ideally, what we do in the region is to get closer to clients who are looking to use LinkedIn to unlock certain value. And LinkedIn has a variety of solutions, but I will share that as we go along. What a good place to start when you think about LinkedIn is the member, because the platform is actually built for the member, and the member is the consumer and the member is also the buyer. That's the one thing you need to remember when you're using LinkedIn. And for this member, there's a lot of things that affect them in their day-to-day lives. There's what's happening around them. You know, when you think about the global pandemic, remote work, social movements, remote schooling, technology advancements, all that is happening around them, and it is important to them. But then there's also, what do they need as an individual? What are they looking for? They're looking for health and safety. They want work-life balance. They want job security. They want travel mobility. As a member, outside of everything that's happening, there's what is important to them. Now, for them to be able to find solutions for what they need, there's the certain things that they're looking for, resources they're looking for. They're looking for virtual tools and technology. They're looking for transportation solutions. They're looking for trusted educational sources. They're looking for work from home solutions or healthcare solutions. When you think about LinkedIn from that perspective, then it is easy to see where you as a brand fit in. What LinkedIn has done is that it has created an environment whereby you as a service provider or as a business can come and be the solution that this member is looking for. The members are already on the platform. They already have all these things affecting them. They know what they want. They know what they're looking for. As a brand, it's a great place to come and be that solution provider for the business, for the member. And that's what LinkedIn is trying to achieve with this platform. Now, LinkedIn has quite a variety of solutions. We might be very limited in knowing which ones they are. So I always like to go through the different products that LinkedIn has just to break them down in the event that you might actually need one more than you need the other, or you may not even know that there's a particular solution that exists. The first solution I'd like to focus on is the Hire solution. Hire is basically the solution that particular members use to find the right talent. And usually it's either business owners or it's the recruiter or HR roles within the platform that use this platform the most. So for small businesses, I find they might not necessarily have HR in their departments, but they do hire the teams that they need. So we have a part of the platform that's called the Recruiter and the Recruiter Lite that provides tools for you to source for candidates. This part of the platform enables you to connect with people who are outside of your network, to be able to view people who you would ideally not interact with from the connections that you have. So by having a license to this product, because it's a paid service, you then have access to the whole complete membership on LinkedIn. Then we have the LinkedIn Learning platform. The LinkedIn Learning is an online learning platform owned by LinkedIn. It has over 20,000 courses. It's a licensed product whereby an individual can upgrade their personal account and have access to learning solutions, or a corporate or an organization can say, I want to buy licenses for my staff members. I have 20 staff members and I want them to upskill when it comes to, creative design, or when it comes to, leadership, or when it comes to writing emails, depending on the level of complexity you're looking for. LinkedIn Learning has 20,000 courses broken down into business, creative, and technology. Happy to go into detail for specific people who might be interested in this, but at a different session. Then we have LinkedIn marketing. And I think this is what this conversation today is focused on. Today, we want to focus on how can I market on LinkedIn? And when I say marketing means, the paid option and the organic option, and we'll focus on that in the coming slides. Then we have the sell option. The sell solution on LinkedIn is called Sales Navigator. It's a licensed product too that enables you to be able to connect with people who are outside of your network. It is best suited for people who are invested in, or for people who are focused on unlocking connections, sourcing for contacts outside of the geographical regions or the network. And I think based on the previous presentation by on AfTA, basically the Africa Trade Agreement, I think for those looking for connections, in DRC, in West Africa, in different countries, the LinkedIn Sales Navigator would be a great tool for you to use, because then you're able to connect to people you're able to view and prospect for contacts that are outside of your network and outside of your region. Also happy to go into detail, but at a different session. So for today, let's focus on marketing. And so I'm going to look at marketing and talent in certain slides, because LinkedIn is known for those two things, marketing and talent, or looking for the right talent. Now, when you think about, the challenges that marketers experience or businesses experience or HR experience, they're all the same. You have a challenge around awareness. Do people know your organization exists? Do people know that your organization provides X type of service? You want to make sure that people know you exist and you provide XYZ service or product. The next challenge that you experience is usually mind share. Mind share is in terms of the category within which you exist as an organization. Are you top of mind? Are you in the top 5 or the top 10 that a customer will think about when they're looking to buy a particular product in your category? For example, if you're in the jewelry space, you create great jewelry for special occasions. If a customer is looking to buy a ring or a bracelet or a chain for a big event like an award ceremony, are you in the top 10 organizations or companies that they think about when they're looking to purchase that product? That's where that's what mind share is. You need to have enough mind share in your audience pool to be able to convert them to customers when they're ready to buy. And then, of course, there's competition. How do you compare? And competition, you can look at it from the variance in products that someone is providing. But on LinkedIn and in this context, what you're talking about is how do you stand out on the platform? Are you standing out from the competition? Do you have more to offer than the competition? Because not everyone is on LinkedIn. Not every organization is on LinkedIn. So you might even find that you might have an advantage coming on because, your sector or your category has not yet been what's the word, there are not too many people or too many businesses, so you still really do stand out because you're the only organization who's in that category who's advertising on LinkedIn. So you want to think about those 3 things when you're looking at LinkedIn. And if I was to focus on each of them, when you think about awareness, you want to think about how much brand marketing you're doing versus demand. Remember, customers buy when they're ready to buy, not when you're ready to sell. So what you want to do is you want to drive awareness, they know you exist, and you want to make sure that you have enough mind share so that when they're ready to buy, then you are top of mind and they will come to you. And that's where your brand marketing comes in. From our research, it shows we are advised that the best split on when it comes to brand marketing is 60%. Demand marketing is when you're looking at immediate conversions, immediate results. And this is where you're trying to generate leads. This is where maybe you have offers. Maybe as your organization, you probably do end of year offers. We are right now experiencing the Black Friday, Black November experience where every organization is doing deals. When you're doing that kind of advertising or that kind of demand marketing, we recommend that you spend 40% of your budget on that. And that's because it's really very short-term driven. It's not long-term driven. But when you look at your brand marketing, it's very long-term driven. And it requires a higher investment for you to get the most value out of it. When it comes to mindshare, what we sometimes forget as organizations or businesses is that the member is experiencing so much more than just your product. When you think about a customer, from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed that evening, they've picked up their phone, they've gotten SMSs that are they've gotten SMSs that are advertising to them products or services, they've gotten push notifications from their applications that they downloaded. They've been billboards they've experienced on the road. There's ads they've seen on TV. They've sat on their computer. They went online. There's all these ads they experienced. That's a lot of communication that members and individuals or customers, if you want to look at it from that perspective, experience in a day. So you need to find a way to be able to stand out, to make sure that you're remembered. And this could be based on the content you create, or it could be on how you connect with your customers. And this is where mindshare becomes important, because there's so much that the member is experiencing. You need to find a way to stand out. And then there's competition. And this is just from the context of LinkedIn. These are just simple posts, organic, not advertisements, organic standard posts that different companies have put up. And we took screen grabs of it just to kind of create that experience of how much a member experiences, right? So there's a lot, everyone is trying to compete for this member's attention. How are you standing out? And this is where, the way you present your brand really matters. The way you choose to communicate really matters, and it helps you stand out. You can look, some of this, the graphics used here have very light image, some have very heavy image, some have a big visual compared to the text. You want to figure out, some have no visual, some have only text. You want to figure out what's best for your brand and what will make you stand out and what will resonate with your audience. It's not always predefined that this is the best type of creative, but as you start using the platform and as you test out different ways of presenting your brand and your products, some of these signs come up and you're able to find the best way to create content that distinguishes you and differentiates you on the platform. So you want to think about that. The other thing I like to highlight when I think about competition is the social media platforms within which LinkedIn exists. So we do have Facebook, Twitter, and these are just your top three. There's so many others that we've not highlighted here. What I like to highlight with this slide is different platforms serve different purposes, right? When you think about when people are looking to be entertained or they want to stay connected to friends and family, Twitter, your Facebook is where the audience is going. But when people are looking to improve their careers, to manage their life better, as they're searching for opportunities, they want to learn from leaders and experts, they come to LinkedIn. And just by understanding this slide is how you know what kind of content or what kind of engagement to create on LinkedIn. If your content is providing entertainment value and, staying connected with friends kind of value, you're probably best sharing it on the other channels, as they may not deliver for you the kind of traction you would like on LinkedIn. But if your content or the type of engagement or the service you're providing, well packaged, will improve someone's career or improve how they manage their lives, or in some form of way, it's some expert opinion that will benefit them, then you want to share that on LinkedIn, or you want to package it in that way on LinkedIn to unlock the most value and to get the most engagement from it. All right, I hope if you have any questions, you're sharing them on the chat. So if I was to focus more on LinkedIn in how we can help you, one is we are connecting you to professional audiences. When we think LinkedIn, you always think, okay, it's the professionals. It's, the mindset of the person is, the way they think when they're at work or when they're in a work environment, or and even if it's a social environment around other professionals. So we will help. What LinkedIn does is that you're able to create connections with these professionals on LinkedIn, right? And this then enables you to get connected to both active and passive buyers. Remember when we said we do brand marketing, so that when a client is thinking about your product, at least they know you exist, and you want to grow their mind share so that when they think of buying, you're top of mind. This is where this is how LinkedIn helps you solve that problem. So we've got professional audiences on LinkedIn, and we're able to help you create awareness at scale to both active and passive buyers. Then we drive meaningful engagement. And this is basically in the way that we're able to target audiences on LinkedIn, right? We're able to capture the mindset of the key target that is relevant to your product. And this is just because of the way the back end of their LinkedIn algorithm works. When someone creates their profile, they put their job, the years of experience, they put the companies they've worked with, they put in their seniority. All of this become data that you can use as an organization when you want to target people in a particular industry, at a particular seniority, at a particular job role. And that way your energy is spent best and your resources are spent best on where they're most valuable. And then, of course, the platform yields results because you're able to stand out from your competition based on how you position yourself in terms of content, in terms of your brand voice, and in terms of the level of engagement you create on LinkedIn. Excuse me. All right. This is just a snapshot of the numbers. The number of members we have on LinkedIn. As you can quickly tell, South Africa has the largest numbers, followed by Egypt and then Nigeria. We have grown pretty fast in East Africa, so we're at 4.1 million, and this growth has, it was accelerated post-COVID, but it's been really based on value that people have experienced on the platform. And on all the different regions, there's been some drastic growth on the platform. When you're looking at how to engage on LinkedIn, as I mentioned earlier, you've got two strategies you can activate. One is the organic strategy and one is the paid strategy. Our recommendation is always start with the organic strategy. Your organic strategy doesn't require you to spend any immediate money up front. You're probably using the resources you already have. Your paid strategy requires you to put in some cash, some advertising dollars, and I'll take you through each of them. Now, for any type of engagement you want to have on LinkedIn, you want to think about these 5 pillars. These 5 pillars is what will guide you through achieving success in both your organic and your paid strategy. First is analytics. You've got quite a number of analytics that are already available to you once you've created a presence on LinkedIn, whether it's an individual presence or a corporate presence. Then you've got the different types of presence that you can create. You've got your pages, which is a company page which you can create, for your organization. There's the groups. You can create specific groups based on areas of interest. You can have live events similar to what we are having. So, these are all assets you can create that do not cost you any money on the platform. And then, of course, you've got the campaigns where you can now run ads and unlock certain value based on the investment you make. And then you want to think about how you engaging your different stakeholders on the platform, whoever they are, whether they're customers, employees, or internal and external stakeholders. And then there's also cadence. And this is based on, kind of engagement you're doing for your brand and the kind of engagement you're doing for your demand. How much are you growing your awareness? How much are you growing your mind share versus how much are you trying to deliver or generate sales, right? So the best place to start on LinkedIn for an organization, big or small, is to create a company page. If you don't have a company page, my recommendation is create it now. Why? Because it's going to take you time to grow your community on LinkedIn. So what you want to do is the earliest you can set it up, the better, because once your business is out, it's interacting with people, the people who will come back to look, do you have a LinkedIn page? What's on your LinkedIn page? How do you talk about yourself on LinkedIn? There will still be an interest. It might be slow. You might not be fully investing in it at the beginning, but it's always advisable to create the page. Once you've created the page, the next step you want to think about is how you join in the conversations that matter. And the conversations that matter is basically conversations focused on your product or service or your industry or your customers and stakeholders. So this can be, are you posting? Are you responding to comments that have been shared by people who've consumed your product or service who are interested? You can share content in different formats. You can share graphics and text. You can share Word documents, PDFs, PowerPoints. Basically, just about any piece of content format you have is acceptable on LinkedIn. And then, of course, react to the comments and hashtags that are, that show up on your feed or that people are sharing on that are tagged to your organization or to your industry. If you're in farming, there's a lot of conversations happening about farming. You as a, small business owner in the farming sector, do you have a point to add? Do you have something to contribute? You want to think about how you'll engage that audience. You also want to make sure every so often you connect to your community in real time so you can get some actual engagement, similar to what we're doing today with this live bootcamp, right? And then take time to understand your audience, because this will also help you inform your strategy. LinkedIn has a lot of analytic tools, as I mentioned, both on your organic page, which is the free page, and also if you go the campaign management or the media or the marketing direction where you're spending money, you'll get a lot of insights from any activities that you carry on LinkedIn. This Insights will tell you about the trends of your audience. What content are they looking at? What are they interested in? What's the key topic based on specific hashtags of specific industry that you're in? You want to monitor how people are engaging. Do you have more likes? Are you getting interesting comments? Are people commenting? Is nobody commenting? So, all that, no feedback is also feedback. It tells you, maybe what you're sharing is not interesting, or it's not important, or does not add any value. So you want to think about that. And at the same time, whatever engagement you're getting from your audience, if you engage back, then they feel like, this brand connects to me and understands me, and, they're more drawn to you as an organization or as a business. Then, of course, how do you engage the people on the group or the people you've engaged with in the past? I feel that sometimes we forget this simple task of tagging. Just tagging or maybe mentioning someone you've done business with, or clients, or organizations you've partnered with, or the events you've partnered with. Just by tagging them, it brings together their community and your community, and it gives you some organic viral effect that you wouldn't get if you did not tag them, right? So you want to think about, when you're putting out any piece of content, do you tag maybe someone who you've mentioned, or someone in the industry that is relevant, or you've called on to someone within your organization to probably add on to what you've shared? It never hurts. It just combines your audiences and gives you a more amplified experience of that piece of content. All right. You want to make sure that you're also engaging your employees and turning them into advocates. Your employees are your biggest and cheapest asset when it comes to organic engagement. If you share content on your company page as an organization and your employees are happy to reshare this, it means that they're exposing your brand to their community, right? So you want to find ways of making it easy for your employees to also engage the content. And also, as an organization, are you resharing your employees' content? Are you acknowledging some of your content? Is it commenting on them or liking them, or resharing some of their best articles on the company page? Everyone wants to feel recognized, and when the company page recognizes an employee's content, it always feels good, and it helps in combining also, again, the audiences. And then we have the thought leadership part of it. Thought leadership is whereby we need you as the executive, you as the business owner, to create content and share on LinkedIn for people to consume. And that's because, you've been in this industry for a very long time, or you've got such experience in it. That's why you're a leader or an executive in this business, or there must be something you're doing right that's made you a successful leader in this industry, in this business. Now, we encourage leaders to create thought leadership content, which they then share on the platform. And this definitely, based on data, has increased trust in the organization by 89%, and also enhances the brand reputation. People want to know who's behind the products and services they consume. They want to feel like they can also connect with them, or they understand them in terms of how they think or what they're talking about. So as an executive, whether it's doing a short video, or it's adding a comment to a post of something related to the industry, or if it's writing a simple post about an event or an activity or an innovation around the industry, that's what thought leadership is. And that is very valuable to members on the platform. They want to hear what other executives and thought leaders have to say about what's happening. It's important for you to consider this short-term and long-term, because it'll help with your brand reputation, market consideration, demand generation. It will also help you attract the right talents. And you see, if a leader is doing it, your employees will be happy to do it too. So you want to consider that too. As I mentioned, live events similar to what we're doing right now would be a great way to ensure that you're also engaging with your audience. Another amazing organic strategy to use, because live events on LinkedIn are free events. And then, of course, we've got ways in which we can then now engage your audience using the paid strategy. So everything I've covered so far around how to engage on the platform, how to share content and communicate and participate on the platform is organic. Ideally, creating a page is free, whether for you as a business or for individuals within the business. Writing executive content, you can do it very easily. It's free for you to do. All you need to do is share it on LinkedIn. But now we have strategies that drive your paid engagement. And this is when you're trying to connect with people who do not know you exist. They're outside of your network, and you need to bring them to your page to first know you exist, know your products and services, gain mind share, and eventually convert them to customers. Our paid strategy on LinkedIn is pretty straightforward. We always say start by identifying your objectives. What do you want to achieve first? Once you've identified your objectives, you want to then start finding the right audience, because your product is not a product for everyone, right? So why should you advertise it to everyone? You want to focus on the people who are actually likely to consume your product. So let's find your audience. And your audience can be in one simple group. You could say your audience is all ladies. And that's correct. But you might find that in certain cases, my audience might be maybe ladies of this age group upwards. It might be gentlemen in this industry. It could be executives in this role. So you might have different audiences that you bring together to create the community that would consume your products or your services. So once we find the audience and we establish the community, the next thing we do is we launch the campaign. And this, I'll go through a little more detail on how to launch these campaigns and how we do it. And then finally, measure the results, learn and reiterate, right? Once you've run the campaign, there's always learnings, there's always room for improvement, there's always room for optimization, right? So let's keep building based on that. So these are the quick steps for running a campaign on LinkedIn. An interesting thing to also keep in mind, on LinkedIn, you can actually run multiple objectives at the same time. So you might be driving corporate branding to grow your awareness and mind share. Go for it. You might be trying to find the right talents on your platform. We can still run that at the same time. Or you might want to promote your product and service. All this can be run on the platform at the same time if you must, right? When it comes to targeting, and I think I started briefly talking about this. When a member comes and creates a a page on LinkedIn, there's certain information that they give us that enable us to categorize them in a way that businesses, when they come in, can target these particular people based on certain criteria. So think about company. When you create a company page, there's certain data that you add on to create that company page. It gives us perimeters for targeting when it comes to running ads. When you think about members as individuals, there's information they give us that tell us, some of the demographic data, education, job experience, and interest. And all this then form our targeting strategies. We also have certain other custom targeting strategies. Some are interest-based, where we target people based on interest, and their interest is normally determined by the type of content they consume and the type of content they share. Then we have custom segments, which are these are defined by LinkedIn algorithm, and these are based on how someone engages on the platform and also data around their device. Then we have customized targeting based on matched audiences. And I find this to be the best way of running campaigns if you already have the data. One is website targeting. If you already have an audience that's coming to your website because you've created your website and that's a default location when someone's trying to find out information about your product or your service, being able to re-engage this audience who've come to your website is usually a good place to start. The other is email contact targeting. Maybe you've had events, maybe you've had engagements with clients, and you've created these long lists, or you have this database that exists of email contacts. It's always easier to start with those people who already know you exist. So you can retarget them using this email contact, because we would upload the list on LinkedIn and then run an ad to then match these email addresses to their profiles and retarget these people on LinkedIn. Then we have account-based targeting, and this is also one of the best performing campaigns for businesses, whereby you say, I have this list of companies that I want to target as potential customers, and I know the person who would buy this service is the procurement, and it would be someone in leadership, and probably be, depending on whatever, say it's an IT solution, maybe you're targeting the head of IT. So you target IT procurement and, the CEO of the organization. So when you give us this list, you don't necessarily have to know the individuals in this organization, but your campaign can target them to make them aware that you exist. And then we've got lookalike audience, which you can basically create from the last three audiences that we've talked about. So we kind of look at, say, the executives you've targeted in account targeting, and we look at creating another audience that looks like that. Or you've got this email contacts, and we look at creating another audience that looks like this contacts on your email contacts. That's how lookalike audiences are created, and they're amazing for reaching your target market. Sorry, excuse me 1 minute. When it comes to targeting for marketing and talent, these are just samples of audiences we've done. For the first one, we're looking at decision makers in farming. So what I did when I was looking for decision makers in farming, I said I want to target farmers in Kenya. So first is the location or the region, so Kenya. And then I said I want to target people who work in the industry or a company that is in farming or in ranching or forestry, anything to do with farming. I also said I wanted to target someone who has an interest in agriculture and farming, because I'm looking for decision makers in farming. And then I decided I have a particular seniority I want to work with or I want to engage with. And this is anyone who is in a manager role, director role, chief executive role, VP role, partner or owner role. So this then gave me back an audience of 210 that I can connect with or that I can advertise to on LinkedIn. It's a little bit different when you're looking for, when you're targeting based for talent, because for talent, you want to create a much tighter audience number. And at the same time, you're more specific about what you're looking for. So the location, yes, remained Kenya, and the industry remained farming, ranching, and forestry. But when it came to experience, we narrowed it down to 3 to 5 years of experience. And I also was very specific on particular skills that we're looking for this person. And this is organic farming and agriculture, which gave me an audience of 1.1 thousand. You'll always find when you targeting for marketing, the audience is bigger than when you're targeting for farming. All right. Then we have the different ad formats. I see we have about 15 minutes. This is about our last half of the presentation. We've got different types of ads, and I am aware that there are certain situations whereby for most of us, we have an experience you should have at least seen most, if not all, the ads. So we've got 4 families of ads, sorry. So we've got the sponsored content, for the dynamic ads, sponsored messaging, text ads, and I'll go through that on my follow-up slides. But what I wanted to highlight here is that LinkedIn has different convert member to a customer, right? You want to doesn't know that looking for that product or service. How do you convert them to a customer and get them to convert as a customer? The first and most popular and best performing ad format we have is the single image ad. It's basically just a little bit of text and a graphic or an image. And this is one of our best performing ad formats because it's very native and it blends to the LinkedIn experience, right? When running campaigns around any objective, this is one of the most recommended ad formats to use. This is just a sample of what the ad would look like, depending on what you're trying to achieve, right? The next ad format we have is the carousel ad, and this is just made up of cards. For our carousel ads, also great performing when you break it down to the details of what you're trying to sell. They work best when you've got, multiple messages around the same product or the same service that you'd like to highlight. And we can have up to 10 cards, but on the LinkedIn platform, we recommend using 3 to 5 cards for best outcomes. This is just a sample of what carousel ads would look like. Next is the video ads. We've all experienced video ads, also very, very well performing ad format on our platform. Simple text and the graphic and the call to action always work. This is just a sample of what video ads would look like on LinkedIn. Then we have the job ad, of course, being a platform that's very well known for finding talent. We must have one of this. So it's a job ad. So say, for example, you've got a job role you'd like to promote and you're targeting a particular target audience. We can also run that as an ad targeting the specific people that are likely to apply and are best suited for the role. Then we have the messaging ads. I'm sure you've received this if you're an active LinkedIn user. This is a message that comes to your inbox. So you've got 2 types of message ads. One is a simple message ad where there's only one call to action. It's like an email. So you've got, your subject, your message, and, call to action at the end, learn more or register. Then we have the conversation ad, which has multiple call to action. So maybe, you've got a key offering that as a brand you're promoting to a member, but there's two actions they could take. Maybe they want to find out more details, maybe they want to register, or maybe they're just not interested. You can have that as a call to action. Then you've got dynamic ads. These are really good ads for long-term investments, but they're only served on desktop, so they're very slow delivery. And then finally, we have the lead gen form. What's so amazing about the lead gen form on LinkedIn is that, remember, because ads are targeted to members who've created a profile, when a member sees an ad and they want to fill out a lead gen form, it pre-populates with their data because they already know their name, they already have an email address, they already have a phone number that they've already integrated to their, or they've already added onto their own profile. If the member wants to change it, they still can change it, but it makes it very easy for members to complete lead gen forms, which drives higher conversion for our brands. And I think that's it. Unless there's any question, I try to make sure I stay within time. Rachel?
Yes, Nelly. And that was brilliant. I was just hoping you continue. And yeah, a very good conversation. I have a few questions since we have a few minutes. For some of our entrepreneurs, and
All
I'll
right.
give two examples. I'll give two examples of
Yes.
entrepreneurs, and you can guide on how then they can capitalize on LinkedIn to market and sell their products. An entrepreneur who's doing honey, and selling honey to consumers, to buyers who will consume the honey. So B2C. And then a scenario of an entrepreneur who's in fashion and apparel, selling African wear, also selling to customers directly. The two, how would they then use LinkedIn to for the benefit of their businesses?
Okay, this is interesting. B2C is also welcome on LinkedIn. What I always recommend is you need to create a presence first. If you don't have a presence, then you can't start advertising until you've done that. So the first thing I would say is create a company page for honey, for fashion and apparel. The perimeters that the platform will recommend for you when you're setting up the page, so that then you also get insights that are related to your industry. Then the next thing I would say is start inviting people to connect to your page or to follow your page. And this, you as a business owner, you're likely to be an admin on the page. So you want to invite everyone who you've ever connected with or who's connected to you to then consider following the company page. Once you've done that, you have other people within your organization maybe that you can also invite to do the same, to invite the people to to follow your company page. But as you do this, because it's not a one-day activity, it's an ongoing activity, is you want to feature your product and to the people who are already following you. And this is your organic strategy where you're still not spending money yet. So if it's honey, you want to talk about, why is your honey so good? How does it compare from, or how does it differ from the others? How can a customer access your honey? Do you do direct deliveries, or are your products available in particular stores? You make the customer aware of, where they can find your product. If you want, you can go as far as sharing your pricing. Maybe the pricing differs, so you don't want to be specific about that. Maybe you can talk about how can honey add value to people's life, because people want to connect. They're looking for solutions, right? How does honey help my life? You want to share content around that. Similar to the fashion and apparel, create a company page, connect with either past or previous or present consumers, feature your products, let people know how they can access it. Now, that's your organic strategy, and that's a good strategy, but also a long-term strategy. If you're looking to convert customers quickly, then you can look at running ads and targeting your customers. So you can say, for someone who's selling honey, honey. They can say, oh my God, I need to grow my business, or I need to get more customers because I'm producing more than I can be able to sell. So what should I do? Maybe I need to find small businesses or small coffee shops that I can sell my honey to, right? So then we can create an audience that defines, small coffee shops or small businesses that are around providing refreshments. And we can say, okay, let's allocate our budget to this and let's target these organizations. And what do we want to do? We want to create awareness, and we want to grow mindshare, and we want to generate some immediate leads. Want some clients who's going to call us and tell us, please deliver some samples so we can try your product, then we'll consider placing an order. Same applies with the apparel. You want people to buy your products. Maybe there's themes around it. We're going to the holiday season. Are you doing any seasonal clothing? And you might say, because I'm doing some seasonal clothing, I want to run a campaign for the season. So we'll create a budget and a plan based on that, and we can use that to both grow your following and at the same time generate some quick conversions for you.
Okay, brilliant. And yesterday we had a discussion of some of us whose customers are not online, or they don't search for products before they buy. What would be your advice for such entrepreneurs who possibly are serving a rural community or informal community who are not tech savvy?
Well, that's always an interesting one. But I think what we always forget is that every interaction your brand has doesn't necessarily mean that that's where it ends and that's your final customer. It's not. There's what we call influencers, and influencers not in the traditional way of influencers in the advertising space, but influencers in the decision-making phase. So for example, let's even use the same examples you've given me, honey and fashion and apparel. I use honey at home, but I don't use it as much as my parents do because they don't do sugar altogether. So they always influence me in my choice of honey because they consume more honey, so they know where to get the best honey, and they know how to determine which honey has the best consistency. So they influence my purchase decision, right? In the same way, I could be the one who's consuming, maybe the fashion and apparel. The one engaging with the fashion and apparel page on LinkedIn because, they're doing some seasonal clothing, around, weddings or events. And my mom doesn't, but because I've seen it, I may not be the customer, but my mom might be looking for something to wear for a wedding in December, and I'll be the one to recommend the fashion and apparel organization. So let's not forget that there are certain influencers within the journey of our brand that may not necessarily be the final buyers, but can influence the final buyers.
All right. Thank you so much. Do we have someone who would like their LinkedIn profile or LinkedIn page be reviewed by Nelly? Please drop it on the chat. If you'd like, we may just make a minute or two. If you'd like Nelly to review your LinkedIn page, let us know. And maybe as we do that, I would like to invite one of our entrepreneurs, Frederick. Frederick, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you connected to two devices, or you also have opened the YouTube channel?
Okay, I was in the other meeting, but I'm trying to connect two devices.
Okay, you may just want to connect on the link this platform. I think it's better now. If you can switch on your camera, the better, because I want to give you an opportunity to ask Ellie a question. But first, you'd tell us what you do, the product you sell, and which country you're from. And then I'll pose your question to Nelly on matters selling on LinkedIn.
Hi, Nelly.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. My name is Frederick Lucas, founder of Luke Stanley, the co-founder. in Luke Sterling Eco Farm, majorly we are doing peanut value addition and production. And we have diversified our product into different flavors. That is, we have the peanut itself, we have the peanut flour, then we have the coated nuts and honey. So normally we blend it with honey because people find it sweet when it's sweetened with honey. So that is all about Luke Sterling.
Okay. What will be your question to Nelly?
Okay, I missed. I don't know when the conversation started, but from what I am able to say, to hear, I mean, my question to Nelly is, like right now, how do you support enterprises that are within the valuation, like now the startups like Luke Sterling? I don't know if I'm clear.
Frederick, I guess you're asking how can you use LinkedIn to market and sell your products?
Yes,
Is that
exactly.
your question? And first of all, are you on LinkedIn, Frederick?
Yeah, yeah. But
And
for
do
the
you
LinkedIn, sorry?
you're on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay. And have
Yeah.
you used LinkedIn to market and sell your peanut butter, for example?
No. For the LinkedIn, it's a private profile. So majorly I use it for work and maybe for some activities. But right now I'm in Instagram, that is for the enterprise, and Facebook majorly.
Okay, so you don't have a business page.
No, it's only in Instagram and Facebook.
Okay. So Nelly, what
Yeah.
advice would you have for Frederick? Nelly. Nelly, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you,
Yeah, you're
Nelly.
on mute.
Nelly, for some reason, we can't hear you. Okay, not very sure whether it's a connectivity issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Nelly, could you switch off your camera? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we still can't hear you, Nelly. Not very sure what the challenge is. And hopefully, yeah, we'll try to give you a minute shortly. And Cheryl, I've seen your comment, and Mercy, I will read it in a minute. Let's just see the upcoming sessions for the day. right, Nelly, let's try it one more time. Whether hopefully we'll be able to hear you this time. Okay, not sure what the challenge is. We can't still hear you, Nelly. But thank you so much for your time. We have the recording, and definitely our participants can rewatch, and we'll also see how to organize another follow-up session. I have some comments here. I have a comment from Mercy is asking, Nelly, do you also assist MSMEs to create an engaging LinkedIn page? My business doesn't have one, and from this, I have picked so many benefits. Then I have another comment from Cheryl. Thanks a lot, Nelly, for the insights. I'm looking forward to venture into LinkedIn. I don't have a page yet. Vibes, thank you for benefits of LinkedIn page. I will open one after this. And just go to www.linkedin.com and you'll be able to open a page there. We'll share notes also after this, how you can get further support. But definitely from this conversation, Nelly will need another session dedicated to discuss LinkedIn. So we'll be organizing that. Brian says, great presentation, Nelly. So this was brilliant. So thank you so much, Nelly, for your time. Okay. That was Nelly Ndonye talking to us about LinkedIn and how you can benefit from LinkedIn. Now, I want to invite one of our entrepreneurs, Dianga. Dianga, you can hear us? Ready for this? Dianga Ochino is one of our small business leaders, and the small business leaders, the top 50 finalists of our Small Business Awards 2023. She was also the award winner for the small business, women-owned small business award category. She's doing amazing stuff. But Dianga, I want to allow you to introduce yourself, your business, what you do. Also tell us whether you benefited from AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area. And then we have the next presenter. Yeah, we have the next presenter who will be discussing matters e-commerce, how you sell on a website, online shop, or marketplaces. If you have a question as well, happy to have you ask a question to him. Before you do that, I'll invite him. But for now, tell us about yourself and about your business. Diro Joelem. Karibu.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's such an honor. Yes, it's an honor to be invited to this particular platform to facilitate in whatever small way that I can give back to my community. This is not my first interaction with Biashara Africa, but a little bit about myself. I am the CEO and founder of Diro Jewelers and Enterprises. And we are producers of handcrafted fashion accessories, mainly jewelry such as the ones that I'm wearing. I use myself as a billboard. It's cost-effective marketing. This year, Biashara Africa, I applied. We had to apply for this thing. It's called the Small Business Awards, and I came out on top as the the female entrepreneur of the year. And for that, I'm very, very grateful to have been chosen. That means I must be doing something right. And Catherine Dongo facilitated the session on Africa. It's usually a mouthful.
Don't worry,
but the
Continental Free Trade Area.
AfCFTA, yes, Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I thought it was actually a very interesting topic, because it encourages cross-border trade. And most of us, because I come from entrepreneurship on the creative side, and most creatives don't like those kinds of things. We would rather not actually sit in for these kinds of meetings. But I found that, every time that there always has to be something that's backing up what you're learning, or who you are as it's value addition to you as an entrepreneur, not just as a creative. So how to trade with different people from across the world. And I have been privileged to be in an association known as Ubunifu Association. That is how I know Catherine. We actually traveled to Ethiopia together with her. And, there's so much to learn in the way of Forex. And it's only, how can I put it? There's so much room for growth. You just need to give yourself a chance. Yeah, I think that's what I'd say. And for the session that's coming up, I actually don't think I probably am the best. I just picked a time that I was comfortable and I was available at. Yes, because I think because I'm still building my website, I shy away from online market spaces because I feel like you, as a fashion entrepreneur, you have to have the standout capability. When you go into, say, like Jumia, you'll get lost in that particular space, and I could be wrong. So, and I know our presenter for today will take us through. And also now for the website, I just wanted to sell jewelry. There's so much involved in running it. And aside just from the tech, because now that's the exact thing that we are doing with my team of web developers and stuff. But I find that because I'm the one who knows and understands my pieces, I am the one who has to go into the backend, load load the images, load the say the pricing, like there's just a lot of back and forth in terms of what needs to be done so that the website can be up. And of course, I'm not the one who is completely in charge of it. They man the plugins, and you guys will, of course, you'll get to understand what all those things are, the payment gateways. They ensure that everything is working, because just trading online is the same as trading at a physical storefront. Like everything that needs to be there in a physical storefront is the same thing that needs to happen, but just now the platform changes and it comes to online. So I think I just want to know how to maybe simplify the process, and also the apprehension of joining the online, say, market spaces, because I think the only one that would be good for me right now is Etsy, because it's a platform for creators, right? So I guess that's that. Yeah.
All right, lovely. And Sly Vibe says, congratulations and beautiful earrings. What a good
Thank
way
you.
to market products by wearing them.
Yes.
I really love that. And Dianga, how can people reach you? Anyone who want to see more of your earrings, or to even order or recommend a friend, or even buy for a girlfriend or
Yeah.
a husband? Do you have jewelries for men?
We are, don't worry, we are on it this year. We are not sleeping on the next year. We're not sleeping on the job. We've been asked that question so many times, but I'll start with that. Let me start with answering for men. We've always created products for men, but now when we create them, a lady wears them. And so that crossover effect sometimes does not work for our where we are geographically. And people, once a lady wears it, men shy away from the product. And so we've not done particularly our best. We've not applied ourselves in as practically as is possible to get that product out. But next year, please watch this space. And this is how you can find us. We are retailing at different spaces in Nairobi. So if you're at the Village Market, that's on Limuru Road, you'll find us at the Zanta Adida store, at the Sarit Center at the African Lifestyle Hub, or at the Nairobi Street Kitchen at the Ubunifu vendor booth, and at the Share Cafe in Lavington. If that fails, or if you're a person for the internet, so dirokenya.com is where you can find us, or how you can order our pieces. And we are very active on social media. So we are also on LinkedIn, but we're not that active because, well, just because of our kind of products, but that's not an excuse. But we're on Instagram as Diro Jewelers. We are also on Facebook as Diro Jewelers. We're also on X. X is what was Twitter. So yeah, that's how you can find us. And if you need my number, maybe now Rachel will advise us on how to go about that. But I'm available even for business consultation. I've done this for quite a while. So yeah.
All right. Great stuff, Dianga. And thanks so much for making time to be with us. I believe you will stay along to listen to this
Yes, yes.
conversation. All right. Nice. That was Dianga. She won the Female Owned Small Business Awards category 2023, doing amazing stuff, selling both locally and outside the country. Now, I would like to invite our next presenter, Harrison Zare from Lipa Later, one of our partners, to talk to us. And you just heard what Dianga's experience has been selling on websites, selling on marketplaces, just to in a simpler way that we can understand as small business owners. How then do we do this? And what are the benefits? How do we navigate this space? So Harrison Zari, Karibu Sana, and very excited to have you here with us. I'll allow you to introduce yourself and then hand over to you to continue. I hope the presentation work. Maybe we could test it, try to run it, and we see whether it accepts. If not, then you'll have to upload from your end. Now,
Okay,
as
thank you.
we do that, yes, if it's not running, upload using the tab present at the bottom. Yeah, if the one I'm projecting is not running. So as we do that, I will read a few comments. If you've just joined us, you've not introduced yourself, please feel free to introduce yourself, your business, which county you're from, and we'll be happy to read your comments. Also tell us that you're here, you're back today if you're with us yesterday. I have a comment from Stephanie Otolo. Good morning. Happy to be here. My name is Stephanie Otolo, representing Turn Left Media. So excited. So Stephanie is a colleague to Nelly. Yeah, are we good, Harrison?
Just a second, it's still uploading.
Okay, no problem. And then we have yeah, Masi Gakuo, good morning. I'm delighted to be here. Is it possible to get the presentation after this? We'll have the recordings for you to rewatch after this. We will not be sharing the recordings. And then I have Peter Kamau. Good morning. I'm Peter Kamau from Express Messengers Limited. We are into corporate and e-commerce courier services in need of delivery services in Nairobi. We got you. That's Peter has started selling. And then we have Crafts Stylish. Good morning, everyone. My name is Apel Kireru, the proprietor of the crafts agency. We deal in crochet apparel, beaded jewelry, and organics soap. Oh, brilliant. Great stuff, Kireru. So some of the comments, feel free to introduce yourself here. We'll be happy to read your comments during these sessions. If you have a question or comment for this particular session, we'll be discussing how to sell on website, online shop, marketplaces. Please put it on the chat. We'll also be happy to hear your experience, like Dianga had just shared her experience, navigating this area. Please share your experience, share your question, share also your profile. If you're also on Lipaleta Garden, Sky Garden, selling there, also tell us. Yes. So Harrison, welcome. I can see now we are good. I will hand it over to you to introduce yourself and then continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be able to be part of this initiative. I think it's not been the first time we've interacted with Biashara Africa, and we appreciate such initiatives that we are bringing to the vendors and the small business in Kenya. First of all, my name is Harrison Zare. I'm the head of customer success and sales at Lipa Later and Sky Garden. I've had a privilege for the last 7 years mostly to work with e-commerce platform. I started working with Kilimall, then Jumia, then currently I've been in Lipaleta and Sky Garden. And over that time, I've been able to witness a great number of vendors who have been able to grow their business as they interact with the online platforms. So it's a privilege today for me to be able to share some of the knowledge we have and how we have been able to interact with vendors over time so that they can be able to scale their business. And I also appreciate the fact that the previous facilitator had some small reservation in terms of e-commerce platform, and hope we can be able maybe to share some insights and a discussion on the same, just for clarity. So it's a privilege for me to be part of this, and you'll allow me to start. First of all, I just want to mention in an overview or overall why it is important for you to be able to access an e-commerce site or a website. So, as a small business, it's actually significant for you just to be able to try and diversify how you are selling, whether you are having a shop somewhere or you are basically online. It's just a matter of diversifying so that you can be able to expose to a greater customer base. So why, in an overview, why do e-commerce platforms important for us as a business? One of the most important thing is the global reach of the customers that you can be able to be exposed to. You'll find that in e-commerce platforms, many of them you'll find, yes, they have many vendors, but also in regards to their customer base. What is the number as a vendor before you even want to engage any e-commerce platform or you want to create your own website? The most important thing is for you to be able to understand also what is the customer base that you are going to be exposed to. So global reach is one of the reasons why you should try an e-commerce platform. It's also a cost-effective business measure. Later on, I will delve much into that. But as an online store, you are able to remove some of the cost implication in your business, such as rents, utilities, and also staff, and even just paying for the physical location. Whereas in e-commerce platforms, you are also exposed to a certain marketing opportunities that I'll mention and I'll be talking about briefly about Sky Garden. You can be able to be exposed to marketing opportunities that can be able to expound the number of customers that you can be able to be exposed to. We have also retention when it comes to your customers. One of the most important things, especially if you are doing right in an e-commerce platforms, your products are good and you are able to attract a loyal base of customers. These are customers can be able to keep purchasing via your store in any e-commerce platforms that you are working on. And also another important aspect as a business, data is very important in any business that you have. And I know as a small business, most of the times we disregard what data can be able to do for us. And in e-commerce platforms, you'll find that most of the e-commerce platforms will rely more on data, especially on the behavioral aspects of the customers, so that they can be able to be segmented in different aspects, and then different products can be able to be targeted by segments that the data informs us about. So in e-commerce platform, you can be able also to be exposed to good data that can be able to guide you on how you can be able just to know the preference of your customers, and also how you can be able to optimize now your offering in terms of even improving the categories that you offer, or just bringing what the customers will prefer. Another important aspect is inventory management. Most of the e-commerce platforms will give you an access to a system where you can be able to manage not only your inventory in terms of your what you are selling, but also in terms of product stocks control, and also just in terms of even analyzing the revenue that you are generating as a business. You'll find also another important aspect is a 24/7 accessibility to your products. A customer can be able to purchase in any commerce platform at any time within a day. And it's also important to note that the e-commerce platforms usually run an end-to-end process when it comes to the customer journey. From the time of onboarding to the time of deliveries, this is handled by e-commerce platforms, and you'll find that you as a vendor, what you are only required to do on your end is to ensure that you control your pricing, you upload your products on the systems that you've been able to be exposed to, and then the e-commerce platform is going to manage the order processing to deliveries of those items. So you can be able to do any other work, but your business is still running in an e-commerce platform. Also, increase visibility to your products. You'll find that as I'll share some data about Sky Garden in terms of the customer base that we have. So in any commerce platform, for example, like Sky Garden, which I work with, you'll find that we have quite a huge customer base that usually comes to the platform. And that means your products can be able to be exposed to a good number of clients that can potentially increase your sales. Lastly, on this is logistics. I've said also e-commerce platform provide you an opportunity to be able to deliver your products not only in the region where you are, but countrywide, especially, for example, when you're looking at Kenya, you can be able to sell to a customer within any part of the country, and you'll not be able to worry about the delivery. And also, another important thing to note is that the delivery at most cases is being charged on the customer end. So the pricing that you're going to put on any e-commerce platform, you are going to get the price that actually you had posted, because we allow you as a vendor to control your own pricing. And then the logistic part will be handled by the e-commerce platform, and also the customer from the other end is going to meet the delivery cost, unless in time to time where we can be able to have maybe marketing initiatives that are geared towards maybe lifting of the delivery charges. But that is another important aspect that you can be able to get when you interact with an e-commerce platform. To share more light on this, this brings me to Sky Garden, which is one of the e-commerce platforms that is currently available in Kenya. And on our end, we have almost million active and engaged users that usually interact on our platform. And you'll find that mostly an average ticket size of up to 30,000 in terms of the item pricing, that is most customers will end up purchasing. And then 90% of our active users will recommend Sky Garden and leave a letter to their friends when you look at our overall NPS score. This just shows an idea of what an e-commerce in terms of the customer base that you can be able to be exposed to. And you'll find that different e-commerce platforms, depending on how it is, if it's a startup or is an established firm, you'll find that, for example, in Sky Garden, you can be able to see across the country, we have a huge number of customers that you can be able to be exposed to. Additionally, in Sky Garden, and this one also trickles down to other e-commerce platforms, you'll find that one of the most important thing, and this, as I speak about this, I'll be trying to answer. I've just forgotten her name, but the one who deals with jewelry. One of the most important thing that you'll find as a vendor when you're engaging with any e-commerce platforms, you'll find we have other vendors, and that is something. Some even e-commerce platforms will find they have up to 10,000 vendors selling on their platform. The most important thing, and what we also do as a Sky Garden, is marketing and brand awareness as a vendor. The key aspect on this as a Sky Garden, we've been able to take also marketing as a service that we are able to offer our vendors. And why is this important? Is because you need your products to be able to be exposed to a number of customers. It will be very bad, for example, you're in a commerce and you're seeing that your product is not selling. So what do e-commerce platforms do? First of all, any e-commerce platforms that has 4 parts whereby consumers are having a good experience, they are trusting the brand, and also their retention rate is high because of the overall customer experience that they get. You can be able to engage with the e-commerce platforms in terms of marketing so that your products can be able to be exposed. In Sky Garden, additionally to that, we have different things that can be able to play a part in increasing your sales. For example, I've just mentioned Lipaleta as another company that we partner with. You'll find that a customer may not be able to buy an item on cash basis, but through some e-commerce platforms, you'll find that we have APIs, for example, that we've been able to integrate with different e-commerce platforms, and then you are exposed to your customers will be exposed to different payment options. For example, they can choose to use something like Lipaleta if they don't have cash, and then they repay on a monthly installment basis. And remember, you as a vendor, the risk is not on your end because, for example, once the product is sold, you are paid. For example, in Sky Garden, is paid within 48 hours. You get your money, then the Lipaleta as a company and Sky Garden will be able to not only deal with the delivery, but also in terms of the Lipaleta option that the customer can be able to be exposed to. Also, other payment methods like M-Pesa, cards, and PayCloud, for example, you can be able to find some customers will have different payment options that they will want to use on e-commerce platforms. So that's another advantage that you can be able to get there. In terms of Sky Garden, also the user journey. How is the user journey for your customers? One of the most important things as a vendor is how you are onboarding your customers, whether it's in a physical store or you have your own small website, for example, or anything that you are doing online. How you onboard your customers plays an important role in terms of their customer experience. And if their customer experience is seamless, then you can be able to build loyal customers. So you find that many e-commerce platforms, how customers are being onboarded from the time of account creation to the time of order placement and delivery, the process has to be seamless. And so that once you upload your products on your end, a customer can just come, check your item, and they can be able to proceed with 3 or 4 steps, and the order is placed. So you can be able to get that in a website. The app user journey is seamless, and you as a vendor, you don't need to worry once you've been able to upload your products on the system that you've been given, and also you've controlled the stock that you have on your end. You can also be able to, in an e-commerce platforms, you can be able to get a seamless payment process. For example, I mentioned, like for example, in Sky Garden, you are paid within 48 hours once you sell your item. You also have a customer support, or what we call account managers, that can be able to do a number of things. One of the most important things that is done is vendor training. And this training is not only in terms of how you are selling, it's also in terms of pricing of your items. marketing opportunities that you can be able to be exposed to. For example, is I've indicated their marketing. How vendors, you can be able to promote your products so that it can be visible to other customers. Remember that in any e-commerce platform, sometimes you'll find that there are vendors that you can be able to see on the landing pages, like the top. It's those is what marketing team will be able to expose you to, whereby your products can be able to be filtered in a certain way so that customers can be easily see your shop. So brand positioning and brand awareness also as a vendor is very important, and it's good for you to be able to engage with the e-commerce platform that you are working with, so that you ensure that in terms of your marketing, your products are exposed to a good number of customers. One of the things as a vendor that I have seen some do is you'll find that you are just uploading your items on any e-commerce platforms and then you just leave it there. It is important for you to be able to attend the trainings, that you are going to be informed about the marketing initiatives. You're going to be informed about the pricing, inventory management, and stock management. Also, competitive pricing and commissions, for example, to our vendors who are selling on our site. We basically come up with different campaigns, like for example, across the nation. For example, currently we are doing Black Friday, for example. It is important for you as a vendor. Those are other opportunities that you can be able to be exposed to. And then when we are running such campaigns, you can be able to maximize on your sales. I've said about merchant training. Another important thing is that the account managers are also responsible. They will be able to visit you if you have a physical store, so that we can be able to see how you can also be able to sell more, just to be able to understand any issues that you are having, and then again to discuss how we can be able to ensure that your products are going on the e-commerce platform. We also have things like rewards and incentives that we expose to our vendors. For example, in Sky Garden, just to be able to incentivize you so that you can be able to also ensure that in terms of, for example, pricing of your items, you are giving the best pricing to the customers, and also in terms of just ensuring that your items, we don't have out of stock issues, for example, and for you to be able to control your inventory well. And also another important thing is merchant feedback portal, where you are exposed. We give you an opportunity to be able to share your issues that you are having on the platform, and also any other suggestions that can be able to lead to improving of your sales on any platform. For Sky Garden, we provide you with a multi-platform targeting. This means that you can be able to sell as on an e-commerce as platform, Sky Garden, for example, and then you can be able to target shoppers at the point of purchase. This is in terms of marketing. How do we market also you? You said we can market you on our platform. Secondly, we can be able to expose you to the buy now, pay later consumers, for example, in Lipa Later, whereby, for example, if you go to Sky Garden, you can check out and pay with Lipa Later as a customer if you don't have cash. So you'll also be exposed to the Lipa Later option, whereby also you are going to again get another customer base who will come to the platform. Another important thing is on the logistics side. You'll find that marketing is important, and you as a small business or a vendor, you need also to be able people to be able to know what you're selling or your brand. And you'll find in times like when we are delivering our items to our customers, we can be able to co-brand, or we can be able to brand you as a vendor, so that in terms of offline marketing, you are also going to be exposed through the logistics companies that we work with, in terms of branding them, or branding even the bikes that they are using from time to time with your brand name. In terms of marketing, also we basically do a two-phase approach, whereby I mentioned we do your brand awareness on our site, and also it does not end there. Lead generation is important. A question you can ask yourself: I want to generate good quality leads that will turn into a sale. I've said one of the most important things that e-commerce platforms do is data. We mine data to be able to come up with informed decision, or informed segments of customers that we can be able to target at particular points. For example, one of the most important things we do, you'll find that from the customer journey, once a customer comes to an e-commerce platform, we collect that data. How is that customer being onboarded? Secondly, you'll find the customer can be able to add an item in a cart and abandon it. We can be able to retrieve that data so that we can be able to analyze why are these customers abandoning their cart, and what other initiatives can we be able to do so that they can be able to complete their sale. You'll find that others, maybe they can get to the payment option, where you are exposed to different payment options and you don't select any payment option. So we'll also mine the data to understand what were the challenges are there. And also we have a team, for example, you'll find the order processing team, or for example, the sales team, that will actively engage those customers that have some drop-offs across the customer journey to be able to push sales. So you'll not only be able to be exposed to the sale by the customer themselves at the site, but also behind that there is a dedicated team of sales agents that are pushing the sales offline. So lead generation becomes also an important aspect to us. In terms of data, also we look at the demographic data and behavioral data of our customers in the e-commerce platform, so that we can be able to push them to you as a vendor based on what we are getting in terms of their demographic. How are they applying, or how are they creating their accounts? What is their location? What is their age? What is their agenda? So that we can be able to know which product can we be able to push this. And once that is, we know that, what we also do, we engage with vendors so that they can be able to provide those products to the customers that we've segmented. Remember, as an e-commerce platforms, they don't own the products. You as a vendor are the one who owns the product. So once we get this data also on, whereby you can also look at the behavioral data in terms of letter, which credit limits, so that we can push them to these items, order value, purchase behavior, how long are they purchasing, either on a quarterly basis, so that we can also push our comms based on the segments that we've been able to see. We have things like product recommendation, where we can also be able to push to the customers based on the data that we've been able to mine. How can we also, in e-commerce platform, target customers and bring them to the platform where they can be able to sign up or to buy your products? We have different platforms that we use in platform. On site, this is whereby we display slider banners on the site with your brand as a vendor. We also have category banners, page banners. We have such display banners. We have roll-up products banners. These are some of the things that we can be able to brand with you on our site, so that your items can be able to be exposed to a big number of customers. We also have a CRM that we, as an e-commerce, we will target the customers by frequent newsletters to them. We have SMS for marketing, so we do blast SMS. And what we usually do, we usually look, for example, where did this customer buy before, so that we can be able to direct to those products to those vendors that the customers that previously purchased, so that it's just a matter of building loyalty of the customer to the platform, and in turn it can trickle down to you as a vendor. Also, another thing that we do is social media, Facebook and IG sponsored ads, so that we can just be able to ensure that your product also is visible and it can be able to attract a good number of customers who are coming to the page, so that they can look at it and ultimately can be able to increase your sale. We also have Instagram stories that we do. We have what we call online co-branding for statistics and videos. These are mentioned. So we will engage you as a vendor through our account managers and our marketing teams in any commerce platform, so that we can be able also to co-brand and also to just do videos that we can be able to push your brand. And that in turn will not only improve your sales on our online platform, but also just to ensure that your brand is visible and it does not water down across the number of vendors that we have. In terms of offline marketing, I'd say products, sampling campaigns, delivery insertion. When we are doing our deliveries, we can get some of your marketing materials and push to customers with your details, so that if this customer can also reach out to you as a vendor. We also do street polls and billboards together with our vendors. And then just another important thing, we usually organize, for example, activations. And these activations will involve vendors. So the reason why I said marketing and brand awareness for you as a vendor is important is once you upload any item on our platform, it is important to also understand that there's marketing part of it that we need to work together, so that we can be able to ensure your products are seen by a good number of customers. So when we are organizing activation, we can organize activation with vendors, whereby we can be able to brand you as a vendor, and also to have materials that we can be able to push to customers, that your brand can be able to be known. So for Sky Garden, we shall say we urge our customers, it's just a matter of how smart they are shopping. And it is important for us to know, like, for example, Kenyan is all a matter of trust. One of the most challenging things on an e-commerce platform is building the customer trust. So if all the initiatives from behind the scene as an e-commerce platform, not you as a vendor, there's a lot of things that we do to ensure that we build the customer trust, so that they can also trust you as a vendor in our platform. One of our key metrics that we look, for example, is the NPS and the CSAT, customer satisfaction scores, that cuts across the customer journey, so that we can be able to understand their pinpoints and ensure that we can be able to ensure that these customers are loyal, not only to the platform, but to you as a vendor. So you find in terms of, for example, the customer service team, well enough to be able to sort customers' issues. We have an after-sales team that can also be able to manage you as a vendor in terms of any issues with your product, so that they can be able to be in between you and the customer. And in terms of any issues, in terms of either the item issue, the item maybe it was defective or any other thing, the team can be able to liaise with you as a vendor and as a customer, so that we ensure you as a vendor, you have a good experience, and also the customer on the other end has a good experience. And what we are pushing also for Sky Garden is one of our competitive advantages is the same day delivery, and also flexible payment options that we can be able to expose to your customers, to our customers who are purchasing through you as a vendor. So those are some of the importance of joining an e-commerce platform. And I've seen from way back when I was in Kilimall, I was in Jumia, I've seen a good number of vendors with positive stories in terms how they are scaling. When you look at Lipa Letter, one of the advantages of Lipa Letter as a different payment option, you'll find that there are a good number of vendors that we've seen their sales have increased up to 30% because of the different options, payment options that we're exposing to their customers. So as I wrap up, e-commerce and even as many countries and infrastructure, even in Kenya, is continuing to grow, you'll find that most customers will want to order things at the comfort of their home without necessarily going to shops. You'll find that even currently, for example, even shopping is one of the things that is peaking a lot in terms of customers ordering online. So as you as a small business or as a vendor, whether you have a physical store, it is my advice is for you to be able to see how you can be able to interact with an e-commerce platform, because I had mentioned that the from end-to-end process is being handled by the e-commerce platform. You as a vendor, you are only posting on your end and ensuring that you are undergoing trainings that is being done, and the rest of the things, you can run your own things while the e-commerce team on the other end manages your order, does the deliveries, and also does marketing for you as a vendor. I'll open room for any questions.
Thank you so much, Harrison. Brilliant presentation. We have a few minutes so we can have a further conversation around the same. It's Black Friday month. What's happening
Exactly.
from your end, and are small businesses benefiting from the same? What can they do to capitalize on Black Friday, November month?
Thank you, Rachel. One of the most important for Black Friday nowadays, you'll find that even most e-commerce platforms, unlike the past, where when it was just being done from the 25th, for example, to the end of the month, many e-commerce platforms are running it across the month. So you'll find that towards the end of November, many vendors and these e-commerce platforms come to, they can interact so that we have good pricing for our customers. And one of the most important things from our end, what we do is that in our marketing budget, in terms of the vendors that we've been working together and we've seen they are growing and they have been selling on our platform, we also include them on our marketing budget in terms of not only branding, but also one of the things that we are doing with them is that, for example, we can go and say, we are going to reduce your item by 5,000 for our customers, but we are going to pay you the full amount. So that is in terms of the product that we can be able to expose during this Black Friday. Also, you'll find that when you look at the customers that are coming to the platform during Black Friday, it usually like triples on what happens on a month-to-month basis. So you'll be able to find a majority of customers also being exposed to your items. And also as a vendor, there are sometimes you need to market so that you can be able to grow. And things to do with flash sales, you can even decide that these small items, for example, I'm going to put them on flash sale just to be able to build traffic to your shop, and also to be able to just ensure that the customers can be able to, once they are picking the flash sales, and even how you are putting it in terms of when the dispatch team is coming to pick it, how you are going to brand it as a Black Friday, so that once even when it's being delivered, you are also creating awareness on the other end. So it is important for you towards Black Friday to be able to meet, look as a vendor, how much can you be able to do in terms of marketing on your end, and how much marketing can you be able to get from the e-commerce platforms. Then you plan your items that based on your marketing budget that you can be able to expose, reduce pricing to the customers. But all in all, Black Friday is especially towards the end of it, you can be able to leverage on sales because even another thing we do is that we give, like currently we are giving 1,000 shillings voucher, and that one will not go to you as a vendor, and a customer can buy your product and it will be ultimately be reduced by 1,000 shillings, and for you will pay you the full amount. So such are the things that you can be able to get on Black Friday.
Okay, brilliant. Harrison, I can see comments coming fast and thick. So I'm going to read comments relating to your presentation. Let me start with Candia Agencies. Hi, my name is Caroline, representing Candia Agencies Limited. We do property management and cleaning services. Have learned a lot since yesterday. Maybe you could also mention whether this ones would be a good fit for a marketplace. And then I have Elizabeth Njambi. Thank you for such a wonderful and insightful presentation. We are currently looking for an e-commerce platform. I have several questions. The first one, each platform seems to have a niche, e.g. yours seem to be in electronics. We are in the painting business. Therefore, we may not fit into your niche. You could respond to that. Her second question, I think you've responded. How do you implement the sale? That is coordination with the vendors, e.g. for Black Friday. I think you responded to that. Yeah, you did. Frida Otsula, do you charge vendors for marketing and brand awareness? And then I have a question from Dianga Uchino. I find that the same effort it takes to plug into any online market store is almost the same effort it takes to build your own. Hence the hesitance on my part earlier. You could also respond to that. Elizabeth, again, how does on-site delivery work? If the vendor uses your delivery services, should their store part of their stock in your warehouse? Should they store part of their stock in your warehouse? A very good question there, Elizabeth. Dianga has another one. There's also the thing of the kind of product that the kind of market sells, which will influence the kind of consumers it attracts. That's a comment. Elizabeth comes with another one. Once listed on your platform, does Lipa Later automatically apply to all products, like the Lipa Later service allowing customers to pay in installments? You could respond to those ones. Keep them coming.
Okay, thanks, Tim. I'll start randomly based on the one that I remember. So there's one that was asked if we charge you anything. E-commerce platforms do not. It's a free online service. What we usually do sometimes is we say the vendor controls the price. So if you will put, for example, your item is 20,000, that is what you are going to be paid. So you control the pricing and we don't charge you any commission on that. The other question was in terms of stock management. How do we do our deliveries? So depending with different e-commerce platforms, you'll find they have like 3 types of products. They can have what we call local products. They have global products, and they have some that will be under what we call drop shipping. So some e-commerce platforms have warehouses, and they can be able to stock items for the vendors there. And these are items that can be able to be delivered within 1 hour, 2 hours. So they can stock for you. You bring your items to the warehouse free of charge, and they can be able to, once we have a sale, they deliver to you. Another option that many vendors or e-commerce platforms will do is that we have our own logistics company. So once an order is placed on our site, a delivery guy is sent to you, to your location. They pick their item, they either bring to the warehouse or they directly deliver to what we call the customer. So we have those 2 different options. So if you have a physical location, a logistic company or rider can come to your shop, pick the items, and then the customer. Elizabeth also asked why she was hesitant in terms of the hassle that is involved. It's better you build your own platform. As I had mentioned, there's a lot of things that is involved on an e-commerce platforms. If you have the capacity to build your own website, well and good. But remember, the most important thing is that you will have a team that can be able to run during the order processing process. For example, you need to have a logistic team that can be able to do that. You need to have a customer service team or a sales team that can be able to ensure that customers' inquiries are responded in and on time, and also orders can be able to be placed or to be processed for deliveries are seamless. So if you have a team that you can be able to build on site, then that is perfect. But it will still be an e-commerce platform or a marketplace that will require a lot of things even to do marketing, so that you can be able to leverage more on your sales. Am I forgetting any other question? If I'm not mistaken, I think if any question.
Yeah. On the same, Harrison, maybe you could talk about your clientele that your marketplace targets. I've seen a question on that as well.
Okay, thank you. So I had mentioned one of the most important things we rely on is data, and the things that when we segment our customers. It's very important for you, even if you are in your own marketplace, for you to be able to segment your customers. You need to know which customers am I dealing with, so that the marketing that you are doing must be customized to that segment. The items that you must be, any marketing comms must be as per that segment category. So I mentioned one of the things we look is how customers are applying this product, where are their location, what is their age, and what is their gender, because we learn that they all might have different preferences. Then we also look at the behavioral data. These are customers that are purchasing on credit basis, or are they paying on cash? What is the order value that these customers are purchasing from time to time? And then what is that category performance? By categories, I mean electronics, I mean furniture, I mean let's say kitchen appliances, all those categories. What is selling more? So that when we are doing even training to the vendors, and I said one of the other things we do, we can be able to, you might find today you are selling phones, but based on the trainings that we are having, you can be able to start bringing other categories to your stock. And then we look at what we call triggers also, and product recommendation. We run some insights on our site whereby customers usually they can be able to recommend. You see things like put on white list. That is important data for us, so that for example, the customers that are putting things on wish list, we can be able to retarget them based on the behaviors that we are getting from that data. So it's important for you as an e-commerce platform not only to put the items there and sell, but to be able to be informed by the data, so that that segment can be able to be targeted correctly based on their preferences.
Okay, I think you've responded the question on your kind of customers. And then you talked about supporting these small businesses to do with marketing, like shooting a short video for them showcasing their products. Maybe you could just highlight and who qualifies for that.
Thank you, Rachel. Now, we have two types of marketing that we do from our end. There are some free marketings that we can be able to do on our website, but there are also others that are sponsored. So any vendor can be able to look at that option. For example, if you want for us to be able to sponsor your products, there are others, of course, that might involve a small discount, but there are others that are free. So what do? It is important for you as a vendor, as I said earlier, sometimes to have a marketing budget. By that, what I mean is that you can even decide, today I have 20 products. Let's say you are selling 20 phones. You can say, let me discount one product with even 2,000 shillings, so that once you're engaging and you're uploading that product, we will know you're selling, for example, Samsung S23 at this price. But we will market that we are having a promotion on this one Samsung from this vendor, so that we are generating also traffic to your shop. Remember that when you look at, for example, a garden, and you click on any item, we expose you the vendor shop name, even your number is put there. So once you are bringing traffic to your end, we are putting also your shop visible, but also your details can be able to be gotten there by any consumer. So it is a matter of you as a vendor. You can take it also as your own initiatives. When we are doing training, you say, for next week, I want to market this type of products that I've brought on board. Then we'll be able to sit down with our marketing team, and we can be able to customize a marketing comms specifically to you. We can also, for example, the example I've given, we can trigger a newsletter to, for example, in Lipaleta at Sky Garden, we have a combination of around 500,000 active. I had mentioned 1 million, but those are overall active users. So we can send a newsletter based on what you are offering to that segment of customers. And then again, you are contributing to your marketing or to your brand awareness.
All right. Thank you so much, Harrison. That was an engaging conversation. I've shared link just in case you want to sign up to learn more. It's also important. And as I had mentioned earlier, Lipaleta is one of our partners. We picked them to support small businesses to reach a wider market. When you have a limited budget, you start with a marketplace. As you keep growing, then you can expand and have more marketplaces. You can have a local one, a regional one, a global one. And then as you expand, then you have more money. You can hire a developer, or you can have a resource to then develop the website, maintain the website. That's how, from my experience, seems to be working with entrepreneurs. And then we found this helpful when you're getting in this space, because they would also allow your customers to pay in installments. And they manage the entire process, whether it's payments, deliveries, marketing, and then it's also free to list, as in many other marketplaces. But they also help you. Marketplaces help you with the entire process, so you don't necessarily need a marketing budget starting out. A good way to expose your product. So you have your social media, online presence, then add a marketplace, keep learning how it works, and then you keep growing. So thank you so much, Harrison, for your time and just sharing what you're doing at Lipaleta and Garden City. So great conversation. I know our participants would have wished to continue with the discussion, but we'll keep interacting. So thank you so much. Do have a lovely afternoon, and very glad to have you had you facilitate the session.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for the opportunity, and I wish all the vendors. It's a selling month and season, so I wish you all the best in what you do. Thanks, Rachel, once again.
Yeah. Thank you. And as you said, we would say to our entrepreneurs, happy Black Friday. Please take advantage of this period if you can extend even to December as we celebrate Shop at Small Business campaign. Take advantage of this. Thank you so much, Harrison, for your time. Now we get to another very exciting conversation. We'll be learning how to sell online. Sell on social media platforms. Now we've learned how to sell on marketplaces, and now we have our product everywhere. A customer has ordered. So how do we present our product? And that is our next session before we break for lunch. And then we'll have another 3 sessions after lunch break. Very, very exciting and extremely supportive to your business. And now I just want to showcase just a few of before I invite our next facilitator to talk about product labeling and branding. So very exciting conversation and very important. If any of you has ever sold online or on social media platforms, then you know presentation is everything. And now I just want to showcase a few of our products I have here. I just gathered a couple of them. I hope you can see them. Can you see this one? Please put your comments on the chat. I have this one. I just picked it. I just want you to take note on what are you noting. If this entrepreneur is selling online, then what would you say about this product, the labeling, the packaging? So today, this session, we are looking at labeling, product labeling, and packaging. So just look at this. This is a beauty skincare product. It's a body lotion. So this is the packaging. This is how it looks, and that's how it looks. The other one I want to showcase is this one. I hope you can see this. This. So if I'm selling honey, can I put it here? What would you be selling to use this packaging? That's another one. And then I want to compare these ones. So this one, I'm sure you keep seeing this one. That's one of the packaging, product labeling. Just keep observing, that is one. And this one, the ones I'm showcasing are in the same product category. So this again, you keep seeing this on the supermarket shelves. Okay, another one in the same product category, this one. So, and please feel free to share comments on what you think about these ones. So these three are in the same product line. All right, now let me showcase just last two. This one. When you see this, even if you're not Kenyan, what comes to mind? What do you think about it? Just keep observing. And my very last one is this one from one of our entrepreneurs. This one is from one of our entrepreneurs. Actually, we've even finished the peanut butter. She should be here to know that. That's their packaging. They are selling peanut butter. And the entrepreneur was here yesterday talking about what they do. So that's packaging. Now you can see the labeling, the packaging. So this is 800 grams, if I'm not wrong. Yes, 800 grams. So this is one of entrepreneurs, actually one of the small business leader. All right, now that's about product labeling and packaging. And now I would like to invite our facilitator for this session. Bring all your questions here. Share your experience. How do you brand your products? How do you label them? Yeah, just ask all the hard questions. Our facilitator for this session is Vanessa Mwaniki. She's an entrepreneur in her own right, and she's the founder and the brand manager of Orac Branding. Vanessa, very excited to have you make time to talk to us about product labeling and packaging for small businesses. I invite you to introduce yourself and take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So we have a very interesting session today where we'll be talking about your products. How do you label them? How do you package them so that people can recognize your products on the digital space or in the marketplace? People can be able to know that this product is from this company and not this other company. So that's all about labeling and packaging. So let's start with what is a label. So a label is the written or the graphical information that is contained on the product, and it gives us useful information like what is the name of the product, what is this product about, from which company is the product from, what is the expiration date, what are the ingredients that have been used to make the product. So all this information are things that go on the label. And then for the packaging is the outside, the wrapping of the product. So it can be a glass packaging, it can be paper packaging, or it can be in a box. And also packaging has another description, which is the process of evaluating, designing product packages to convey a particular image. So packaging, you've heard the phrase, it's how you package yourself, or it's how you package the product that matters. So it's that process of thinking about what image do I want to create, what image do I want to put out there, what kind of people am I targeting, and that process, affects or tells us about the packaging. So let's look at an example of the difference between the label and the packaging. We can use this example of Coca-Cola. So we can see the Coca-Cola in the bottle, in the plastic bottle with the cap. That is the packaging. But for the label is the red sticker that has gone around the bottle. And we can see we have on the label, we have the logo, we have the tagline, we have the barcode, we have product description. We can have things like the company address and things like that. Those are the things that go on the label. So I think now we've understood the difference between what a packaging is and what a label is. So they go together, but they represent different things. So why are we even talking about product packaging? Is it something that we need to be considering as business people? So why is it important? Why is labeling and packaging important for us to consider as we do our business? So the first thing is because it is part of the brand identity. It's part of the brand identity. It is part of the visual elements that help to identify your brand. There are those visual elements that are able to, tell the consumer this is the difference between maybe Colgate and Pepsodent. We know that Colgate is red in color, and we know that Pepsodent is blue in color. So those visual things that we're able to see can be able to help us to differentiate ourselves. And as entrepreneurs, we want to be able to differentiate our products in the marketplace. We don't want to look the same as everyone else and blend in, because then people won't be able to recognize our brand. But if we can differentiate ourselves, we can be able to stand out. The second reason why it's important to consider labeling and packaging, it's because it conveys relevant information and required information about our products, including, what is this product that we are selling? Who are we even selling to? How should it be used, and things like that. So these are relevant information that are required by the consumer, and they can also be required by regulatory bodies while we are putting our product in the market. The third reason why it's important is because packaging helps to protect the product. For example, keeping the product fresh. For example, if you're selling food, you're selling in the food and beverages line, you want to use packaging that keeps the product fresh. Let's say you are selling things that are delicate, like electronics or gadgets. You want to use packaging that protects it from damage. You can also put important information about how to handle the product on the packaging. Like, you've seen like boxes being written this side up, showing that is how it's supposed to be placed, so that the product doesn't get damaged while being transported or being delivered. So these are the reasons why it's important to consider our packaging and labeling as we do our business. So let's get deeper into packaging. And as we get deeper, please comment on packaging and the good things that you've seen in packaging in the supermarket, on social media, the things that have wowed you. Then maybe we can be able to discuss them. So let's keep the comments coming in, and any question that you have on labeling and packaging. So what makes good packaging? How do you know that the packaging that you have chosen for your product is the best? So the first thing is attractiveness. You want to draw the customer in. Packaging is the first thing that your customer will see before they unwrap the product and see what is inside. They'll first look at the packaging. Or if I'm browsing, let's say through social media, and I'm looking at different posts, the packaging is what I'll see first. So I need to be attracted quickly and be wowed and be curious. What is this product about? So that's the first thing that will attract me, and we need to consider how are we going to give our consumers that wow factor. So the next thing that we need to consider is consistency with the brand. As a business, we have a brand that we are trying to put out there. We have a brand that we are trying to grow, and people recognize us through that brand, through that image that we've put out there. So we have to be consistent throughout all our products. So we need to have that consistency. So the same logos that I see on your website or I see on your social media should be the same ones that are appearing on your packaging, and for each and every product, so that I can be able to identify this product belongs to this brand and this other product belongs to this other brand. I'm sure we've all had this experience where you go to the supermarket, you don't even know the name of that product that you used last time, but you know how it looks like. And you say, when I see it, I'll know it. I don't know the name, but when I see it, I'll know it. Because, there's that image that we have in the mind, and that's what we call the brand. Because you've used the same colors, you've used the same fonts, the same writing, the same images, then there's that consistency, so that when I see it anywhere, I can be able to quickly recognize it. So that's what we talk about when we say consistency. The next thing we want to be is relevant. So we need to consider packaging that is relevant to the product. When we say relevant to the product, what do we mean? We mean if it's something that is, maybe it's a beverage. For example, here we have fruit juice, and they've decided to package it in a can. So we ask ourselves, why have they decided to package in a can? Because maybe it's easier for somebody when you buy it to just drink it straight from the can. The can helps to keep the beverage at a certain temperature. Such are the things that we talk about. The can prevents it from, getting contaminated. Something like juice, you can't package it in, like a plastic paper or, something that can get torn easily and then it pours. So these are the things that we need to consider. It needs to be relevant to the product, relevant to the market. So what are other people using in the market to package it? Because there's a certain trend that has been happening for years and years, that this thing is packaged this way, and there's a reason why it's packaged that way, relevant to that industry. So we have some regulations that dictate the kind of packaging that you're using for your product. So you need to also consider what are those regulations that I need to follow. Relevant to the consumer. So what makes it easy for the consumer to use this product, or what does the consumer want? What kind of packaging, impresses them? So these are the things that we need to consider when we are talking about product packaging. The other thing we can consider about good packaging is the customer experience. So what experience are we giving the customer when they are using our product? So for example, we have Fresh Fry. And I think Fresh Fry was the first brand to do this, where they had this non-drip cup, which it prevents when you're pouring the oil on the sufuria, it prevents spilling, because kitambo we had the oil spilling from the sides, and it was a very bad experience. But they came up with this innovative idea to have a non-drip cup that makes that a very good experience for the customer. We have Delamere yogurt. For their yogurt, they have this cup that you can, once maybe you've drunk halfway and you want to store it for later, you can close it. And some yogurt brands don't have that cup, which make it difficult to store the product after you've used it. We have example of like hair weaves that hair weaves and wigs that they have a bag that you can store the hair. Once when you're not using it, you have a bag where you can put it in, so that it prevents it from getting dust and getting damaged. So these are some of those things that you can consider with your packaging to make the experience of using the product easy and convenient for your customers. So that is for product packaging, what makes the package, great. So let's talk about now what makes the label great. How do you ensure that your label works? So the first thing is visibility. We need to be able to quickly see what this product is. So I shouldn't be struggling to get what is this product? Is it a hair oil? Is it a fruit drink? What is it? I need to quickly be able to tell what it is. So the labeling, the writings of the product name should be in big, clear, visible letters that can be seen from afar. You need to use relevant images. So if you're selling maybe a hair product, we should be able to see an image of healthy hair, how it's looking like, and not just maybe showing a face, but the face isn't the hair. So you need to be really specific with the images that you're using. The other thing is about colors that you're using. So use a good mixture of colors that make your product stand out. And here you can do a little bit of research on what are other people using, maybe your competitors are using the color red. So you decide to go with the color orange to be able to stand out. Or maybe other people are using the color green and blue. So, you have to look at how am I going to use color to be able to, for my product to be able to stand out, to be quickly visible. And here we can even go deeper into color theory and look at what colors signify what, for maybe food, you want to use the color orange, yellow, red, because these colors are known to signify, to increase appetite and things like that. So you can go deeper into such kind of research to know exactly which colors should I be able to use to make my product stand out. So the other thing that you need on your label is providing relevant information. So there's certain information that people are looking for when they are trying to read the packaging or the label. They want to see like what ingredients were used. Are there any things that can cause me allergies? You know, like some people are allergic to nuts and things like that. So such information you need to be providing them. There are some information that are required by the law that you need to provide. For example, nutritional information like a breakdown of the nutritional quantities in the product. For example, if you are selling things in food and beverages, some things that people are also looking for is, where has this come from? Has it come from, a farm in Kenya? Has it been imported from China? Such things are information that people are looking for, and you have to, provide them. So you can even go a step further and provide information that, makes it convenient for the user to use your product, like how do I use this product? How do I store this product? Should I store it in the fridge? Should I store it in the shelf? Or should I use it within a month after opening? So such information is relevant information that you need to provide your consumer, and it's provided there on the label. So the other thing that we need to consider when we are doing label design is the label and marking requirements. So these are things that are provided by regulatory bodies. For example, here in Kenya, we have KEBS. So research on what are the requirements that I need to provide. Like, for example, things like expiry date. Those are things that are required, that you have to provide, date of manufacture, such things. So we have these things. You can find them quickly online. Just when you Google labeling guidelines in Kenya, you'll be able to get all that information about what do I need to put on my labeling. So these are important information that you need to consider when you're putting on your packaging. So the next thing is consistency. So just like with the packaging, that it needs to be consistent with the brand, the labeling also needs to be consistent with the brand. So we have, for example, here we have a brand, and it has different packagings. It has various kinds of packaging, but you can see that they have been consistent throughout all the products that they have. They have tried to maintain that consistency so that we can see all these products belong to one brand, and that's what we want, so that you can make it memorable and recognizable. Recognizability is very important when we are talking about branding, because you want our customers to quickly recognize us. Just by giving it one glance, they can be able to say this is a product from this company. So that's very important when we are talking about label design. So let's get into the things that you need to do, or the things that you need to think about before designing your product packaging and labeling. So there are some things as a business person you need to consider, so that you can be able to make the right decision from the beginning, which will save you a lot in costs, and keeping on redoing your packaging because you didn't get it right the first time. So some of these things are like, conducting a market and industry research. So there's some research that we need to do so that we get our packaging right. For example, you might want to research on your competitors. What are other people doing who are selling the same product that I'm selling? What are they doing? What kind of packaging have they used? What have they put on their labeling? And then maybe you can ask yourself, how can I make it better? or how can I, differentiate myself from these other people? The next thing is, looking at the options that are in the market, because you need to be familiar with what is there in the market, what kind of packaging is available for me to use. Also understanding the regulations, as we've talked about, that are in that particular industry, because every industry has its own regulations, whether you're in beauty and cosmetics or you're selling food and beverages. Every industry has their own regulations that you need to follow. And sometimes when we're talking about looking at the market, when you go against what other people are doing, for example, if you use different colors from what they're doing, or a different packaging that is better than what other people are doing, it can help you stand out. So that's why conducting a research of the market is good for you as a business person. So the next thing that you need to research on is on the consumers. Talk to your customers. What do they want? For example, if you're selling, let's say, hair oil, talk to your consumers. What are the challenges that they have with the brands that they are using currently? What challenges are they facing? Maybe the cup is not easy to open, or maybe they don't even know how to best store it, or maybe a different kind of packaging would be more convenient for them to carry around. Maybe if they need to carry it in their bag, or when they are traveling, maybe a different kind of packaging would work best for them. So get to understand what your customers want and what would make it convenient for them. So talk to your customers. There are various ways to talk to them. You can talk to them one-on-one. You can talk to your family and friends. Just get this kind of information that will help you make the right decision about your packaging. The next thing that you need to think about is your budget. So think about the budget that you have for your packaging and labeling, because different materials, have different prices, and some may be outside your budget, and there are some that might be inside your budget. So depending on where you are in your business journey, you might am I just testing the market? Am I just trying this product out? Or am I at a point where I know this product works and I'm ready to invest in quality and very good packaging? So think about that as you consider the kind of packaging that you want to use for your product. So also think about your profit margin when it comes to packaging, because that also, it affects the cost of production of the product. So you might want to go with maybe a glass packaging, but then it's more expensive than going with, maybe a can or something like that. So think about how that affects your profit margin so that you can make the right decision. And then you don't want to keep changing the packaging all the time, because that now also affects the recognizability of your product. Because if this time I buy and it looks like this, it's in this kind of packaging, if the next time I go and it's packed differently, I might be unsure if that's the same product that I used last time. So you want to be really consistent with your packaging. So we need to get it right the first time. So the next thing is, seeking professional assistance. So you need to talk to an expert to help you make the right decision. They'll be able to advise you on the kind of packaging that are available, what's within your budget, where you can source this packaging from. So it will help you they can help you and guide you in making that decision. And the kind of experts that we'll be talking about or talking to when we are doing product labeling and packaging is, number one, we are talking with a branding expert, because packaging is part of your brand. So you need to talk with somebody that is an expert in branding. The next thing is an expert in designing, because when you are designing your label, that falls under design. So you need some graphics. Maybe you need a logo. You need a brand logo or a product logo. You need that design for your label, so you will be talking with that designer. And the next person you'll be talking with is a person in printing. So you need to know, who am I talking to when it comes to printing, because you're gonna need to print your labels, whether you're printing them on a separate material than the material you're using on your packaging, or you're printing them on the same material that you're using for your packaging. So these are the things that you need to consider, and you'll be working with experts in these industries. So when you're talking with them, you'll be letting them know things about what your product is, industry standards for your product, and also you'll be telling them about your budget so that they can be able to guide you in this. The next thing, they'll be able to help to guide you one-on-one and give you the best options. So they'll also be able to talk to you about costs. And here we can just mention, these are not fixed costs, but they can range from anywhere from 4,000 maybe to design, to do label design, and maybe to printing on packaging can cost anywhere from 50 shillings onwards, depending on what it is you're printing. So these are the things that, once you know the kind of packaging that you're using, once you know the kind of labels that you're going to be designing, these are the things that would be able to guide you on the kind of budget that you're going to have. So if you're doing labeling, maybe we don't want to work with an expert, or we are not at the point where we can work with an expert. Maybe, sometimes we are at the beginning of our journey and we want to, we just want to try out and test the market. We can use some tools. Some software tools are available for us to do it ourselves. And some of them are, for example, here we have Adobe Express. So Adobe Express it's a software by Adobe that helps you to create labels easily and quickly. So when you go to this link that is here, adobe.com/express, you can be able to create your label quickly, maybe in around 10 minutes. And they have templates that you can be able to use to quickly create, and you can you can get images, text, graphics. You can be able to use them to create your own DIY labels for your product. And then once you've created them, you now go to your printing person for them to print for you. So the other software that you can use is something like Canva. I'm sure most of us have heard of Canva. So Canva also offers templates that you can be able to use to quickly create your labels. And the good thing with these things is that they are free. So all you need is maybe just a few minutes to learn how to use them, how to write text, how to align the graphics. Then you can be able to quickly create your labels very, very quickly. So the other software that you can use, although this one is a bit more technical, so if you have some time to get on YouTube to learn about how to use this software, so they're a bit more technical. You can learn about how to use Illustrator, InDesign, or Photoshop to be able to quickly create your labels. The other tool that you can use, and this one now is very basic. So for those people who are not very tech savvy and they want the most basic of softwares, Microsoft Word is there for you. and you can be able to use it to create your labels. Just writing simple text, a simple text, or a simple putting a simple photo. So these are just if you want to do DIY, just quickly, maybe even to just visualize how you want your label to look like. So these are just some of the tools that you're going to use. And maybe a few points to note when you're doing your own kind of DIY creating your label is know the size of your packaging. Know maybe the length, the width, the height, so that when you are printing, it comes out in the exact size. So knowing the size is very important. Even when you're talking to your designer, they'll be able to ask you, or what's the size, or maybe you'll give them the product and then they'll be able to measure so that it comes out in the exact size. So those are some of the things that you will need to note. Things like color. You need to consider the colors that you're using. Some colors are good for printing, and some colors are not available for printing. So when it comes to printing, colors are more limited than digital colors. So those are some of the considerations that you might want to consider when doing your labeling. So maybe we can talk about some materials that you can use for your packaging and labeling. So we have things like branded tape, and this one is very simple to use, and it comes in like a roll. Comes in a roll, and it's already printed with your label. So all you have to do is just cut it, just the same way you use a sellotape. Cut it and place it on your product. So those are some of things you can use. You can use things like stickers. Stickers, you can print out stickers that you just stick. So these are simple things that you can use. And stickers and stamps are almost the same. You just stick them onto the product. The other thing, we can use boxes. So you can brand the box that you are using. It's the label is printed onto the box, onto the carton, and you don't have to stick anything afterwards. So we have things like branded paper that you can use to enclose or wrap the product. And you have things like bubble wraps, which are important for especially the delicate kind of products. Maybe if it's something made of glass or delicate plastic that can break easily, especially in transportation. And this one has been a challenge for so many people, especially when I read reviews on Jumia. You hear people saying, I got it, but it came with a crack and things like that. Because the person did not think about the packaging and how this product is going to be transported. So they did not think about putting things like bubble wraps that protect the product when it's in transit. So really think about, how is this product being transported? How is it getting to the consumer? How is it coming even from overseas? Is it going to be put together with other things that can damage the product? So really think about your packaging and how it's going to get to the consumer in perfect condition. So the other thing I want us to talk about is made in Kenya. And made in Kenya is a trademark that you can use or you can apply for to use on your products. And what this is that it enables consumers, locally and abroad, to immediately identify your product as Kenyan. And with this mark, it signifies that they are authentic, organic, and high quality. So I'm sure we've all heard about it. or seen it on some products having this brand mark of made in Kenya. So if you apply for that, they're able to assess your product and look at the quality of your product. And there are some things that they look at because your product has to have come from Kenya. And the company has to have more than 50% of the directorship to be Kenyan, and the employees also need to be Kenyan. So these are for brands that are Kenyan brands and have that Kenyan pride in them. So if you fall under that category, this is something that would be beneficial for you to be made to have this trademark that it's made in Kenya, because it just gives that authenticity. So once you register for it, you can be able to register for it through the link here, makeitinKenya.go.ke/buyer/seller/make in Kenya. So once you once you click that link and register your brand there, there are some documents they're going to ask you for, and then you're going to be able to get that mark that you can put on your product. So, and some things that you can benefit from having this trademark is that you can be exposed to markets. You can be exposed to markets both in Kenya and outside of Kenya. You'll be offered training on product training. So they have various trainings on how to make your product, how to market your product, things like that. They also give you research on markets that you can be able to market your product. And it also gives your product that value. So it's kind of a value addition. And this some consumers are looking for these standard marks on your product. So there are some standard marks that are important to have on your product. For example, let's say KEBS mark. People are looking, does your product have KEBS mark? Because that shows that this product has been looked at and been verified. So if it has made in Kenya, people want to support Kenyan brands, so they look for that made in Kenya brand to know that this product is made in Kenya. So having some of these standard marks as part of your labeling is also important to add value to your product. So those are some of the things that you can consider. Okay, I see a question. Monica asking, can beaded items also be packaged? Yes, they can be packaged. Every item, every product can be packaged. Just look at how can I package it in a way that is attractive and in a way that is convenient for the people that I'm selling to, and even convenient for deliveries and transportation, and how is it getting to the consumers. So there are various kind of packaging that you can use, but I'm thinking for beaded items, you want to use maybe clear packaging that I can see what's inside. I can see what's inside to see whether I like it. Let's say I'm looking at it from an online store or even from somewhere, maybe in an exhibition or something. I want to be able to see inside to see what exactly I'm buying. I'm sure we've all had that incident where you're trying to choose between two products, and one product you can clearly see what's inside, so it's easy to make the decision, and another product has been packaged so much that you can't even tell what is inside. You can't tell the texture, you can't tell the material, and it makes it hard for you to make that decision because it's packaged in a way you can't even open it. It makes it hard to make the decision. So when you're thinking about your packaging, also think about how is the consumer making their decision. Do they want to be able to see the product, to see what it is? Because some things you want to look at them to see the actual product before you make that decision to buy. So we are saying that product packaging is important for every brand. It's important for every brand. Every brand should think about their packaging, and we have different kind of packaging. We have the primary packaging, which is the one that is the closest to the product, where the product has been placed in. That is the primary packaging. Then we have the secondary packaging. Maybe then after being put in a can, it has then been put in a box. So that's secondary packaging, and maybe it's been put in a box because when it's being delivered, you want it to be protected with that box. Then we have even tertiary packaging, where we have now maybe the carrier bag, maybe the branded carrier bag that you're using, and now you want to put that box inside the branded carrier bag. And this carrier bag, the customer can use it later to carry their groceries or something else, and as they carry it outside, they continue marketing your brand. So all these are things that we need to think about when we are considering the kind of packaging that we are using. Consistent packaging is crucial to maintain our brand image and enhance memorability and recognizability. So make sure that your brand is consistent. You've used the same logo, you've used the same fonts, the same colors, so that when I see it, I can be able to remember it. I'm able to associate that color with your brand. Also, give your customers a great experience with your packaging. So don't package your product so much that it's hard to open, and I have to go buy extra tools to just open the packaging. There's some packagings that are really hard to even open. Think about how my customers using this product. Maybe they need to store it after opening. They need to store it, so make the packaging good for storage. Maybe for how they are using. Maybe if it's hair oil or something, you want to use something that is easy to just pour and then just close it back. So think about how are my customers using it, and when you make a good experience for your customers with your packaging, it makes them want to come back again. And just there's some things you buy just because of the bottle it is in, because it's easy to carry or easy to store it. So, and they'll be able to recommend you and refer you to their family and friends. So I'm just going to go through a few of the products that we've been able to we've done some label design for as ORAC branding. So this is Plum Care, and this is a dental hygiene brand that we worked with. They were starting out, and they just needed branding for all their packaging. They were selling floss picks and mouthwash and toothpicks. So we were able to create something that is, a consistent brand image throughout all their products, because they were going to be selling their products in the supermarket. So we were able to design for them all that, and those are the colors that we chose, for dental hygiene and things, and even the packaging, we had it to be clear, so that somebody can be able to see what's inside, so that you can be able to make a decision easily. Another one here was a juice brand. They were a mandla juice. They were also, starting out, and this was the initial, the first packaging that we were designing for them. So they were having 5 different brands of juice, grape, mango, orange, and we were able to design for them, something that's consistent throughout all their various varieties of juices. So here then we have this one Kongano was it's an uji brand porridge, and we were able to design for them the the labeling for their Uji brand, and as you can see, we can now see all those things that we are talking about. This is a food brand. We can see the nutritional information. We have preparation methods, expiry date, things like the address, the barcode. So these are the things that we were trying to design for them. And then we have even the images of the ingredients that are contained in that porridge. Then on this side we have Ben's mango, dried mango. So this is these people are selling mango, dried mango. So this is a snack. It's a snack. So here we have the picture of the dried mango, how it looks like. We have some pictures of the mango and the name of the brand, and you can see the kind of colors that you are trying to use to make it look attractive. So yeah, so those are some of the things that you're trying to consider with the brand and the labeling. Then we have this one, Annie maize flour. So this one was labeling that you were doing for a maize flour brand. And so we can also see some of the things, nutritional information and ingredients. So those are some of the things that you need to think about when you're doing your product labeling. And then finally we have, for this one was a cereal brand, and we had to even we had a section for preparation method, how to prepare and things like that. So those are some of the things that you can think about when you're designing your product labeling and packaging. And as I've said, the expert that you need to talk to is somebody in branding. So for example, us at Orac Branding, we are a branding agency, so you can be able to talk to us. You'd also need to talk to a designer to design for you, or you can decide to do your own DIY design with the tools and softwares that we have mentioned. And the other thing is printing. So for printing, you have to go to somebody that can be able to print for you. And even sometimes the person that the manufacturers, maybe let's say if you are manufacturing in China or somewhere else, the manufacturers do the printing for you for the packaging. They as they produce the product, they do the printing. Maybe all you have to do is get your design and send it to them, and then they print for you. So those are some of the things that you need to consider. So us at Orac Branding, we can be able to guide you in all those stages of your product packaging and labeling. And our contacts are here. You can be able to contact us at info@oracbranding.co.ke, or if you want to contact me directly, Vanessa, you can contact me at vanessa@oracbranding.co.ke, or on this number that is there, or you can reach out to us on our social media at Orac Branding. So those are the kind of things that you need to think about when you're talking about product packaging and labeling. And I think if you were to pick one thing from this presentation, I would say it's the customer experience. Think about the customer experience with your packaging. How can you wow them? How can you make it convenient for them? So yeah. So thank you. I don't know if we have any questions or comments. We'll be able to answer them at this point.
Wow, great, Vanessa. That was a brilliant conversation, quite loaded. And thanks for the great insights. You simplified the process for us. Maybe you could talk about that part of labeling, the legal part. So how do I get to know if I'm doing skincare products? then this is the label I must have.
Okay.
When I'm doing the DIY, do it yourself, that this is what is legally accepted in Kenya.
Okay. So when we are talking about the legal requirements, you can be able to, the easiest way is just to go on Google and Google labeling guidelines in Kenya, and you'll be able to see and their sections. They are sectioned, for food, whether you're doing food, whether you're in pharmaceuticals, whether you're doing, all these industries, whether it's something to do with like energy and all that. They have those requirements that, things that you have to mention. There are things that you have to mention, but let's say basically for most of the products, things that you have to mention are things like ingredients. What are the ingredients that have been used in this product? Mention each and every one of them. What are the, allergens? Allergens are also important. Things that can cause allergies to people. Things like, nuts, soya, such things. You have to mention such things. The other thing is nutritional information, the quantities, like carbohydrates, this much. And these are things that your manufacturer will be able to give you. For example, if you are producing maybe a skincare product, they'll be able to tell you it has this percentage of this ingredient, this percentage of this. If it's something in food, there's those specific quantities that it has: sugars, this much; fat, this much. You have to be able to mention those products. The other thing that you need are standard marks. The standard marks that you have to put on your product. For example, if it's the KEBS mark, you have to apply for that and put it on your product. If it's something in the pharmaceutical, there are those standard marks that it has gone through that process of it has been checked and it has passed. Those are some of the things that you have to put. Let's say if you are selling in the supermarket or in shops, it needs a barcode. So those are some of the things that you have to put there. Yeah, maybe an image of what it is, or a graphics, an illustration of what's inside. This helps the consumer to make that decision. So these are some of those basic things that you have to put on your labeling. But because each industry is different, industry, now we can get now to the secondary things that you have to put depending on the industry that you are in. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you could reshare if someone do they do that. You could reshare that if an entrepreneur want to talk to you for support on branding and labeling of their products. How do they go about that? You could share your contacts.
Okay, so if you want to reach out to us, we are ORAC Branding. You can find us on all social media platforms at ORAC Branding, or you could reach out to us on these contacts. So our website, oracbranding.co.ke, or our official email, info@oracbranding.co.ke, or you can reach out to me personally at vanessa@oracbranding.co.ke, or on that number. I've also shared a Google form. To where you can be able to just quickly reach out to us and quickly tell us, the kind of service that you're looking for, and then we'll be able to see it and be able to get back to you. Okay, I see Rivers Foods asking what's your rate card for branding. So it depends on what exactly we are talking about. Maybe just reach out to us and then we'll be able to, have a consultation and be able to give you something specific, but it it can start anywhere from 4,000 going upwards. But reach out to us. You can send me a quick email or just fill out that form and I'll be able to reach out to you and then we can have a consultation and talk about what exactly, because branding is broad. We can be talking about designing your logo, designing your brand guidelines, designing your label. Then we're talking about the packaging and all these things, so we can give you a customized quote.
All right. So thank you so much. I've shared the link on the chat. So you can reach out to them by filling that form. And Vanessa, maybe you talked of printing the labels and the packaging, and any indicative cost
Yes, printing
to
it can range anywhere.
entrepreneurs?
Yeah, printing
I know
can.
the higher the quantities, lower the price.
Yeah, I think anywhere from as low as 20 shillings. From as low as 20 shillings, you can get, like, for example, the stickers that you're talking about or the branded tape that you're talking about. Anywhere from as low as 20 shillings, 50 shillings, you can be able to get those. And then now it depends on the quantity, whether you want maybe 500, 1,000, then you can be able to do that.
All right. Thank you so much. This was very resourceful, Vanessa. Very glad that you made time to come and share very comprehensively about product labeling and packaging. We will you can reward during the lunch break. We'll also share the same after we close the digital bootcamp. So thank you so much. We'll take a lunch break. And when we resume at 2 p.m., we'll be talking about how do you get paid. Have Equity Bank facilitating that. How do you deliver your products? What is the easiest way? Because the challenge you will encounter as you get online is the cost of delivery. I bought an item the other day at 1,200 was 400 shillings. And I just wondered, and it was a very small item. And I was just comparing that and thinking, why don't I just walk to the shop? So these are some of the challenges. And we'll have pick up Tani, talk to us and conversation. And even for those who want to go regionally, sell in other countries through the African Continental Free Trade Area or sell globally, this is a conversation you need to have. And then the last session will be on sustainable e-commerce or digital trade. And in this session, we'll be talking about how do you get paid. How do you get paid? 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 session. How then do you make it sustainable? Now you are selling online. Good afternoon and welcome to this afternoon's 3 sessions. And today marks the end of our Digital Bootcamp for the e-commerce for small businesses 2023. Really excited to have all of you. We have 3 sessions that we'll be having before we close, and we are starting with payment options. And then we'll talk about delivery, and finally, how do we keep e-commerce sustainable? Matters, climate action, climate change, environmental consciousness as we trade on social media platforms or we trade online. This morning was packed. We had a conversation on how to sell on marketplaces, website, e-commerce. We talked about product labeling and packaging, a very engaging conversation. We also had a brilliant discussion around how to sell on LinkedIn. And to start the day, we talked matters Pan-African trade. And discussing about the opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. So has been a packed morning, and we are going to have more exciting stuff this afternoon. Talking about matters payments as we transition online, as we sell on social media platforms, then we need to be paid as entrepreneurs. And to help us understand options of being paid when transacting online, I have Wycliffe Mukangai from Equity Bank, and I'm inviting him to come and take us through the presentation. Inviting all of you, if you've not introduced yourself, you've just joined us, please feel free to tell us about yourself, your business, the county you're coming from. Also feel free to share comments. What's your experience getting paid by online customers. How has it been? If you have a question, please feel free to put it on the chat. We'll be happy to have it answered by our facilitator for the day. I just, before we start, we want to be sure that we have you back. I can see Becky Tikiti Foods. Welcome back. Lovely. Please share something to show us that yes, you're back. I want to see those comments on the chat. Talk to us. We'd like to know that you're back and ready to start the afternoon session. Our facilitator is ready. Just uploading his presentation to just get started. Ready? Put your comments on the chat. We would like to know that you're here and ready for the afternoon session. Waiting for those comments to keep coming. Tell us you're ready to start the afternoon session. What do you want to learn about payments, delivery, and matters, climate, as we discuss sustainable e-commerce or green digital? Exciting afternoon. Wycliffe, welcome to this session. Wycliffe, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Kindly confirm that you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you, but we can't see you. Would be nice to, if possible, if you're able to switch on your camera, that would be nice. If not, it's still okay.
I don't know if it is up now.
No, it looks like there's something blocking it.
Let me check.
Yeah. So we are ready when you are. Please keep your comments coming. As Wycliffe, yes, perfect. Now we can see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe the presentation, you could put it in slideshow.
Yeah, a minute.
All right, so we are ready for the afternoon session. We have Wycliffe Mukangai, the regional manager for payments at Equity Bank. Equity Bank is one of our partners for small business loans. Some of you have benefited from that, and payment solutions. They're the ones who have been supporting us in those two areas. They keep telling me they have more solutions, and maybe Wycliffe will be talking to us about that.
Sure.
Yeah, so we are good. Wycliffe, I would like to invite you to introduce yourself and then hand it over to you to proceed with the presentation. Karibu sana.
Asante. Thank you, Rachel. And I wish to really appreciate this opportunity that you've given unto us and the partnership we've had for a while now. We don't take it for granted because these opportunities are not easily gotten. So we really appreciate, and on behalf of Equity Bank, I really appreciate. So my name is Wycliffe Mkangai. I support payments at the region. I'm a regional payments manager in Equity Bank Kenya Limited. And when I talk about payments, these touches on the digital platforms that we have to assist our customers to do self-serve, receive payments, and make payments, or the channels. So they range from the agency banking model. We have the mobile model, that is the pay with equity model, the ones that I'm going to talk about now, because I do understand the team we have on board, they are in running businesses. So I'll be talking about that solution today. We also have what you call billers, or the pay bill. These ones we give to institutions. And when I talk about institutions, they are such as schools, churches, etc. Then we also run with the cards, I believe you've been able to, when you're doing your shopping, you've been able to go to a supermarket or a petrol station, or even in your church, you are told that you can pay using your card. You don't need to carry cash. So that is part and parcel of what we do, what I do at Equity. So precisely, Equity Bank, we have we have also devolved our units. In that, when I talk about devolving our units, we are segmented in three. That is the head office. Then we have the regional offices. The regional offices currently are 7 in number, and that is Nairobi West, Nairobi East. Nairobi East covers part of the eastern part of Nairobi, Eastlands, and the whole of part and parcel of Ukambani. Then we have the central region. Then we have the northeastern region that covers part of Ukambani, part of central region, and the whole of the former northeastern province. We also have the Rift Valley region that runs from Limuru all the way to Kakuma. Then we have the Nyanza Western region. So, and in each and every region, we have the regional payments manager. Like in my region, we are 3. In Central, we have 2. Northeastern, we have 1. Nairobi East, we have 3. Rift Valley, we have 2. And Nyanza Western, we have 2. Why am I mentioning them? Because I believe after this training, you will be knocking our doors and we will be inquiring on what we are going to, what I'm going to take you through today. So I've already notified them that expect customers or inquiring about this product, and I know some of them might join this training along the way. So that is how we are structured, and we are between the branches and the head office. So we have the regional office. So they escalate things to us, then we are the link between the branches and the head office. So thank you. Other than that, Equity is a global bank. Currently, we are in Tanzania, we are in Uganda, we are in Rwanda, we are in South Sudan, and recently we entered the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we are doing well. So if you are in Equity, then know that when you visit the east and the east and central region will be served. Other than that, it is the most accessible bank, and we can agree with that. And it is said out of 10, in a gathering of 10, if you ask about bank, where people bank, you'll find that out of the 10, 9 have accounts in Equity. And what made us to be where we are today, we began in the year 1984 as a building society, and by the grace of God, we have come up and we are now a commercial bank that is the best in Kenya, and also in East and Central region. So we did democratize banking, because initially banking was so hard. You were to maintain a deposit or a bank balance of 25,000, which is difficulty, or which was not available to many customers. But when Equity came in and said that for you to have an account, what we just need is an ID, and you're good to go, and you can withdraw from your account if you decide to leave it with zero, so long as we have deducted our transaction charges. That is okay. So people saw an opportunity, and in trust, we have built the organization that we have today, and the organization that has gone globally, and the organization that is touching lives, because Equity operates on a twin engine model. And when I talk about the twin engine model, we have the commercial engine, that runs with the normal day-to-day running of the businesses. And we have the social engine. I know you have interacted with the Equity Group Foundation. I know the most part that most of us know is all about the Wings to Fly program, and I know the results are out. So we'll be inviting the scholars who scored 350 marks and above, and who are coming from vulnerable families to apply and get those scholarships. And so far, we've been able to educate quite a number in thousands. Around 15,000 have gone through that program. Then we are also running the environmental program. You've seen we have a target to do 35 million trees. So far, we have 23. That is the social part of equity. We do clean energy, etc., etc. So that is our background. So coming today to the topic of the day, and Rachel, kindly confirm that you're able to see that slide from your end before I proceed. Rachel?
Yes, we can see. We can see.
Thank
You
you.
may
Thank you
proceed.
for that. Thank you so much. So today I want to touch on these three payment solutions that we have for the MSMEs that I know we are talking about today. So our training agenda will cover the following: the pay with equity model, then the agency. These I just talked through it. Because of time, I didn't prepare presentation on each. So, but I'll talk about through it. Then PayPal, this withdrawal made easy with an equity account. So, allow me to touch first on PayPal. Uh, when you talk about PayPal, I do understand that we have some of us who are running our businesses, and these businesses have gone international. Maybe you are you are do you are in the hospitality sector, or you are farmer, or you are selling the artifacts. So at time to time you'll find a customer who wants to pay you from the international market, and they are asking you, what payment model do you have? So as Equity Bank has partnered with the PayPal is like what it is, the M-Pesa to the Kenyan market. The way M-Pesa is big, the mobile money M-Pesa is big in the Kenyan market. That is PayPal to the United States market. So we have partnered with this global payment partner that is across the globe to enable customers be able to withdraw funds paid through PayPal through an equity account. And maybe you are asking yourself, how long does it take for me to receive a payment done through PayPal? Initially, it was taking 72 hours or 3 working days. But as we speak, as a bank, we've worked tirelessly to improve on our turnaround time, so that when you have a payment done through PayPal to you receive payment to your account within 24 hours. So what needs to be done for you to receive payments through this platform? First, you need to go to the PayPal platform, open an account, and once you open that account, you link that account. Once you open the PayPal account, walk to Equity. If you don't have an account with us, open an Equity account and link the two. Link the PayPal account and your Equity account. How do you do this? You do this through our Equity uh, mobile payment platform, or Equity internet platform. So once you link the account, whenever you have received any payment, you'll be able to withdraw, and within 24 hours, that money will be available on your account. What are the charges? Because I have to speak about the transactional charges. What we charge from you is just a 1.5% of the amount that you have withdrawn. 1.5% of the amount that you have withdrawn to the account. That is the only charge that we'll be able to get. And you see, PayPal transactions are done in dollars. So you can receive that money in USD if you have open a USD account, or if your account is based in Kenya shillings, it will be converted with the prevailing rate to Kenya shillings. So that is all about PayPal. Coming to agency, allow me also to talk, just walk through it. Agency business, it is also one of the payment solutions we have. Initially, when Equity was opening up branches all over the country, customers used to shy away to come to Equity, especially so if it is back to school or end month. What they used to say is that in Equity we have long queues, but with time the queues started reducing, and one of the ways why the lines in Equity reduced, it is because of the agency solution. So the agency solution, we looked around and we presented a proposal to CBK and told them, why would banks not try this solution? And CBK gave us an approval, and we started this model. When we started it was slow, but as we speak, we have about 40,000 agents across the country. So that's why when where you live, on that apartment where you are doing your business, you can't walk a distance of 300 meters or 200 meters without encountering an Equity agent. So, and it has been good because our agents, we pay them a commission for each and every transaction they do on our behalf. So, who is this person that is qualified to become an Equity agent? You should have been in business for the last 18 months. That is 1.5 years. And the reason why we say that you should have been in business for the last 1.5 years is for us to confirm, because what we need from you is a trading license that is issued by the counties. So we'll need for the current year and the previous year. Then we don't issue Equity agency as a standalone. When I talk about a standalone, is that you come to the bank and say, I want to start the Equity agent as a business. No. Equity agency relies or comes and runs on the existing what? On the existing business. And I know we have all of us that have are on this call, they have businesses. So it comes as an additional to what you're already running. And we have statistics showing us that anyone who was running a business, then he adds Equity agency on top of it, the foot traffic to that business increases, because I've already talked about that in a 9 out of 10 people hold accounting in what? In Equity. So it increases foot traffic to your what? To your location. Other things that we ask for, definitely will ask you to give us a certificate of good conduct, and that is a requirement from the Central Bank of Kenya, because we are regulated by the CBK. So that is also another requirement, in addition to the personal identifiers such as the ID, the KRA pin, and what have you. Then you'll have to fill the forms. Then it takes about uh, 3 weeks. The whole process is complete. You are created in our systems. We give you a certificate that comes from CBK. We call it an accreditation certificate. We do the branding, and in 3 weeks you'll be up running, and you'll be serving our customers. So that is it. So On the two, that is agency and PayPal, that is much that I can talk about them now because of time. But when you walk, anyone interested in having the two, you are free to walk to any of our outlets. And when you just walk into Equity, just ask for the payment staff. Go there, you'll be taken through, you'll live with all the requirements that you need, and we shall be able to onboard you when you meet the requirements. So allow me to take a deep dive to now the pay with equity. So why pay with equity? I know you've seen on television and especially saw the royal media when you walk around these towns or the markets you live in, the markets where you run your businesses, you've seen on billboards tunasema kulipwa ni rahisi na one equity till. And I know some of you might or have the tills already. So pay with equity is a solution that we are giving to businesses to receive payments. And pay with equity is interoperable. When I talk about interoperability, means that it is the only till number in the market that is able to receive payments from about 6 channels. We have our own channels, as I'm going to take you through. We have other channels that include M-Pesa, that include Airtel Money, that include PesaLink, and also we have introduced a QR code. And you can see from that picture on your right how that gentleman is happy. He's receiving a payment from the customer. I think he is running a hardware na anafurahia kwa sababu nini? Anajua kulipwa ni rahisi na One Equity Till. And I want to take you through why kulipwa ni rahisi with One Equity Till. So what is pay with equity merchant till? When you talk about the merchant, you, the business owner, you become our merchant once you onboard you. So pay with equity merchant till is a payments channel that enables customers to pay for goods and services easily and conveniently from our mobile phone device to a merchant's till number. So it allows you to receive payments from your customers. I know we have all been able to experience how a mobile payment is done. So you go to a shop, you're buying something, and you are told, lipa na hii till. So that is what I'm talking about. So behind every till number is an equity account to which payments are remitted in real time. So one of the requirements for you to have the equity till number is that you must have an account with Equity Bank. And the reason is whenever payment is made to your till number, that money is settled in your account or is remitted in your account real time. What it means is that if I want to get stock, we are not telling you that hii pesa tutakuwekea kesho. No. If you want to get stock from your supplier and you have One Equity till number, customers pay, the money is remitted real time in your account. If you're paying for stock, you are able to pay for that stock immediately. So how can customers make payments to One Equity till? I've already talked about this. These are the channels that customers make payments through. So channel number one is our Equity app. If you have an Equity account, I know you have experienced this. You have downloaded the app from Play Store or the App Store. Then USSD code. We have accommodated everyone, even those customers who don't have smartphones. They can use *247# the USSD, or maybe you have the Equity mobile, but your phone, you see these smartphones, when the charge is low, they can't support they can't support you going online. So you cannot go anywhere and be stranded because you can still invoke the *247# the USSD code, and you're able to do what? To make a payment. We have also our Equity Online platform. Equity Online, it is just the internet banking platform. Then we have Equitel STK. STK is the SIM toolkit. This is what we began with. I know you've interacted with our Equitel. Then we have other channels. In addition to that, we have M-Pesa. So from M-Pesa, I'll show you how you pay to our One Equity till, then the Pesa link, then the Airtel Money. Looking at just at the number, the different channels I've talked about, you will all agree with me that when you have One Equity till, then is a one-stop shop. You are home and dry. You don't need to get any extra till to your business. And the beauty is that when customers, we said kulipwa ni rahisi na Equity till, na pia kulipwa ni free na One Equity till number. When customers channel pay you through One Equity till number, let's say I was purchasing an item of 1,000, we are not going to deduct you anything from what the customer has paid. If I'm paying 1,000, that is what will settle into the account. And with the current economy that we are in, every businessman, every businesswoman, you want to save that coin at any given time. So One Equity till is the solution. So why are we saying that you need to make payments, or you need to make sure as a businessman or woman, or that you have the One Equity till number? So number one is cash management. All benefits of cashless payments. Imekuondolea ile stress ya kukaa na ati unasema hii pesa imekuwa mingi, it becomes a security threat. So receive payments through One Equity till. Number two is the interoperability. When I talked about interoperability in simple terms, is that One Equity till you've seen all the channels, the hours, the USSD, M-Pesa, mobile, online, all those channels, Airtel Money, all are there. So you don't need to get any other because it's a one-stop shop. Number three, settlement. I've talked about is real time. When I pay, when the customer pays, you receive that money there and then, and you receive a notification for that payment. The customer also receives a notification for that payment. Number four, zero commission. Yeah, zero commission, no transactional fees. When you are paying, when a customer pays to your till, hakuna kitu tunakukata. And if the customer has an Equity account and is paying to our till, also him or her will not be charged. But those paying from Airtel Money and M-Pesa, there's a small transactional charges that is levied by the mobile. Anyone coming to a shop paying to our till from M-Pesa, let's say he's paying 500 shillings, he'll be charged 5 shillings. Paying 1,000, he'll be charged that should be 12 bob. Paying 0 to 100 is free, but it is not Equity that charges that charge. So it is not expensive even for the ones paying from the other channels. So merchant onboarding, when I talk about merchant onboarding, this is the process of recruiting you. What you only need is only an Equity account and a running business. And if you don't have an account, we will open for you the account and make sure that you live with the till. Maybe you are asking yourself, how long will it take me to get that till? For example, if you walk into any of our branches now, it will take you 20 minutes. You have your till number and it will be transacting on less than that. And we also have our direct sales teams on the ground that move from shop to shop marketing. If they come to a shop, they'll be able to onboard you there. If they need to make any changes, they can make any changes. and leave you with a till that is transacting. That is one. But if he or she doesn't have the mobile onboarding platform, they'll have to go and do it in the branch. So same day service. So borrow. We have what you call PW merchant loan. To talk this in the light slide. But when you have one equity till, we after 3 months, and after 3 months when you onboard you, we will give you a limit. Hii ni pesa tunakuambia unaweza chukua, and because I know most of you the businesses that you are doing, they are high turnover businesses or fast moving goods businesses. So tunakupatia hiyo pesa and we tell you pay return the money within 7 days. When you pay, you are able to borrow again. And when you maintain that record, after every month we keep reviewing the limits. Maybe you started with a limit of 5,000, but because of your good history, you go on as we do what? Increase your limit. So these are the journeys on how customers pay through our till. So what we are talking about, interoperability. So the equity channels, these are how, like the Equitel, as you can see on the right where I'm hovering my mouse, we have the menu. Customer will go to the menu, my money, then pay goods for services. On Equity app, login, then select pay goods for services. On M-Pesa, Lipa na M-Pesa, pay bill, 247. Then the place where he's being asked to enter the till number, the account number, that's where he will key in the till number. The Airtel journey is there, the PesaLink journey is there, then lastly the QR code. This sticker doesn't have a QR code, but we have generated the ones that have QR code. So the customers will be able to scan the QR code, then the names of your businesses pop out, and you'll be able to complete that payment, and you'll be able to receive that money real time, as I've mentioned. So this is just branding. It is just a picture of how our two different models of branding look like. Then we have a third one that has the branding. So visibility of the till number is key in ensuring till usage. It depends on where you place the till. So place it in a strategic way where customers will be able to see it and be able to make payments. So our branding come as a pair with an attractive display of the till number, as well as the step-by-step guide for the customer on how to pay from the various mobile wallets. So this is the step-by-step. So this is what I said that I'll talk about, the PW merchant loan. How does it work? The merchant loan is an unsecured facility that allows a merchant to draw funds for working capital requirements quickly and conveniently when required for a short tenure. The loan is a revolving facility targeting active equity merchants, and it is accessed digitally through our USSD *247#. So that is how it works. And I've told you that you need to have used if you're onboarded on this thing, you need to have used it for the last 3 months. You'll be able to get a limit. Since we launched this product last year, December, I've seen businesses grow, and the customers have really loved it because it is cheap as compared to any other quick loan that you'll find outside there in the market. So what is the minimum amount that you can borrow? The minimum amount you can borrow for now is 1,000. And what is the maximum amount that you can borrow? You can borrow up to 300,000. 300,000 mtu tunakupatia, tunakuambia use it, then within this period of 7 days you are able to pay. So the loan tenure is up to 7 days. However, one can repay the loan before the due date and borrow again. It's not that you must pay within the 7 days. You can pay early before the 7 days. So what are the charges? A charge of 1.7%, which comprises of the less. The less is what you call the loan, the loan access and processing fees, insurance fee, and exercise duty on the amount requested. Charges are collected from the merchant overdraft account. This loan doesn't have interest charge, and I'll explain that. The 1.75%, it is the only charge we will charge you when you are applying that loan. And as we have said, it is to cater for this what we are calling it is to cater for what we are calling the insurance fee, and the exercise duty. So assume you borrowed 10,000. What will charge you as a bank to process for you that loan is only 175 shillings to process that loan. And when you pay within the 7 days, the 175 shillings, it will be the only cost. So assume you're going to get a stock of 10,000. And as we have discussed, you are in a fast moving goods business. You will have already turned over this amount. And when you get to calculate your profit versus the cost of getting this money, you'll find that indeed what you have given you as a bank, it is the best deal ever in the market. I know you are concerned about but look at how we have structured it. Applicable only when a merchant does not pay within 7 days. So these only attract interest, which is 18% per annum. 18% per annum. It will only attract that interest rate if you've not repaid your loan within the stipulated time of 7 days. And when you calculate 18% per annum, that comes to, you take 18 divided by 12. So that is 1.5% per month. So when you calculate 1.5% per month, you'll be able to get in a day how much you'll be charged. So you take 1.5 divided by 30 days. So you find that if you don't pay this loan within 7 days, what you'll be charged in a day as interest is 0.75, depending on the number of days, which is still not much. But we always encourage that you pay it within the 7 days. So how does the bank recover this loan? So Equity Bank recovers the loan from the merchant's transacting account on maturity date. That is exactly after 7 days, the account will be demanding for you to repay what you have collected from us. You can go compare in the market and you'll find that there is no cheaper loan than this. And why are we doing this? We are doing this because we know MSMEs, the business clientele, all of us that are on this platform, we are growing up our businesses. So we don't want to expose you to Shylocks who will charge you abnormal interest that will eat the whole, in terms of the what you will have made as a profit, and even eat part your investment capital. So we are encouraging customers, the MSMEs, please have an account with us, channel all the payments, the business transaction through our one equity till, kwa sababu kulipwa ni rahisi na one equity till number. So you're asking yourself, what is this that Wycliffe is talking about? What is the footprint as we speak now? So unaona, I know where you stay in every street. Nowadays, huwezi pita without seeing this kind of what? Branding. So kulipa ni free, and we have over 800,000 one equity till number merchants countrywide using our what? Using our till number. So who are you? Kwa nini wewe tukuache nyuma? And that's why you are here today. I believe it has been clear. And that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Back to you, Rachel. And
Yeah, thank
kindly,
you, Wycliffe. Yeah. Brilliant, and very informative. Could you guide us how one signs up as a small business? So where do I start?
so for this one equity till number,
Yes. Pay with, yes.
yeah, thank you, Rachel. That's a good question. So for you to sign up for this business, one, you can walk into one of our branches near you. When just walk in, go to the reception, say, I would wish to be issued with one equity till number. And let me clarify something on that that has just come up. We are not going to issue with a different number unless you request. What we'll use is just your current either Safaricom, either Airtel, or either maybe telecom number that you are currently using is what we will maintain in our systems as one equity till number. So one way, you walk into our branches. Number two, we have a direct sales representatives that are all over. Currently, we have about 800 of them that support us in onboarding the customers. So utaona kule kwa soko, they can visit you. Then number three, if you're in a market, maybe the branch is far away, you can give us a call, and you can give us a call on 0763 000 That's our contact center, and contact center will be able to pick the details, and we'll be able to route them to the specific branch, and we'll make sure that the branch has provided somebody to come to where you are located, and you will be onboarded. And onboarding is free of charge.
Okay, great. I have two questions here for you. The
Yes.
first question is from Craft Stylish. Is it possible
Yes.
to integrate the equity till into an e-commerce website?
Yes,
And
we
then
do.
allow me to read the second one so that you can answer both. Is
Yes.
it true that pay with equity account number is very long compared to other banks, hence increased chances of errors like sending to wrong account number and also tiresome to customers? Another one, second one from Frida, what do I come in with to the bank to open the till number?
Thank you so much, Rachel. So number one, I want to confirm that we are able to integrate the till number to an e-commerce platform. You just need the branch that supports you. Go and raise that with we call them, we have the payment supervisors in the branches, and we also have the direct sales representative. So we will be able to visit the branch, raise that, and we will be able to integrate. Number two, concerning that the till number is long and customers are prone to make mistakes, we had those cases, but you see, what we are giving you is your phone number. Assume like my phone number is 0763837923. So I'm telling you that if I want to pay you from equity, you just use you go to from our channels, that is pay mobile money, make payments, pay goods and services. Then we ask you for the till number, use the number that is displayed there. If it's paying from Safaricom 247, then my number. So not really. But to cap that, what have we done as a bank? I've said that we have now moved to the generation of QR code, so that the customer will just scan the code with his or her phone, and they will be able to do what? To make that payment without any errors.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you answer the last question on what requirements one needs to present to the bank?
So the requirements that you need to present to the bank, as I've said, let me talk about for those who don't have an account with Equity. What you'll need is your identification card, then the KRA PIN. Then number 3 is the number that we will maintain in our systems to be used as the till number. And you must have a running what? A running business. But for those who have already accounts with us, you just need to walk to any of our branches with your ID, and we'll be able to do what? And the number that you'll want to be used as the till number, you fill the form, and we're able to create for you the till number. And by the time you are leaving the bank, we'll have tested and confirmed that it is working well.
Brilliant for those who would wish to sign up for the one till with Equity. I'm sharing the link in the chat. That also helps the process. We have a partnership with the Equity Bank to support you with financing needs like the loans and then payment solutions as well. So if you fill that form, we'll have it shared with the Equity Bank team. And then they will reach out to you. As Wycliffe said, always they can visit your branch and they'll be served. Yes. Wycliffe, you have 2 of your colleagues, is
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
I can see Felix, and I would like to invite them to say hello as we end the presentation. Felix, could you say
Sure.
hello to our entrepreneurs?
Thanks so much, Rachel, for this opportunity. Also, good afternoon, team members. Good afternoon, Wycliffe. I just joined in to listen as my colleague was taking us through. I think indeed, whatever Wycliffe has taken us through is something that will enable the business owners to be able to accept payments from customers the easiest way. So with us, we're just here to just support our customers. Those who are also willing to become our new customers, we highly appreciate. And I think if they can be able to even reach our branches, we have the staff that are who are at the branch levels, who can be able to take them from point A to point Z to ensure that all the questions, all the tills, all the issue of PayPal, pay with Equity will be sorted. So we kindly invite our stakeholders to ensure that they come with us. Let's walk this journey. We are here to support them. Otherwise, thank you, and back to you, Rachel.
Yeah. So Felix, before you go, I know there's this advert I've been watching. So even for small businesses using Pay with Equity, if I'm buying stock and I have less cash, I can Fuliza. Could you talk to us about that option for small businesses? I'm going to buy stock. I just noticed I have 500 shares or 1,000. Can I Fuliza with one till number with Equity?
Thanks so much, Rachel. The way you just said it, Fuliza, I know most of us in Kenya, per se, we've been using the other side from the other telecos. So the bank also introduced the same, because now these customers are coming to the business owners' shops. Maybe they want to buy cement, and they find that a cement, maybe one can cost maybe 700 shillings, but the account, the customer has only 500 shillings. So the Fuliza part of it from our side will enable the customer to complete the transaction, so that now the customer, he or she, will be able now to pay the bank thereafter. But what we want to do, let's complete the transaction first. The owner of the business gets the money, the customer gets the product, then the other side will square with the client thereafter. Thank you.
Okay. Brilliant. Well said. And thank you so much, Equity Bank, for being a great partner to us and supporting our entrepreneurs to succeed. And Equity Bank, actually, you voted them as the best bank of the year under the Small Business Award. So they're doing amazing stuff, and thank you. We say a big thank you to yourselves and your team. Yeah. So I will now move on to the next session. And now we have the payment, so we need to deliver the product. And before we broke for lunch, I shared my experience the other day about something at 1,200, and the delivery cost was 400. And it just within Nairobi. And I was debating, should I just not walk to the shop, get the product myself, and sort out myself? It sounded very expensive, and that's the reality on the ground. So navigating this landscape of how to have your product delivered, it's something you need to think about when you receive the payment, and now you are like, oh, who will deliver? Do I deliver, or do I get the border guy to deliver, or how do I go about it? For this session, we invited Pick Up Mtaani. And Robert Mwaluga, the co-founder and CEO, is here with us. Very, very, very knowledgeable in this area. And when I invited him and I'm asking him about a presentation, he just laughs because he sleeps this and he talks delivery, and that's what he lives for. So very, very knowledgeable about this. And I'll be inviting him in a minute or two to discuss on how are they helping small businesses navigate this? How are they making it cost effective? Before that, I want to run through just a few slides. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I've experienced this. So I know where it pinches most, and have a discussion with yourselves on how do you manage your deliveries? Have you thought about that, even as you get online? What do you consider when you're looking for a delivery provider or a delivery option? Let's just look at a few. Okay, I can see Ravers Foods. We are suffering with delivery charges. You're not alone. We have many of these. One of our entrepreneurs, actually, when they were adopting WhatsApp online selling, they started with WhatsApp business. They created a catalog and they could share. So they had this product. I think it was during Mother's Day that week. And they got a client who was outside Nairobi. They could not deliver the product because the cost of delivering was more expensive than the product. And they had not charged the customer. So that's something we'll be discussing about, even how do you price? They had not charged the customer delivery fee. The delivery amount was higher than the cost of the product, and they were just they would not be in business if they delivered. So just some of the challenges you will encounter, and that's why we need to have this conversation. And sometimes your customers will fail to buy your product because the delivery fee is very high. So we'll be seeing how you manage that landscape. And as I progress with this, I will invite one of our small business leader, Jackie Kithinji from Masedi. Welcome, Jackie. Really nice to see you. Jackie is the founder of Masedi Limited. She'll be telling us a little about herself and what they do there. And Jackie also talked to us about your experience delivering your products.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Rachel and the team. It's always a pleasure to be in this network, in this forum. As Rachel has introduced me, my name is Jacqueline Kithinji, the founder of Masedi Limited. I always tell people, Masedi, we started as consolidators of fresh produce and veggies, consolidating and exporting. Then came down now to farming of red bulb onions. And I think Jackie is, can I say she looks for opportunities or she looks for solutions? Because even from the export to come back to farming, it was as a result of looking for good quality onions. Then as I'm farming onions, we also look at another way. How do we serve onions? Apart from just having the onion, everyone here, I know most of us don't even like cutting onions. Once upon a time, I used to make fun with my friends and would say, when you're frustrated, just take all your frustrations to the kitchen, cut onions, and you cry automatically. So now we look at it. There is urbanization coming up. We have our children, our sisters, our brothers who don't want to cut onions. We also need to serve it in a different way. We have all the chili sauces in the market. We have the strawberry sauces, jams, and all that. So Jackie had to think, what else can an onion do? And that is why we went back to our drawing board, looked for an innovation way of how to serve onions. We serve them as a jam, as a marinade, as a juice, as a sauce. So basically, I can say we have onion condiments and onion spices. And I welcome everyone to check out our Instagram page, MSL_Yummy. You'll get there. And we also supply them as raw onions and also the other vegetables. Now, my experience with delivery, apparently it's even one of the things that I had a class in the morning and we were talking about it. Our times even we use these riders and either the rider delivers your product when it's already damaged. So even when it's getting there, the labeling is already filled up either with dirty hands and can't look good, or even the personal presentation of the rider or the delivery person who does it. It has been quite a challenge, I can say so, until some point you are forced either to deliver personally, which is expensive. But because the first time I was trying like to catch up the market, I don't know if I say I put it in my marketing budget, not really, but it's just an expense that occurred. And obviously it reduced our profitability. But right now, looking forward, only that it's not like as easy as we may say it here, but having a personal rider, because the other solution was SEDI. And by the time we are signing up with SEDI, I remember the first time I tried to sign up with SEDI, it was the fresh onions. And they told me they don't do that. So that was an X. And now to look for other, like now these individual riders who at times will go tee up the nets. The onions will even get the clients when they're less. And by the time I was signing up with them for the condiments, they were not available. So it's a bit a challenge. And the little I've gotten from Madam Rachel when I just signed up, at times it becomes so expensive that even now the client is not able to pick up from you and they choose to only wait for when you're available, maybe in a market that they can access.
All right, great. And thank you so much, Jackie. Could you repeat your Instagram handle for those who'd like to check your product? And if you have your product with you, please showcase. She has very good product labeling and packaging. You will love it.
Okay, our Instagram handle is MSL_Yummy. I'm also very active on WhatsApp. That's 0743 607 821. And fortunately, today I don't have any of my products. Maybe I can share a photo of it on the chat.
Okay,
And
okay, sounds good.
people can see list our products. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. And just share your Instagram handle here and we'll share with the participants. So thank you so much. I believe you remain in this session to learn more about delivery. Okay, so I want to run just a few slides, then I will invite the expert, and you'll ask all the hard questions. So I would like us to look at the options you consider when looking for what you consider when looking for options for your product delivery. And how do you deliver product? And Jackie actually put it very well. This is the first option. And most of us, when you're starting to sell products on social media platforms or online, we go for this option, in-house delivery. So here we hire a delivery guy, we get that border guy, and then we then coordinate with the person to be delivering. When you're considering this option, sometimes also look at whether the delivery person will be, if it's an employee you're bringing on board or staff, they'll be engaged throughout, whether it makes sense for you to pay them a salary. Others look for a border guy who they can be calling every time they have an order, and sometimes you want a product delivered and your border guy or your motorcycle rider is not available at that particular time. Maybe they have a customer. So just some of the challenges with this option. But most of us go for this option when we are starting, possibly because we don't know any other option. The other option one looks for is local delivery service providers. So here you'd possibly look at an app, providers within your locality or within the country that are available. You download the app, and then you assign the delivery and pay for it to be delivered. So this is an option as well. The other one is engaging a third-party delivery service, people who are expert in this area and all they do is to deliver parcels and products. And then you decide, now I will not handle this. I have my product here. I'll work on perfecting my product and getting customers. And then now assign a third party to do the delivery. And that's why we have Pika Mtani, who are also our partner at Biashara Africa, to just help us understand then how do we navigate this. So let's look, before we invite Robert Mwaluga from Pika Mtani, let's look at what to consider when making a choice. And I just picked at a few things you may want to consider, and Robert, you will add more into this because you're the expert in this area. Cost is a big thing. We must agree to that. So you have to look for an option that is cost effective without compromising your product or compromising customer service. So this is a key aspect. So you have a provider. If you're delivering a long distance, for example, if you're delivering from Nairobi to Migori, then you look for a provider who has created efficiencies on that route, who's very good at that. You will not go for Uber. You may not go for another option. So some of the things you consider, and Robert will elaborate further on this, and keep your questions coming. The other one is speed. One time we had an entrepreneur using Poster. So Poster, you take your product. If you take in the afternoon, they will deliver the following day, So some of the things you need to consider. So can your customer wait for a day or 2 or 3? If you do that, you may possibly opt for that option because it's cost effective. So an aspect to consider. Distance as well. The further it is, you want to get providers that are more cost effective, or they understand that route very well. If you're possibly shipping outside the country, then you look for providers who have perfected that. If you're shipping to another African country or to a global market, then things to consider. Reliability, of course, this one I can't overemphasize. This is critical. Sometimes we've had some of our entrepreneurs who use service providers, and the items, I don't know whether they forget to deliver the item, only for the customer to complain after 5 days. And then you try to reach the service provider, you can't reach them. it takes another 1 or 2 days to reach them. So by the time you're getting to Turkey, 7 days, then they're like, you know how the conversation goes. So this is a key aspect as well. And then flexibility. Another day we had an entrepreneur in baking. So they deliver the cake for the wedding on Saturday, they delivered on Friday afternoon. And then later, they realized there's an item they had left that was critical. And the rider, the service provider couldn't deliver at night, you know? So just some small things that possibly may affect your business. The other thing I would like to add to the same is scalability. So if you're selling in your county, for example, Nairobi, but you have plans to expand to Mombasa, to Kisumu, to Eldoret, to other bigger towns, or even Nakuru, then you want to start to think about that when you're deciding on a delivery provider. So let me stop there and invite the expert to talk to us about this subject. Robert, karibu sana. Please tell us about yourself. Robert is an entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of, co-founder and CEO of Pickup Mtaani. So Robert, tell us a little about yourself and then talk to us how you're helping small businesses to deliver their products. Also, give us insights. How does one navigate this? Cost is a big challenge, I must say. Yeah, so I hand it over to you, Robert.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and Biashara Africa for hosting me today. I'm actually honored to be speaking to entrepreneurs alike in Nairobi and also the greater regions of Kenya. So, as I mentioned, I'm Mwaluga Robert, the co-founder and CEO of Pickup Mtaani. So Pickup Mtaani, we call it a last mile delivery service that mainly partners with vendors selling online. And to us, we've looked at the online space on platforms like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and even TikTok. So our value proposition mostly has been to serve this social seller to be able to connect with their customers wherever they are, because basically the internet, or rather the platforms that we engage in, have given that a global appeal to our small businesses. Because basically what the internet or what Facebook or what TikTok is telling us is that we can access any person within Kenya by the use of the particular applications that they've developed to us. So when you look at it in terms of logistics or rather deliveries, um, we have an internal statement that says a transaction in e-commerce is a transaction in logistics. So ideally, no matter that order, where it comes from, is it from Gigi, is it from Jumia, is it from Facebook, that product has to move from you, who actually sold on that platform, and actually get delivered to the customer, or rather the end user who end up buying from you. And we feel that we take that message very religiously. So to us, we've looked at logistics in, okay, how we look at it is that first, logistics is very fragmented. Rachel has mentioned the one thing that any business that goes online usually do is usually look for a border rider who either resides near you or is either outside your shop, that you can easily form a relationship, because ideally if they are in the stages whereby you live or the stage whereby you operate from, it's easy for you to form a lasting relationship with the rider. And ideally, that is the number one gateway of you actually fulfilling any delivery that you get from the sale that you get. But now Pickup Mtaani, where it is right now, we've kind of innovated in the space, because what we did is that the one problem that we faced, and this came from me actually being a rider. I actually used to deliver packages myself from 2018 to 2020 when I started Pickup Mtaani. So I was a delivery rider. And the one thing we actually found a problem was the high delivery costs. As much as we were delivering to people in Kilimani, Lavington, Kileleshwa, and remember these are high net worth individuals, the first question was, why is the delivery so expensive? And I think that really bothered us, myself and my co-founder, Okia. So To us, we felt for us to open up e-commerce, for us to open up you as a small business to access any particular customer within Nairobi region, we needed to figure out how to lower the delivery costs. And that's when now we started the concept of pick up mtaani. And I believe it's in the name. So it's literally picking up in your mtaa. And what we did is that we partnered with local shops that exist in neighborhoods. So we went to Kitengela, found that local shop that is there. We went to Juja, looked at shops that are there. And then we told them that would they want to become an agent of Pickup Mtani, whereby the people of Juja, the businesses of Juja, can use this particular shop to either send or receive their package. So call us the new age poster operating at this moment in time. So with that, we are actually able to reduce the delivery cost for over 50%. Because right now, as we speak, for you to actually deliver a package from CBD to any point within Nairobi to any agent, the charges are a standard of 120 shillings. And these usually fall within packages that are less 5 kgs. But also, we've gone the step further because we understand you are operating in your given neighborhood, that you don't have to come to the CBD for you to access business. The internet has given you the opportunity to sell wherever you are, even in your house. You just need to grab, you have a stock, grab photos, and then post, and then actually offer customer service through the platforms. But then what we are enabling you is actually, if you live in Buruburu, if you live in Donholm, you can simply walk into a near Mtaani agent within your neighborhood and actually send your package to any point. So ideally, for example, if you have a business around Buruburu, you can send your package, go to the Pickup Mtani app, send a package, and the package can move from Buruburu to Kino at 210 shillings. So basically, it's CBD to any Mtani at 120, and then whenever you are selling or rather you are sending a package from outside CBD, so is it Buruburu, Donholm, Juja, Utawala, to any other Mtani agent. So like, mind you, like Karen, Rongai, so it's just one mta to another mta. The charges are 210 shillings. Um, Two, we are very, very, very thorough when it comes to the message of same-day delivery. So same-day delivery is a selling point to you as a business. And as Rachel mentioned, this is the element of speed. Ideally, you cannot have a customer in within the same county as you, maybe even within the same locality as you, and then they are purchasing from you, and then you promise them next day delivery. You usually promise next day delivery because you kind of want to consolidate orders so that it can become cheaper for you to deliver the products. But then the message of same day delivery enhances you building the trust that is needed with the customer for them to actually feel comfortable to even shop from you more and more. So we are very, very specific when it comes to same-day delivery. And how Pickup Mtani has been able to do it is that someone can send a package as late as 5 p.m. and have their packages delivered within the same day, especially if you are sending from CBD. Then if you are sending a package from your nearest Mtani agent, not even you coming to the CBD, we promise you same-day delivery if you drop the package before 2 to 30 p.m. And the package will still get to the customer within the same-day delivery. Three, we're looking at the element of how technology can help delivery companies remain transparent to their customers. And the reason for this is that Rachel just gave an example whereby a customer is following up on a package that was delivered 5 days ago, but then they have to go through um, the layer whereby they have to reach the particular delivery company, follow up on the package. But again, remember, most delivery companies use pen and paper to put records. So ideally, it goes a long while for you to actually trace your parcels. So in September 18th this year, we automated all the delivery services. So what we've been able to promise our customer is that they don't even need to go through the chain of calling our customer service number or either DMing us, WhatsApping, or even Facebooking us. What we've been able to give them is we've been able to give them a tool whereby they can simply track their orders on the go. Well, no matter the package going to doorstep or is it going to an agent delivery. And to us, one, they can track with the steps. And the steps here is whereby when you are dropping a package at CBD, there is a timestamp whereby our attendant confirms that they received the order. When the rider is assigned the order, there is a timestamp to see at what particular time was the rider assigned that order. When the rider accepts the order, there is a timestamp that shows the rider accepted this order at this specific time. And when now the rider delivers the product either to the customer or either to the agent, there is a timestamp to show at what point the rider actually arrived at the destination location. But also, we've also been able to add the live tracking. So I believe we enjoy the privilege of tracking a rider on Uber and Glovo. So we've been able to do this again for our customers. So our customers can track our riders in real time, knowing at what point their rider is so that they can plan their day better. But also, you as a business, what you get to enjoy is that we've reduced the questions, or rather, the type of queries that come through your platform, whereby customers usually follow up. Order yangu imefika wapi? Where is my order? Where is my order? So we've streamlined this for you so that you don't need to keep on confirming with the rider where they are. We've given you a platform whereby you can live track the rider at any position of the delivery process. To the last, we are looking at customer service as well. So customer service, how we look at it is that a delivery company should match the exemplary customer service you do whenever you are trying to convert a customer online. And we feel we need to be an extension of your business. And this is whereby sorry, I forgot her name, but she mentioned the element of getting riders who are kind of unkempt. Also, you get riders who are a bit rude in this particular, in many situations whereby we are dealing with riders because they don't have that, I would say, the sophistication that it brings in terms of you fulfilling that order. So with Pickup Mtani, we are very precise with the choice of riders we have. First, we don't outsource riders because I believe when you outsource riders, you don't have control over the rider. So what we've been able to do is that we kind of employ our riders to work full time for Pickup Mtani. That shows commitment to our cause. That shows the commitment of the company to you, the business, to show you that we are going to be an extension to your service. The other thing that we've been able to do is that we've been able, again, whenever you are tracking a rider, you are able to see the rider details. So is it Robert Mwaluga delivering the package? You can be able to see who served you. And this gives us an opportunity whereby we can get feedback in real time from the customer to say or to highlight if they've experienced any bad customer service from any of our tenders. Because every package that is assigned to a rider has a specific person who actually delivered it. And this particular identification helps customers to actually share feedback in real time whenever they've gotten something that is a bit off from our rider or they have kind of a bit of complaint. They can directly pinpoint to showcase who actually handled them, and we're able to actually meet their need at that particular moment in time. So that's generally how we've looked at logistics. And to even prove it is that we've gotten to a point right now we are doing around 2,000 deliveries per day. As we speak, Rachel mentioned the element of having a partner who is looking at scalability. So as we speak, we are initiating the same process in Mombasa. We are setting up in Mombasa. So ideally, by in the next 2 to 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you will be able to send a package from Kitengela all the way to Bamburi direct, from Nyali all the way to Kino, and we'll be able to also match that with our price competitiveness that we are actually known for. And that's generally who we are as Pickup Mtani, and we feel that's the impact we've been able to have on the customers. So to pinpoint even the businesses we are able to serve, we launched the app in before we had served a total of 30,000. In the 3 years that we've been operating, it's 30 years. So we migrated them from the previous system to now the new system that we launched in September 18th. And you can notice the retention rate because right now we have over 11,000 downloads so far in the new app, and actually having active users around 10,000 users per month within a timeline of 28 days. who are coming to us and using our services to reach their customers in the most affordable manner. I guess that's generally who we are, Speak Up Mtani, and the services we get to offer to small businesses selling online.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Are you in one of your warehouses?
Yes, I'm actually in the
Are
sorting
you in
area.
one of your warehouses?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes. I am in the warehouse,
Okay, could you?
and this is actually what we've been able to do. So this is whereby now our riders usually stay. We are in Gara when it comes to, so this warehouse serves as a place whereby we now dispatch our riders. Because ideally our riders don't go to our drop-off points most of the time. So this is now how we've organized once the packages have arrived. And here you can see this is one shop who is having a sale. And I wanted to change my view of the camera, but
Okay.
this is basically Nemo Naturals who has a cell, and this is basically all her crates that packages are getting sorted with gunias. But then what you look here, these shelves are basically location shelves. Once we get packages, because packages goes at different directions. Well, there is one that goes to Buruburu, Utawala, Donholm, another one that goes to Kilimani, Rescos, all the way to Ngong, another one that starts at Ngara, Pangani, all the way to Juja. So we've actually we make our work easier by labeling the shells. So here it says Isili and Buruburu. So all packages that we've collected in all places, all agents, they usually come to our Ngara point. We actually route them to specific locations. Then during the dispatch times, because we have 3 delivery schedules, we have a 9:30 a.m. schedule, we have a 1:30 p.m. schedule, and then we have a last schedule, which is 5 p.m. schedule. So what happens is that once we've been able to allocate these orders on these shelves, riders usually come to their locker, pick their packages through the system, put them in their storage bags, and then they proceed with deliveries.
Oh, okay, great stuff. How do I know where my pickup mtaani is within my where I live or where I work from?
Yeah. So what happens is that right now, when you download the Pickup Mtani app, you can actually just search for an agent. You just put simple, because we've kind of looked at locations at a general name. So is it Westlands? Is it Kino? Is it Ruaka? Is it Tigiri? Is it Matindigwa, Kiambu? So basically, you just need to search for location, and then it gives you all the options of that particular of the agents that exist in that location. For example, in Rongai, we actually have 6 agents just in Rongai town alone. So once you search Rongai town, you're actually going to see 6 options for you. Then the customer is able to now look at the description. Is it near, or once they figure out the description, or once they read the description, they're able to understand, is this area close to me or not? And then that's when they proceed to choose their location. And then you as the vendor now proceeds with filling the order details within the app.
Okay, great stuff there. So one needs to download your app.
Yes, one needs to download the app, but also we have customer service numbers that are readily accessible. But also we are very, very popular on Instagram. We have a team that actually handles the DMs on Instagram, and we have a response rate between of 10 to 15 minutes at a time, whereby you actually have an inquiry.
Okay, great stuff. And I want to read some of the comments here. Ryan Foods, does the weight matter from one mta to another mta? Another question is, where is the pickup point for Madaraka East? Let me read all his questions, then you can answer them. Can it be picked from the apartment? Like, can it be picked from my office or from my where I live? Okay. And then talk about how does one sign up?
So weight matters when you choose the Mtaani agent service. So that is a specific service whereby now this packet gets to a local shop that exists already in your neighborhood. The reason why weight matters is because sometimes these shops are small. They don't have big storage spaces. So ideally, we cannot deal with packages that are a bit absurdly shaped, or they are maybe big or even fragile in a manner. So to us, we've been able to cap the weight limit to around 5 kgs to actually go to that particular agent. But then we've not locked out people who want to deliver 10 kgs, for example. And this is whereby now we offer the door-to-door delivery service that you are accustomed about. So the door-to-door delivery service, how we've made ourselves, or rather how our processes work, is that you have to use the office or you have to send it through the agent to actually dispatch your order. So it would work kind of the same way. It's just that now you have to pay kind of a premium fee to actually deliver it to your doorstep. But the good thing about our door-to-door delivery rates are also affordable in the market, because we deliver between 210 to 410 shillings. So 410 shilling is whereby someone sends a package from Juja to Kitengela to a door to someone's doorstep. And that's where 410 comes in. So we feel it's still affordable for actually you to deliver that package, because ideally you'll not get someone who will charge you less, or rather less than that in within this industry. So one mentioned about Madaraka East. So currently we are at Madaraka Shopping Center. That's where we have our agent. Our agent is just along Madaraka Shopping Center, and it's called John Autotel. It's a spares shop within Madaraka Shopping Center. But then we'll be glad to share more information, because currently, right now, I need to look at that data to understand where they are. But then they are within Madaraka Shopping Center.
So
The third question was
yeah, how to sign up. So you said if I check on the app, and how do we download the app? Also, tell us how we do that. As you answer this question, how do I sign up?
so you can get the app on App Store. We have both for iOS and also for Android users. So it's either Google Play Store or App Store on iOS. Search for Pickup Mtani. It will bring you the option. So there'll be different options, especially for Android. You'll see Pickup Mtani agents, but for the vendor, it's only Pickup Mtani alone. So once you've downloaded it, you'll be able now to create your account. And you can actually create your account through your Gmail account directly. It registers it, and then you register your business on the app, on the platform. Then after that, you'll be able now to see the different delivery services that you want to use. Mostly, most popular service is the delivery to Mtaani agent, but then there is the door-to-door delivery. There is a rent-a-shelf service delivery for those who want to have a central collection point, but also we also organize parcel errands as well. So ideally, once you've been able to sign up, it's just easy signing in with your Gmail account. You're able now to access your dashboard for you to actually fill in the delivery details.
Okay, so I've shared the links on the chat to visit their website and download the app. Yeah, so I have. Okay, is there documentation needed when signing up?
No documentation at all. It's just simple for you to actually list your business, your phone number. Reason why we ask for the phone number is because the moment you are checking out a platform, it pre-populates your number so that you don't keep on filling in your number. Because once you do this thing within the app, you usually get the M-Pesa prompt. So things are a bit very automated within Pickup Mtani. You get the M-Pesa prompt and everything proceeds. But we only ask for your number because that usually is attached to your payment details, and that's it.
Okay, and who receives the payment? Is it me as the entrepreneur, or the vendor, or is it Pickup Mtani?
So currently, how it happens is that you've mentioned that uh, it's a conversational type of commerce that is happening from Instagram, WhatsApp. So since we are not part of that conversation, but we are an extension of you. For example, I'm chatting you up, Rachel. You are buying a shoe from me. Then I'll ask you, do you want it delivered? We work with Pickup Mtani. they deliver to an agent near you, or you would want it delivered to your door to door. So if you choose, do you want it delivered to your agent near you? You will just choose. I live in Westlands. Is there an agent near there? Then the vendor is going to share that information. So for Westlands, we have, I think, 3 agents. So there's Sarit Center, there's another one along Mutiti Road. So they share that information. So once you've confirmed it, maybe you are buying a shoe at 1,500 shillings. Then you only need to tell them the delivery to that particular location is 120 shillings. So whenever they are sending you the money, they will send you 1620 to you directly to the vendor. Now, when you, the vendor, you are trying to send the package now to pick up and turn it to deliver to the Westlands agent, once you fill in the details, you'll actually just pay directly through the app, whereby now your balance of M-Pesa gets deducted because you get the M-Pesa prompt. You only need to put in your PIN number, and then payment is made to our till number, and then now you can proceed to drop the package to your nearest Mtaani agent.
Okay, interesting. So I have a question from Elizabeth. She's asking, thank you, Robert. As a shopper, I love pickup mtaani. My question as a vendor, does the size of the product matter for products that can't fit on those shelves? The shelves you're showing us, She's worried her products may not fit there.
Unless we get to understand what she delivers, but ideally, if we are delivering to the agent, we usually try to deliver packages less than 5 kgs. So if you have something that weighs 5 kgs, we can't deliver to the agent. But then we still have the door-to-door delivery, whereby we can deliver to the customer's doorstep. So ideally, this usually varies with the rate, with the location, and that's why I mentioned rates usually range between 210 to 410 for you to deliver across Nairobi County. Our prices do not go above 410. But then if you really want to actually convert more sales, especially if you are dealing with small items, the agent delivery model works best, because ideally you are telling the customer to pay at a fraction of the price, because 120 shillings is something that any customer would actually afford. So that's it. There's the question you asked, Rachel, if we do facilitate collection at someone's office. So we usually do that upon the customer request. I remember the time when we were sending the award, we had to come all the way to Riverside to collect from you. So ideally, yes, on special request, that we've not automated it yet, but then we are in the process to actually automate that request. But right now, upon your request, either through Instagram or either through our customer service number, we can actually now come to your shop or even come to your place of work, collect the package, and then proceed with the delivery on our end.
Okay, brilliant. So you can pick from my shop. Anyway, you've done that for us. So yeah, only that you pay slightly higher than when
Yes.
you deliver the item to your pickup points. Maybe you'd mention where your pickup points are within town. Drop off points within
Drop off.
town. Yes.
So okay, when you look at it, we actually have drop-off points everywhere, because the agent in Kino is still a drop-off point. Someone can still be able to send up. You don't necessarily have to come to town. And actually, that was our selling point during the COVID era, because ideally people were limited to move. So we were telling customers that you don't have to come to CBD. CBD, why we have 2 offices? Because CBD, we've not partnered with anyone. CBD, these are offices owned by Pickup Mtaani. We pay rent for them. So ideally, why we did that is because CBD is a high traffic area. There is a lot of movement, a lot of businesses there. So with that particular type of traffic, we kind of had to create this infrastructure ourselves, because we have 2 locations, one at Stamol, another one at Philadelphia House next to Afia Center, and in both locations we have 4 employees serving you. So ideally, that just depends on the volume, because CBD is a high traffic area and we needed to exist within the CBD, because the CBD kind of also creates kind of I would say a fulfillment sort of area whereby packages can be consolidated and then now pushed outside to go to different Mtaani agents.
Okay, brilliant. And I have Rian Foods actually want to know the price, the premium. Maybe you could quote both. if they drop at the agent, and if you pick from the apartment, Madaraka apartment, and deliver to Green Spoon store in Kikuyu. So they're asking how much will be the premium. You're picking from their office or where they live to Green Spoon store in Kikuyu.
So unless also we look at the consignment, how does the consignment look from Renfrew? Because here it seems like this is a B2B movement. B2B means you are sell from a business to another business. But then how our service is usually tailored to B2C, business to consumer, because we interact that the consumer is actually shopping smaller quantity of things. So when it comes to the type of B2B type of service, that needs to be discussed outside, because we want to kind of understand your needs, how much you deliver, the delivery periods that you have. That now gives us now a profile for us to actually give you a rate. But the good thing is that, again, what we are known for is actually pricing less than anyone. So it's something that we are not going to actually hatutakosana. But then how when you look, it's a B2C. If you are a business selling to just that one customer or two customers, our rates usually range between 120 to 210. And this is for the agent service. 120 shillings is when someone sends from Tao, CBD, to any point outside town. So to any point, for example, is it Ngara, Pangani, Roysambu, Kasarani, Juja, Ruiru, Kahawa Sukari, that all ni 120 shillings. If you are sending from CBD and vice versa, because where you can also be selling from your shop in Kahawa Sukari, but then you have a customer who usually goes through town. So ideally, that also is 120 shillings. But when we are connecting two mtaanis, so we are connecting Kahawa Sukari and Utawala, we are connecting Kitengela and Kino, we are connecting Karen and Kangemi, we are connecting Kilimani and Rongai, the charges are 210 shillings. And this is only when you are sending from your agent, or rather your drop-off point near you, to another agent outside CBD. That's 210. But now we have the service, which is the doorstep delivery, whereby now a customer gets the convenience to have their package directly delivered to them at a specific location. So for that, our prices ranges from 210 to 350 if you are sending from CBD. So if you are sending to Westlands, kama inaenda kwa mlango wa mtu, ni 210 shillings. 350 ni zile locations za mbali. So Juja, 350 if you are sending from town. Ruiru ni 350, Utawala 350, Kitengela 350, Syokimau 350, Ngong ni 350. Lakini kuna wale watu ambao wanatuma kutoka another agent, not CBD, yule mtu ambaye anaituma kutoka mtaani agent. Let's say sasa mtu anatuma kutoka the Donholm, if you have a business in Donholm, so you can send a package from Donholm to a specific location in Ngong. That becomes 410 shillings. If you are sending now from Donholm to Westlands, that becomes 270 shillings. And that's why I gave the price range for doorstep. It's between 210 to 410 shillings if you're sending either from CBD to Mtani. And the Mtani agent service is 101 and 210 shillings.
Okay. And please, could you just for the sake of those who would prefer to drop the parcels in town, maybe you could say again the locations and exactly like where exactly are they, those buildings?
Yeah. Okay, or even before I get into that, so I wanted to talk about the concept of pay on delivery, because it seems the conversation that is happening here is mostly that a customer pays you directly when they engage with you, either through WhatsApp or Instagram. So what we are noticing is a trend whereby customers choose to pay at the point whereby delivery has been made. And this is very, very rampant already within our network, because when we were launching in when we were launching the app in September 18th this year, we actually created something called Pickup Mtani Pochi to help you collect payments at the point of delivery. Because ideally, the process can be a customer does not trust you, Rachel. A customer would want to buy a shirt from you, but they don't know how to profile you. So for them to minimize that risk, they request you, can I be able to pay on delivery? I'm willing to actually pay for it, but since I don't know who you are, I don't know a profile. There is no platform that I can go and confirm the authenticity of your business. Can you be able to offer pay on delivery as a way to get more sales? And we are seeing the uptick of this because in that Pochi, within since September 18th until now, we've already collected over 5 million from the small businesses we actually collect from. This was a service that was not there before. We were not collecting money on behalf of the customer. But right now, our customers feel confident because they are looking at that service as a way for them to convert more sales. So this is even the angle how we are scaling to Mombasa, because we believe there is opportunity for people in Mombasa to buy from Nairobi, but also for the people and businesses, for the businesses in Mombasa to access this huge thriving market of Nairobi. So what we are telling our marketing angle when we are going or when we start this service is that we are telling people in Mombasa, yes, there is Rachel who exists in Nairobi, but you don't know her, yes. But when we are giving you the confidence because we can be able to supervise that payment. So what happens is that Rachel, when they go to the Pickup Mtani app, they fill in the details, they will say collect my cash. So once you've selected collect my cash, what you've told the systems of Pickup Mtani is that the checkout of that delivery, either by the rider who interacts with the customer or the agent who interacts with the customer when they are going to collect their packages, has to prompt that customer to make payments even before handing over the package. So that is the angle we see that it's a phenomena that is going to be adopted widely, because ideally this helps you as a business to grow your market size very seamlessly, because ideally what you've been able to do for the customer is protect them by the mere fact is that you are dispatching an order, yes, before payment, but then they guarantee that they are going to pay at the time whereby our rider or our agent is interacting with them. So I thought I had left the element of pay on delivery, which is something that is getting a lot of traction since we launched in September 18th. But then how we
Oh,
can find us, we are at
yes.
Stamol in CBD. At Stamol, Stamol is just next to Beba Beba and Imenti. We are on third floor at C14. Then we are also at Philadelphia House, just next to Afia Center. Philadelphia House is the building that has Kips and Vera Beauty College. You will go to third floor again, and then there is Wing A, and then the last office on the right, which is Pickup Mtani. It has a sign called Pickup Mtani.
Okay, brilliant. Elizabeth is clarifying on the size of her product. So she says some of our canvases are 40 centimeters to times 50 centimeters. They are big but very light, so the weight is okay, but I'm not sure about the size.
The size, yeah. So
Yeah.
if Elizabeth is kind enough, I'll be happy to send a rider to her so that they can see her products, so that we can be able to actually optimize for her, because we don't want to commit and then disappoint. So with that, we actually need to actually do our due diligence, and the due diligence is just to confirm getting that particular approval from the rider to confirm these are packages that we can deliver, and then after that we absorb her into our processes and guarantee a seamless experience.
Okay, just one more last question. Some of us we have products that cost less than 100. For example, I want to show you this skincare product.
Yes.
So this one goes for, we have others that would be selling at 350 or 550. So if they are to deliver it, they'll have to pay 120 shillings using
Yes.
Pickup Mtani.
Yes.
And we have a number of us whose products are slightly low valued or priced. What will be your advice as we adopt online selling? So how do we manage that? And what's the best practice?
Yeah. So I think the best practice, how we've seen it, is that if your price is significantly low, ideally, if you say you are selling something at 100, the moment you've mentioned delivery fee as 120 is off-putting. But you see, it's still affordable. But then what we've been able to see the industry practice from our vendors is that they combine that and say the price of this thing is 220 shillings, and we offer free delivery. That's actually how we see it, especially if your products are really priced very, very low. You can be able to combine the delivery fee and the product fee, get your total amount, but then communicate as if you are providing free delivery to the customer. And I think that is the recommended way. But when you are dealing with prices that are 500 shillings, I think that's fine, because 120 shillings is still significantly low for that particular product. You can still combine 500 plus 120 to be 620, but then still telling the customer to pay 120 shillings delivery fee will not is not going to be off-putting to that customer, because they are spending significantly higher amount when they are purchasing that product.
Okay. So as we close, maybe you talk to us how, because you use your own riders. So how do you ensure that they handle our customers well as they deliver these products? How does that process look like in your case?
So to us, I think we had an easier way because we were riders ourselves. So it's the same standards that I held myself against. Now I demand that from the rider. And the good thing, what we are able to see and how we are able to manage our riders better is that they understand the experience that we have. So many delivery companies, we are seeing that they are started by people who've just identified a business opportunity, but these people never rode any bike, they never delivered any package. They just have capital to actually get bikes, get employees to actually power that. So to us, we were able to mitigate that because we were riders ourselves for even over 2 years. So ideally, with that experience, we actually try to pass on how to handle a customer. And how to handle a customer is the element of presentability of how we look. Even right now, there are new uniforms being designed for for our riders. And also, we try to get people who can speak both English and Swahili. Reason for that is because, for example, Kilimani, Lavington is a place whereby we get a lot of people who, even foreigners, and we actually try to tick that within our riders who can communicate in both languages to make it easy. But also, what we've been able to guarantee good service delivery is the element whereby the rider feel they are monitored whenever they're in the Pickup Mtaani app. They feel they're monitored because first, whenever they are signed the order, the details are shared to the customer whereby they can report you directly. Two, there is the element whenever you've been given a lot of orders, we can be able to physically trace your movement, where you started and where you're going. So ideally, with that kind of, I instill a bit of discipline when those systems are in place, knowing that they're actually supervised anytime they're moving or rather handling a package of a customer.
All right. So very, very good. Elizabeth, Ravers Foods, you can WhatsApp us at Biashara Africa and we'll be able to connect you with Robert and team. Or Robert, did you share a contact? You had shared your customer service line, eh?
Okay, let me share that right now. Yeah, I've shared
Okay.
the two numbers.
Okay. So these are the lines for Pickup Mtaani. And as I post them, one last thing as we end this conversation, Robert, is what is your advice to entrepreneurs? You're an entrepreneur in your own right. What advice would you give to fellow entrepreneurs?
I think that's usually a difficult question because I feel entrepreneurship is kind of a personal journey between you and your business. So that usually kind of is a bit a difficult question. But the one thing that I drew inspiration from, there was a point I listened to Steve Jobs, I think this was the last conversation he had publicly before he died. So what he said is that he noticed passion was the most important thing in any business. And the reason why they say passion, or the reason why he said passion, is that passion is going to be with you, or rather, it's going to keep you moving even when times business is bad, basically. Because ideally, if you are going there for profit, you just look at the numbers. It's the first month you're like making less money. Second month, you're making less money. On the third month, if you are still reporting less money, the automatic thing you are going to do is close it. But then passion makes you persevere. And sometimes that perseverance, yes, you need to know the time to call quits, but then passion kind of keeps you going, especially at an industry, for example, at Pickup Mtani. When we started, we did 27 orders only when we were starting Pickup Mtani. Right now, we are doing 2,000 deliveries per day, and it's taken us 3 years to actually get there. And the point whereby we used to get asked at interview questions, how are we making money? Because at that point, particular point whereby delivery was becoming a big business, we were the ones trying to tell people you can actually pay less, because most delivery companies got into the opportunity but giving you premium prices. So we decided to advocate for less pricing. And sometimes we were not seeing the results, sometimes we were not seeing the orders, but it was the passion that we had for the business, the passion that we had in terms of our solution, opening up e-commerce for everyone, that actually drove us and gave us the strength to persevere. So I think passion is important, and that's one takeaway that I follow right now very religiously to actually build Pickup Mtani.
All right, great advice, Robert. And our next session is very interesting. And I'm just adding our facilitator. You're making good inroads in your area. You understand your business, able to help entrepreneurs navigate that. Our next conversation is around sustainable e-commerce or green digital. I don't want to ask you whether you planted trees. The other day we had a holiday, or if you
But
did
then
how
how
many.
But
Yes.
how we looked at it actually is the element of whereby we've set up agents across Nairobi. So we currently have a total of around 180 Mtani agents just within Nairobi. So when you look at that, it's actually we've been able to lower our carbon footprint, because ideally we consolidate orders and take them to one specific location. We don't go to Kileleshwa Heights. We don't go to Gatundu Close. We don't go to all these areas, because ideally those are bikes moving from one point to another when we are doing door-to-door deliveries. But the element whereby we've been able to set up the Mtani agents, we are actually taking a huge number of orders to just one location. We are just not going to every location within Rongai facilitating door to door. And to us, we look at that as our contribution to the green economy, but also there is opportunity how we are looking at it in getting into e-bikes as a way to actually make our carbon footprint even take it even lower, because ideally we use petrol fueled motorbikes. But then when it comes to electric bikes, is just new innovation. We tried it before, but it did not give us the mileage that we needed. But we believe this is something that is new, but also we are seeing the commitment from the government, the private institution, to actually invest in this area. So I think that gives us a direct impact whenever we adopt these e-bikes to actually contribute to to our environment generally.
All right. That's great. I would give you a chance to ask our facilitator a question just around sustainable e-commerce. Before that, I would like to introduce our next facilitator. Her name is Jennifer Chiku. She's a regional development advisor for Pan-African E-commerce Initiative, abbreviated as PECI, and works for GIZ. The PECI initiative has supported Biashara Africa Actually, they supported us to revamp this particular program to include the key topics that we've been discussing for the last 2 days. So they've been part of our journey. And what an honor to have Jennifer, who leads that initiative, talk to us about the subject of how we can make e-commerce or digital trade sustainable. So really a great opportunity. Robert, before I let you go, I would allow you to ask Jennifer a question if you have one. Yes.
Right now, I don't think I have any question. I'm just going to just listen to the chat from her and learn from her.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, Robert, for making time to be with us. And we look forward to more engagements. We are getting to the Shop a Small Business Month in December, where we celebrate small businesses and encourage buyers to shop from them, to support them by shopping from them. So this is a timely conversation. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rachel and Biashara Africa, and also the entrepreneurs who joined us. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Yeah, so Jennifer, welcome to this is actually our last session, and very excited to be having this conversation. I want to hand the session to you. I just want to be sure that you are able to run the slides. If not, you will have then to upload on your side. So as we do that, I would encourage you to share your questions, comments around sustainable e-commerce. How, as you do business, how conscious are you on the environment or the community where you serve? Tell us, is this very new? Is the first time we are having this discussion? We included it this year. We found this is very critical. It's important. As you sell to some of the clients, they're very conscious on whether you're taking care of the environment and supporting your community. So a very timely conversation to have with yourselves. And we have an expert in that area. Jennifer will be talking to us about that. I'll just request you, if you have a question, a comment. I know it's very new to most of us. Just feel free to share it on the chat. So Jennifer, I think now we are good. I will hand the session to you. You may introduce yourself and then take us through your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much, Rachel. And hello to everybody. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. As Rachel said, my name is Jennifer Chiku, and I am the Regional Development Advisor for the Pan-African E-Commerce Initiative, and which is a project fully commissioned by the German federal government, specifically the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. They fund our project, and this initiative, what we call PECI, is really aims at improving the preconditions for small and medium enterprises or businesses such as yourselves to engage in digital cross-border trade. So cross-border e-commerce, and those preconditions that we seek to improve all touch around the e-commerce ecosystem. So we look at strengthening legal and regulatory frameworks. For example, we look at improving the issue of trust because that is really a main factor in e-commerce. We look at building capacities of businesses such as Biashara Africa and yours on different topics around e-commerce. We look at strengthening platforms and also e-payment solutions. There we've worked with many partners, including the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. We've worked with the Smart Africa Alliance. We've worked with Communications Authority and then, of course, the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of ICT. All these are our partners who we work with on the different levels to really see that cross-border trade is improved for businesses, for small businesses in Kenya. We are a regional project. We have operations here in Kenya. We also have operations in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Rwanda, and at the EAC Secretariat. We also have a presence there. And all of it is geared towards supporting businesses like yourselves to engage in digital cross-border trade. And I was very excited when Rachel invited me to facilitate this session on sustainable e-commerce. We normally call it greening e-commerce. And here I have tagged it environmental considerations for businesses in e-commerce, because e-commerce in itself is already still a new topic. And when you talk about environmental considerations, it's even a newer topic. You only find mostly really the giant companies. What I found is really the giant companies like the Amazons and eBays are the ones really taking it over. But I've also found that very small companies who are passionate about the environment are also very well taking it up. And so take this as just like something to think about. I made it very simple, but hopefully it's also going to be very informative, and you will be able, as you're running your businesses, to pick out some aspects that would really be able to push your businesses forward. So without further ado, I'm going to begin. What are we going to be talking about today? We are going to cover sustainability aspects between the different types of e-commerce. When you're talking about traditional e-commerce, traditional commerce, or retail commerce versus e-commerce, and also the different e-commerce models, B2B, B2C. We're going to look into that. We're going to look at the environmental impacts of packaging and labeling in e-commerce. These are and I will explain to you why we single these aspects out. We're going to look at transport optimization and last mile delivery, and that's why I found the presentation before mine by Pickup Mtaani very, very insightful and informative. It touches on pretty much a lot of what we are trying to do, or a lot of what we want to see. And then we're going to look at reverse logistics. Some of you might ask, what is reverse logistics? We're going to look at reverse logistics. We're going to look at returns and afterlife, and their effect in e-commerce, and especially on the environment. So when we talk about the sustainability aspects between the different types of e-commerce, when you look at traditional commerce, and traditional is also what we call the retail commerce, it's different from e-commerce. With the traditional retail commerce, your customers typically are the ones who would go to the store, and then there's a face-to-face interaction, maybe with the store attendant. You would be able also to interact with the goods that you're buying. There's a physical contact, there's a physical presence, and there's also the in-store presence that you get, which you may not get from e-commerce. With e-commerce, everything is very remote. So you don't really get to interact with whatever you're buying. You don't get to try it on if it is something that needs to be tried on. And you don't really, but you do enjoy more convenience. You're not really limited to store closing times, for example. You're not limited to, your energy is not really sapped walking from one store to another. You can shop from so many different websites, which are in effect different shops, right from the comfort of your home, your living room, your bed, and you'll be able to get those things from you. So e-commerce does have several advantages over traditional commerce. Of course, wider reach, lower operating costs, but they are positives and negatives on both sides, like I just mentioned. So when you talk about traditional commerce, from a transport perspective, typically the goods are manufactured, so they will leave the manufacturer, the factory, and then they would go to a wholesaler, and then the wholesaler would distribute to the different retailers and or retail warehouse, and then the retail stores. And then typically the customers would come from their homes and go to the retail store to be able to find what they're looking for. But when you look at e-commerce, it's a bit different. The goods will leave the factory and then they will go to the warehouse. Once they get to the warehouse, they will now go into data centers, which are actually the websites. That's where all the information is logged into the data centers, and then from the different data centers, the different individual homes would be able to make an order. And once the order is made, then it goes to the collecting and the sorting distribution center, and then the goods are then transported to the different customers back to fulfill the orders. So basically, that's the kind of difference with e-commerce. There's a bit more of a loop. Now, when you talk about, when you look at the carbon emissions, when the aspect of carbon emissions between traditional e-commerce and traditional commerce and e-commerce, electronic commerce, you'd find that e-commerce does have that potential to reduce the physical, the need for physical storefronts. I'm sure some of you have a fully online presence. You don't even have a physical store. And e-commerce has really enabled people to run businesses from the comfort of their own homes, that you can actually have a store in your house. And once an order is placed, you just would deliver. You get someone like Pickup Mtaani to come get the order and take it to the customer. So e-commerce has been able to facilitate that. And it also may offer opportunities for companies to optimize their supply chains by reducing the waste emissions and transportation costs. If you see here in the graphic, when you look at the traditional commerce, which is we'll be calling it retail, and the electronic commerce, you still see with carbon emissions, the traditional retail still manufactures much more carbon emissions. E-commerce is slightly less, and you'd see that most of it is actually in customer transport with the retail, because the individual customers are leaving their homes and they're coming to the retail store to buy. So some people are using their cars, some people might use a matatu and a train or whatever, and then they would get to the store. With e-commerce, it's a bit less, but you see that a lot of the carbon emissions are around the computer networks and last mile delivery, and also with packaging. So there is still some environmental contribution with electronic commerce, particularly in those areas that I mentioned, the packaging and the transportation. Now, when you look at the different business models that are in electronic commerce, we have these main 4 business models. There are also others, government to business and all that, but these are the main 4 that we'll look at today. They each contribute differently to it. And so when you're looking at electronic commerce, you have the B2C. The B2C just means business to consumer. And this is mostly what is the most dominant business model when it comes to electronic commerce, at least in Africa. I say that in Africa because it's different in other parts of the world. In China, for example, in America, the B2B is actually much bigger and has much more volumes. But B2C is very prevalent here in Africa, and Kenya is no exception. And this is where a business would deliver goods to an individual customer or consumer. And this can have significant effect on the environment, yeah? Because there's an increased need for packaging, and then you're sending individual deliveries to each person. So even whether you're on Jumia, you place an order, Jumia has to bring to you. Jumia as the business, they're bringing to you as a consumer. Whether it's on Kilimall or whichever other platform that you're using, even Amazon, they also have this model as well. So this increases the need for more packaging, and we'll come to packaging later. And it also increases transportation, because it's done for an individual, for each and every individual delivery. Business to business is where one business is transacting with another. So, for example, one business, which is a manufacturer, needs some raw materials from another business that is supplying, so they will transact together. You find platforms like Alibaba is very good at this, where you would find businesses in China really exporting in bulk, and it's other businesses in Africa and many different parts of the world that are purchasing. And business to business is much more sustainable. First of all, it has increased, it's much more profitable as well. It has increased volumes. It's more sustainable than B2C because typically businesses will buy larger volumes than an individual consumer, which will also be shipped in bulk, depending on whichever method that they choose to ship from. And then there's also a reduced need for multiple smaller shipments. So this B2B really is what is encouraged, the type of business model that is encouraged mainly. And that is what, in fact, even Peki initially was really supporting B2B in the last 3 years, B2B platforms. Then you have consumer to consumer, and this is where one individual transacts with another individual. There is some benefits to this because typically it's upcycled or recycled goods. So people who would otherwise have discarded, you try and find somewhere. But because of the individual nature of the transactions, you find that usually transportation and emission costs are way, way higher than what they would have been typically. So these are the examples of such platforms are, let's say, Gigi or Facebook Marketplace. You can post your table that you no longer are using or you no longer need, and in that way, once somebody else can buy it on the other side. So there is an environmental aspect to it where there's savings, and recycling and upcycling is a very good concept. Instead of just throwing things away, which leads to waste and ends up in landfills, other people can repurpose them or reuse them if they better suit their needs. But the transportation aspect of it would still then increase then have some environmental impact. And finally, you have consumer to business, which usually involves individuals selling their services to businesses, and usually typically because it's one person going to the business, it doesn't have too much environmental impact. And an example of this is, for example, platforms like Upwork, platforms like Freelancer, where you're basically an individual is basically a consultant for a business, and if it's done online, then it has significant reduced environmental impacts. So basically, with that slide, what we're saying is we want to see more B2B if possible, and you want to decrease the B2C and C2C, but rather not decrease per se, but that there are cases to be made to really support, for governments to really support business to business e-commerce. For many aspects, profitability, but also sustainability. So what really are the impacts or effects of packaging and labeling in e-commerce? So when it comes to packaging, I mean, we all love it when you get your new phone, your Samsung or your iPhone, and it comes in this really nice new box, and it smells really nice and it looks really good. You like it, even if you buy it at a retail store, at a proper Samsung shop, you really like, and you like to unpackage it. I mean, even on YouTube, we have entire YouTube channels that are just dedicated to help me unpackage this. They sent me this, and the package is really nice. So let me open the box. But the thing about packaging is it's not really the end result. It's not the end product. A package is just that. It's something that insulates or protects what is inside, which is actually the valuable thing The packaging itself is more of an advertiser, an appetizer. It's a selling point, but it's not really the item that people are looking to. And when it comes to e-commerce, e-commerce has a very specific additional implication for packaging, because where if you would go to, let's say, let's take the example of your TV. You go and you buy a brand new Samsung TV, for example, or Sony TV, whatever TV. And then at the store, you have the box, and the cardboard box comes and it also already has some insulation inside and all that, styrofoam, and then you have your TV inside. With e-commerce, it is an additional aspect where they'll have to maybe put some bubble wrap on it, and then they would have to now put another plastic paper on it and wrap it and seal it. So it comes with additional, and I'm sure any of you have ordered maybe some jewelry through e-commerce platforms, or maybe a piece of clothing, and the clothing will not just come like it does in a shop. It will have to be packed and put in another bag, and then probably there's two bags, plastic bags, because of the e-commerce effect. It will, once you put the order, then you have the manufacturer's package, and then you have the shipping or the fulfillment company's package on top of that. So let's say you order from Jumia, you always get the Jumia plastic on top, right? You don't just get the item like, okay, this is your pen. They'll always have to repackage it. And the problem with that is that so there's this plastic packaging, they rip it out, you get it and you'll rip it out because that's what you expect, and you really want to unseal it, and you see like she opened her package and it's like, wow, there's my clothes or there's my phone, it's really nice. So you people like packaging, and of course sometimes you also feel bad when your package comes in and it's dented, and it's a bit illogical that you're feeling bad that it's dented, but it's true. Even though you know you're going to toss it away, it has that, you feel like, no, maybe somebody used it, which is not always the case. It's irrational, like I said, but it still has the implication, which is why the fulfillment agents repackage it so that you have that full customer experience. So packaging is essential in that way. The products are protected, they arrive in their destination in good condition, it enhances the customer experience by creating that positive first impression. And then it helps to brand the business, to brand that really sell that image that the businesses are trying to acquire. And efficient packaging can reduce the shipping costs if your businesses know how to minimize the size and the weight of packages. Because what happens is that if you usually shipping, especially when you're doing cross-border shipping, the package size and weight can really contribute to the cost. So you always want to make sure that if you get an order and it's a piece of jewelry, you don't want to put it in a really big box, or if it's something that's small like lotion, you want to make sure that it's in the smallest package size possible, and then you don't just fill the rest of the things up with bubble wrap, which will increase the weight and the size of the boxes and of the packages. And then, of course, that would be efficient packaging, and effective packaging techniques then would reduce the likelihoods of the products being damaged while during shipping the process, and save your business's money. However, like I mentioned, packaging in itself leads to a lot of waste, because there's the primary packaging from the manufacturer, and then there's the secondary packaging from the fulfillment agency. And what you get is that it's a lot of plastic packaging being used, and it all ends up in the dumpster, and it does have significant environmental effects. Such effects, they include resource depletion. We know that a lot of packaging uses plastic materials. And as much as they've been banned here in Kenya, you still see a lot of plastic materials being used, whether it's even especially for e-commerce, repackaging, that last mile delivery aspect. And these natural resources like oil, they're finite, they're not infinite. And that's why people are going into green energy. These are finite sources, and the thing about packaging and plastic, plastic is dirt cheap, and it's so much cheaper to manufacture plastics, and they use oil, and oil is a finite product. So you end up really using depleting the resources in the environment, and then even in the manufacturing of those plastic packaging, there's a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. Once the plastic ends up in landfills, they break down and they produce the methane gas. Methane gas. If you remember during your chemistry lessons, we used to somehow produce methane, and it's a greenhouse gas emission, which is actually very harmful to the environment. And then you have the waste generation, which is obvious. The landfills are really piling up, and we can see them even when we walk around Nairobi, despite the plastic ban. It's not just with packaging like plastic bags. It's also packaging containers, the ones you put your food in. All that it ends up in landfills and on the side of the road and in the gutters. And then you have that waste generation. And if you don't know how to dispose of it quickly or recycle it, then it really can damage the environment. And then, of course, there's a lot of packaging that ends up inside our oceans, our lakes, our rivers. And then you get a lot of sea animals, a lot of fish, then ingesting it, like the squid you see here. And then it really can impact the quality also of our blue economy, the sea environment, basically the fish. So, what really are some of the aspects that you should consider as a small business when you're selecting packaging materials? So, you should consider using recycled paper for the boxes and for cushioning. Try as much as possible to use recycled paper and recycled fibers, basically recyclable material. Also consider using biodegradable plastics, which can be broken down by natural processes. And there are manufacturing companies, plastic companies that do that. And then you may also want to consider using plant-based materials, bamboo, cornstarch, sugarcane. They have become very innovative. People have become very innovative in coming up with such alternative packaging that are biodegradable. I'm not saying that they are cheaper, but there is a trade-off to be made there, where it's maybe a slightly more expensive cost, and then you can use that as a selling opportunity. And I'm going to share with you one of the SMEs that we've worked with at Peki that does that very well, and it becomes then a selling point. And it's not only the small companies, even the bigger companies do it. If you go to Amazon, even on Amazon packaging, they write there that we do carbon offsetting, we have this and that and the other, and they really use it as a selling point. You can use, I mentioned reusable packaging also. This you can encourage your customers to reuse packaging. For example, like what Carrefour does, for example, where you can buy one paper bag and then they can replace it for you for a lifetime, for example. Or you can tell your customers, if you have a good rapport with them, you can tell them that instead of throwing away the packaging once you're done, kindly keep them for me, and then I can come and collect them. I was told about even a lady, fruit seller, fruit salad along the road, who has these plastic containers. And every time she realized she's really purchasing a lot of plastic containers, and she wanted to bring the cost down. So she decided to incentivize her regular clients who are an Upper Hill area, for example, many offices, and you're delivering so many fruits, 50 bob, 50 bob, 50 bob. So she decided to incentivize her customers that if you can bring back those containers for me, I can give you a 5 shilling discount on every container. And that really has helped people, because people will probably eat for a whole week, and then the next time they will just bring it back, and then they can get like a cheaper meal with that. So these are some of the things that you need to consider: environmental impact, durability of the packaging, the effectiveness, and of course the cost. This is what a small business needs to think about. So you might need to, when you are putting your packaging, you might need to redesign for sustainability. You see, for example, in the picture there, it's just like a tube. It's like a medical tube in a very large box, and then inside, this is someone who was complaining. Inside is just a lot of bubble wrap with nothing, and then there's just like a tube, a medical tube in there. You see, and a lot of plastic. So there's really that's a lot of wastage because it takes a lot of space in the delivery company. The fulfillment agent will use a lot of space to put that bag in, to put that box in into their van. Then he will probably charge you higher because it's taking up the more space and more weight. And then in the end, it's just one small tube. So you want to redesign the packaging in a way that it makes it durable, it's easy to open, so that when the package is easy to open, it's also easy to tell people to return it. And when they do return it, it's easier for you to recycle. So it should also be easier to close so that there's repurposing going on and to fold. And you can also include the return labels, like I told you, and you can use a plastic-free positioners. And the positioners are, you can tell the manufacturing companies, they normally do have them. And you will see sometimes that, like if it's a tube like this, it's inside, like it's indented or imprinted inside a nice space so that it doesn't move around, and then it's really solid, and so you can also secure the package but using less space. So what are the effects of transportation on e-commerce? I mentioned before, carbon emissions. There's so much of carbon dioxide that is expelled from the many trucks and vans and all the boda guys doing the individual deliveries. There's all these carbon emissions going about, and they all emit greenhouse gases and contribute to climate change and air pollution. And we can see climate change very real in our country. I think you noticed that it probably didn't rain the whole year until now. And this is supposed to be short rains, and then they told us all of a sudden El Nino. So this is something that I think Australia and Africa need to come alive. In the West, I think they have really started to see the environmental damages of 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 our advancement, which of course is a really good thing, but we still have a planet that we need to maintain, and we can try to reduce this. And then there's the matter of energy consumptions. If you remember, between traditional commerce or retail commerce and e-commerce, I had mentioned the aspect of data centers, and data centers take up are a significant part of e-commerce, and they use up an enormous amount of energy. If you know, anybody who's been around data centers knows that they use all this cooling going on, so they have this very high power ACs going on, and they have, and then they take up a lot of energy, a lot of electricity, and then typically also where they're situated. Like I learned, for example, that the data center, for example, for Microsoft or some of these huge companies like Amazon, they clear up entire forests. Like in the middle of a forest, you clear up, and it's a huge piece of land right in the middle of the forest. So it's something to really think about, the energy consumption that comes about from from the distribution centers, from the vehicles. All of these are using energy, whether fossil fuels or green energy. And then there's the aspect of congestion and traffic. And this is you will typically see this, like I think especially here, a lot of people and a lot of smaller companies Boda Boda, for example, the motorbikes to do their deliveries. But you can imagine how many motorbikes are on the road doing deliveries, how many um, Bolts or Ubers are delivering food to people or packaging to people, individuals. All that contributes to congestion and traffic. You can imagine. And then I would also add noise pollution would also strongly be there. So this is some of the effects, and then of course there's also that social impact where sometimes you might find, but this is especially with the larger companies, there might be exploitation of some workers, maybe facing long hours, poor working conditions, just to get your delivery to your door because you said you wanted that express delivery. So when you talk about last mile delivery, this is a really core part of the transportation process. And that refers to the final leg of the delivery process, where once you've made your order, the goods are transported from the distribution center to your home or to whatever location that you had put in your office or wherever. And optimizing that last mile delivery process is really essential to ensure that e-commerce is timely and is also cost effective, and that refers to the delivery. So you see here, last mile delivery is the one in kind of like a amber color there, and you see it actually contributes as much CO2 emissions as, for example, warehousing, a little less than the data center. So you see, I think it's the second highest contributor to it's the second highest contributor to last mile delivery. So the transportation aspect. So this is really an aspect that needs to be optimized. And actually, recently we started working with Kenyan companies to come up with green solutions for last mile delivery in Kenya. And we are hoping, and the team was able to come up with very good idea on a business idea, which we're hoping to support to see it really come to the Kenyan market to reduce last mile delivery costs, but to also make it very to also reduce the carbon emissions and effective, efficient manner. So you will see these are some of I think Bolt is a use case that has been doing very well. You will see sometimes if it's a rider, for example, that they will not always use the motorcycle. They have started employing cyclists to actually move around the city for short distances, let's say even a 5 kilometer radius. You can use cyclists. Some e-commerce companies have actually also adopted electrical bicycles. So these are very efficient ways which you can optimize the last mile delivery in terms of cost optimization, but there's also route optimization where you can also use route optimization apps, which can really help you navigate the shortest distancing. One other way is that when it comes to e-commerce and for small businesses, a very important consideration is that you have to make sure that the person who you have, who you need to deliver the product to, is able to get it, is there when the product needs to be there. So, for example, you have to make sure that if someone makes an order and you're delivering that order today, you have to call the person and make sure that they will be present. Because with e-commerce, the moment that person is not there, that is already a loss. Especially if they cannot tell you who else to leave it with, some of these remote areas or the larger suburban areas, the Karen, Runda, you can't just say, oh, I'm not in the house, just leave it with the neighbor. Most people will not do that. So the moment that person is not there, that's a loss for you. So you have to make sure that when you're doing your order, the person is there. The person is there to receive the order. Otherwise, you find for most delivery companies, they'll put it, they have to go back with the goods, and then they'll call you a second and a third time. All these contribute to the environmental impact, because already that is a return. The product came to you, you are not there, so the delivery agent has to go back with it. Then they come a second time, maybe you're still not there, they have to go back with it. These trips back and forth are costly. They're costly to the business, but they are also costly to the environment. So it's really important that you optimize your route delivery, optimize your costs or reduce your costs by making sure that you prioritize your delivery times, and then you can also use more cost-effective delivery methods like electronic bikes, cycling. These are really and easier to navigate traffic in small spaces, but they also ultimately really reduce the cost. Or offer flexible delivery options, whether it is same day, next day, so that whatever the case may be, you're really able to plan the pickup very well. And I have to mention that when it comes to e-commerce and green e-commerce now, strictly from an green e-commerce point of view, we always champion pickup points rather than home delivery or doorstep delivery. Why? Because at pickup points, you can always aggregate the orders into one place. And once you do that, everybody is able you're able to, for example, you're in, I don't know, Langata. So you have many different orders coming into Langata. Instead of now taking them each to each person's doorstep, which increases, of course, it's more convenient for the customer, but it's less convenient or effective for the environment. So we champion pickup points. If you can partner with small businesses in an area, especially for SMEs that are in town or something, and you've come to realize that you get a lot of orders from a particular place, perhaps you can partner with local businesses or small delivery services to really bring down your costs there and to make them a pickup point, a central pickup point, so that instead of you having to figure out also the nitty-gritties of navigation, it's just easier and it's cost effective, and it reduces the greenhouse gases. And then you should also be able to consider efficient inventory management to also reduce the number of trips that you can make in one delivery process. So quickly, I'll take you to reverse logistics, returns and afterlife, and why that's important. So in e-commerce, reverse logistics, it refers to the process of managing the return of a product from customers to the seller or to the manufacturer. And there are many reasons why this might happen. Usually, sometimes maybe somebody is just not happy with the product, because remember, that is a disadvantage with e-commerce. The person relies entirely on the pictures that have been uploaded and the description that has been given, but they have not really interacted. And sometimes the downside with that is that sometimes the customer might get the product and it's not what they were expecting, and so they would have to return it. So reverse logistics refers to that process of managing the return of those products from the customers back to the seller or the manufacturer, and it involves the retrieving, inspecting, repairing, redistributing, and then of the return packages. So that is the afterlife of the returned product. It's important because it helps with customer satisfaction. So if a customer gets a product and complains and says, no, I don't like it, take it back. If you don't take it back, already you have a very disgruntled customer. You have a bad review, so it impacts your future selling points. And it also has to be a hassle-free return process. You shouldn't make it difficult for a customer to get out of, and this is part of consumer protection, to get out of the contract to say that, yes, I bought it, but I decided I don't like it. I have not used it, so please take it back. I'm still within the return period, so please take it back. So it also helps to minimize the environmental impact of returned products by facilitating their proper disposal or recycling. So it's not only about returning the product to the seller, but as I mentioned, it's also about retrieving it, then inspecting it, and repairing it, or redistributing it, or now just discarding it. So that recycling process can help with the environmental impact, and it can also help the businesses to recover some lost revenue by reselling the goods and the products. So this is the life, or this is the cycle of reverse logistics. So you would find that the good goes to the customer. It starts from the customer, or rather it starts from the warehouse, but the customer, it receives the good, and they don't like it for whatever reason, or reject it for whatever reason, then the transport agent or the logistics company would come and collect it and return it back to the warehouse. At the warehouse, it would be retrieved, it would be inspected, it would be recycled or repurposed and resold, and then you start the whole journey again, which is the reselling and restructuring is now the afterlife. And you see, at the afterlife, there's recycling, there's disposal, donation, and there's the resale. So those are the different. Any product that is returned can go through any of those four stages. It can either be recycled, it might be disposed, it can be donated, and it can also be resold. And you see, once the customer rejects it, you as the business have to decide to you receive it, inspect it, then you have to refund the money back or exchange it for a better item, and then you sort it, and then it will now go through the afterlife process that is indicated there. Now, the problem with reverse logistics, you have to have, as a business, you have to make sure that you have a solid return policy. Let it be that if somebody is coming to your website, they know that if they purchase your goods, they will be able to return them within a particular time period. And of course, if it has not been utilized, and you would also be, or if it has been utilized, if it's a good that must be utilized, for it to see how it works, you describe the parameters basically for the return. And we mentioned that it increases customer confidence and customer satisfaction. So it's good to have a return policy on your website. If you use a website, or if you use any of the social commerce platforms, it would be good to just mention it there to the people. And the policy should be easily accessible to consumers. It should be easy to understand, and it should really outline the returns process to make it easier for the consumers. Then how do you reduce returns? Because that's really the greening part. That's the sustainable e-commerce part. Returns are really awful for the business. And maybe in the next slide, yes, I'll be able to show you in the next slide why. So 30% of the items that are bought online are returned, in comparison to 10% in brick and mortar stores. So in e-commerce, 30% of the items are returned, and that's because they're not able to interact with the product. This is versus traditional commerce, where you go to the retail store, only 10% are returned. In 2024, that's the year that more clothes will be sold. Next year, more clothes will be sold in e-commerce than in brick and mortar stores. Imagine that. So you really need to be able to really learn how to do product identification very, very well. And it's also called product digitization, where you need to the products that are returned needs to be properly identified to ensure that they are returned in the correct location. You have to make sure, especially if you have multiple stores, you have to know how you're going to receive return products. And that's particularly important for products that need to be returned to specific warehouse. If it's just one store, then it's okay. But if you have multiple branches, you need to have a very good inventory management system to be able to say that, okay, this item maybe was bought in Nairobi, then somebody traveled to Kisumu and then wanted to return it there, and you should be able to really well know the reconciliation. But we do want to reduce the aspect of returns. And there are several cost items that are hidden in the reverse logistics supply chain. So you find the 10% of approved returns are actually fraudulent. So there are different aspects, and yeah, and I'll come to that. So 10% are fraudulent, and you see that will already cost for one item that is purchased at 30 pounds, Great Britain pounds, the average return cost is 20 pounds. So you see, you need as a business to really reduce your returns because it eats up significantly. In fact, it can eat up your entire profit. One return can eat up your entire profit for that one good that is being ordered. So that fraudulence already will cost you £1, the transportation of that item to the customer, and then keep picking it back up, and maybe even taking it back, an exchanged good will cost £2 to £5. Reprocessing of that item, either for repackaging or repurposing, will cost £2 to £3. And then usually for returned product, there may be some markdown. So maybe the product is not exactly in the shape that it was before, or because of the repurposing, now it cannot be, even if you sell it at the going price, you have already incurred an additional reprocessing fee. So it comes down further, and then it will cost £2 to £6 for a markdown, and then you would put it on the market, but it already has cost you £2 to £6 less, even at the going rate. Or unfortunately, some are returned and cannot be repurposed. They cannot be reused. They have to either be donated or given away or disposed, and that will cost £3 to £8. So you see, accumulation of £20 for a return, that's very high. So transportation, it's very important. It's a key aspect of reverse logistics. And because the products need to be transported from the customer back to the warehouse, and that really takes a partnership with third-party logistics, then they need to be sorted and disposed of, like I mentioned. So this is the case. We said 10% of returns out of the 30% of e-commerce goods that are returned, 10% are fraudulent. You see from the graphic here, these are most of the reasons that are given for returns. So you find either it's the size or the fit, you find either it's unmet quality expectations, either it's bracketing or a bracketing preference, bracketing size or bracketing preference. And what bracketing means is that, especially when it comes to clothing items and shoes, so bracketing means that, especially in more developed countries where, oh, my time is almost up. Okay, I will rush. I think this should be one of my last slides. Especially when in more developed countries, what you find is that, so you order a shoe and you're not sure whether it's US, European size or Chinese size. We all know that maybe Chinese size is smaller. So let's say you know that you wear a size 40 shoe, but you're not sure whether this shoe will come in your size. So most people will say, okay, I will buy that one same shoe, but I will buy 3 shoes. So especially that is with platforms which are very high in, of course, in confidence that customers know that they will do it. So they'll buy size 41, size 42, size 40, and 39. So that's a bracketing when it comes to size. And then there's also bracketing when it comes to preference. So say you have an outfit, but you're not sure whether, and you like a particular shoe without outfit, but you don't know whether it's going to look good in green or if you should buy a black shoe or a brown shoe or that green shoe. So there are people who would then buy all colors that they would want, and then they would try it on. And then the one that fits best, they would buy and return the rest. So you see this also, that, and that is under the fraudulent bit. Bracketing and wardrobing, that's under the fraudulent bit. Then there's the misleading product quality, impulse purchase, people saying they decide, oh, I think it was impulse, I don't really have the money for it. Some people would say it's damaged, which is then a very that is a credible reason. It's an occasion piece. It's a wrong product. It's a gift. So maybe you've been gifted an item, but that gift probably maybe doesn't fit, or it's not really what you need. So you would return it to exchange. And then there's wardrobing. And wardrobing is a different, it's a specific kind of fraudulent return also. And wardrobing is where people, and this is very much with the social media craze. So you see a very nice outfit online and you decide that I would look really good in it, and there's a party I need to go to on Saturday night. So someone would order the dress, go to the party with the dress, look good, take pictures, you're looking all nice and smiley, and then in the end, you post it on social media. Come Monday, you take it off, and then you apply for return. And you say, I don't want it anymore. So that's wardrobing. It's for social media. So people just buy expensive things or nice looking clothes just to take pictures in, so that, and then they return it. And it's part of the fraudulent returns. So once the products have been returned, you either refund or exchange it, and that involves shipping and replacement of the products. And then you have to analyze and sort it and track the return so that you make sure it ends up in the right place. And so you really want to reduce the reverse logistics. Quickly and finally, the environmental impacts are the same. Carbon emissions rising from the multiple trips back and forth. Then there is the waste generation, because they have to be refurbished, repackaged, go back to incinerators and take up all this. Then there's the resource depletion we talked about. It's just more raw materials, more energy, more water being used. And then there's also increased production, because they can't, if the items cannot be resold, the manufacturers may need to produce additional products to replace them, which then just ends up adding to more of that. This is the afterlife of the returned goods, which I already mentioned. They either resold or recycled or donated or disposed. And these are the things that you really need to think about when you're doing when you have, these are really the considerations you really need to make when you're doing the when you're considering the afterlife of returned goods, and environmental considerations for small businesses when you're engaging in e-commerce. So I will stop it there. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I was fast enough, 2 minutes over time, but I thank you and appreciate your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jennifer. Quite a lot. We were just learning, taking notes, and yeah, that was really a brilliant discussion around greening e-commerce. And we'll definitely continue having this conversation because most of us would also like to be supported. So where do I start as a small business? I'm venturing to selling on social media platforms or online. Earlier, we had also learned about product labeling and packaging. So a very timely conversation. And then also, how do how do I present my products? Having being environmentally and socially conscious when producing my products. So we'll keep engaging you on this conversation. I'm not seeing a question here. Yeah, but I know the next step would be then how do we support our entrepreneurs to adopt sustainable or green e-commerce? Yeah, so thank you so much, Jennifer, for your time, for a great presentation. And very helpful. Yeah, and to our participants, I know you've been asking for slides. We will not be sharing slides, but you can rewatch these sessions using the same link. Even after this conversation. So thank you so much, everyone, for being brave and being with us for the 2 days. Has been a great opportunity to learn matters e-commerce and trade. Yeah, so to everyone from Asia, Biashara, Africa, it's happy holidays. We wish you the very best. We'll keep talking. And please, if you're not on a mailing list, we would like you to get in touch with us. WhatsApp us on 0729 123 400. I had shared the same on this platform, and we'd like to add you to our mailing list. Also, I've shared a link to our upcoming events and programs. That's a good way of getting into our mailing list. So just check which events or events or programs will interest you. Next month, we are celebrating Shop at Small Business Month, and we'll be celebrating you and encouraging buyers to shop from you. So just be prepared. And what a good time to also be online. So thank you so much. From us here, we wish you the very best. Happy holidays. If we don't get to meet those who celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas. And to all of us, a Happy New Year. A brilliant 2024. And we're looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your time.